Fighting the Flying Circus by Captain Eddie Rickenbacker. Chapter 1. Introducing Archie. After days of schooling and nights of anticipation, I woke up one morning to find my dreams come true. Major Raoul Lufbery, the most famous of our American flyers, and the commanding officer of our group, announced that a flight would take off after breakfast for a look at the war across the German lines. He himself was to lead the flight. The patrol was to be over enemy territory in the Champagne sector. Who is to go? That was the thought in every pilot's mind, as we all stood by in more or less unconcealed eagerness. None of us had as yet caught a glimpse of our future arenas. We all had vague ideas of the several kinds of surprises in store for us over Hun lines, and every one of us was keen to get into it. Major Lufbery looked us over without saying much. Luff was very quiet in manner and very droll when he wanted to be. He had seen almost 4 years of service with the French Air Service and in the Lafayette Escadrille, and had shot down 17 Hun aeroplanes before the American Air Service began active work at the front. Every one of us idolized Lufbery. "Rick," said the major casually, "you and Campbell be ready to leave at 8:15. I tried to appear nonchalant as I replied, "Yes, sir." Douglas Campbell put up a much better face than I did. The other boys crowded around and presented us with good advice, such as, "Look out for Archie, mind," and one thoughtful fellow kindly cautioned me to crash in our lines if the Huns got me, so that he could personally put a cross over my grave. That memorable morning was the 6th day of March, 1918. I had joined the Hat in the Ring squadron just 2 days before at Villeneuve. We were then some 20 miles behind the lines and were well installed on an old aerodrome that had been used previously by several French aero squadrons. This expedition was to be the first essay over the lines by a Made in America squadron. Sharp upon 8 o'clock, I walked into the 94th Squadron hangar and called my mechanics. We were flying the French single-seater Nieuport with a rotary motor, and every machine was kept in the pink of condition at all times. Nevertheless, I wanted to make doubly sure that everything was right on this occasion, for Major Lufbery had a reputation for punctuality. "Henry," I demanded, "how is my number 1? "Best machine in the shop, sir," the mechanic replied. "She's been all tuned up since you came in last night, and there's not a scratch on her." "There will be when you see her again," I muttered. "Run her out on the field and warm her up." I left the hangar and looked down the road for the major. Campbell was already in his flying clothes. I wanted to be ready on the exact minute, but not too soon. So I lit a cigarette and kept an eye on the major's door. All the boys came sauntering up, trying to look as though they were not half mad with envy over my chance to get my head blown off first. They wished me well, they said, but they would like to know what to do with my personal effects. When Major Lufbery entered the hangar, he found us ready for him. It takes about 10 seconds to step into your teddy bear suit, slip a flying helmet over your head, and snap on the glasses. Campbell and I climbed into our Nieuport. The major gave a few instructions to Lieutenant Campbell and then came over to me. I felt like a man in the chair when the dentist approaches. Of course, I listened politely to his parting words, but the only thing that appealed to me in his discourse was the order to stick close to him and keep formation. He did not have to repeat that order. Never before did I realize how seductively cold death beckons a pilot towards his first trip over enemy lines. Lufbery ran up his motor for a moment, then took off. Campbell followed upon his heels, and then I opened up my throttle. I cast a last, longing glance at the familiar flying field as I felt my tail go up. The wheels began to skim the ground, and with the wind in my teeth, I pulled her up and headed after Campbell. What a devil of a hurry they were in! I knew I should never catch up with them. The beautiful ruins of Reims soon spread beneath my right wing. My machine was certainly not as fast as either Lufbery's or Campbell's. I continued to hang back far behind my formation. The lines of the enemy were approaching, and Lufbery, my only salvation, as it appeared to me, was at least a mile ahead of me. I shall believe to my dying day that Major Lufbery knew my thoughts at that moment, for just as I felt that he had forgotten all about me, he suddenly made a virage and took up a position a few hundred feet from me, as much as to say, "Don't worry, my boy, I have an eye on you." Again and again this occurred. It was with great difficulty that I tried to perform the same maneuvers that Major Lufbery executed with such great ease. I grew somewhat interested with my attempts to imitate his example in preserving our little flight formation, and this occupation of keeping within shouting distance of my companions made me forget entirely that old Mother Earth was some 15,000 feet underneath me, and the trenches about the same distance ahead. The bitter, numbing cold which always prevails at these high altitudes was, of course, by this time an old and familiar experience to me. We had been sailing along at this dizzy height for some 30 minutes between Reims and the Argonne woods, when it occurred to me to look below at the landscape. And such a spectacle spread itself out before my eyes when I at last did look over the side of my little office. The trenches in this sector were quite old and had remained in practically the same position for 3 years of warfare. To my inexperienced view there appeared to be nothing below me but old battered trenches, trench works, and billions of shell holes, which had dug up the whole surface of the earth for 4 or 5 miles on either side of me. Not a tree, not a fence, no sign of any familiar occupation of mankind, nothing but a chaos of ruin and desolation. The awfulness of the thing was truly appalling. Perhaps this feeling got the best of me for a moment. I don't know of what Campbell was thinking, and I suppose Major Lufbery was far too accustomed to the situation to give a thought to it. But just when I had gained enough equilibrium of mind to keep my place in formation, and at the same time take an interest in the battlefields below me, I began to feel a terrible realization that seasickness had overcome me. A stiff wind was blowing all this time, and no ship upon the high sea ever rolled and pitched more than my baby Nieuport did, this 15,000 feet above no man's land, while I was attempting to follow Major Lufbery's evolutions and maneuvers. I didn't want to confess, even to myself, that I could get sick in the air. This was what would be expected from a brand new aviator on his first trip over the lines. It would be wonderfully amusing to Lufbery and the rest of the boys in the squadron when I got back to the field, if I ever did, to advise me to take along a bottle of medicine next time I tried to fly. I grew cold with the thought of it. Then I set my teeth and prayed that I might fight it off. I determined to look straight ahead and fly straight ahead, and to concentrate my whole mind on the task of sticking it out, no matter how I felt. I had hardly got control of myself when I was horribly startled by an explosion which seemed only a few feet in my rear. I didn't even have time to look around, for at the same instant the concussion caught my plane and I began to roll and toss much worse than I had ever realized was possible. The very terror of my situation drove away all thoughts of sickness. In the midst of it, several more shocks tipped my machine, and repeated sounds of nearby explosions smote my ears. No matter what happened, I must look around to see what awful fate was overtaking me. All that I could see were 4 or 5 black puffs of smoke, some distance behind and below my tail. I knew what they were right enough. They were Archie. They were 18-pound shells of shrapnel which were being fired at me by the Germans, and the battery which was firing them was only too well known to me. We had all been told about the most accurate battery that Allied aviators had met in this sector. It was situated just outside the town of Sweep, and there was Sweep down there just under my left wing. A mile north of Sweep was the exact location of this famous shooting battery. I looked down and picked it out quite clearly, and I knew they could see me and were seeing me much more plainly than I was seeing them, and probably they had quite a few more of those shells on hand which they were contemplating popping up at me. I shall never forget how scared I was and how enraged I felt at the old pilots at home who pretended to like the Archies. The latter were bursting all around me again and were terribly close, and I felt a vengeful desire to get home just once more in order to take it out on those blasé pilots who had been telling us newcomers that anti-aircraft guns were a joke and never did any damage. They used to count up the cost of each shell at $5 or $10 apiece, and then figured that they had cost the German government about $1 million for their morning's amusement in flying over the Archie batteries with never a hit. And I had been fool enough to believe them. Any one of those shells might happen to hit me just as well as happen to burst 100 yards away. It was due entirely to my own good luck, and not at all to those scoffers' silly advice, that one of them hadn't hit me already. I was more indignant with the boys who had been stuffing me with their criminal wit than I was with the Boche gunners who were firing at me. Never before did I, and never again will I, quite so much appreciate the comfort of having a friend near at hand. I suddenly noticed that Major Lufbery was alongside me. Almost subconsciously, I followed his maneuvers, and gradually I began to realize that each maneuver he made was a direct word of encouragement to me. His machine seemed to speak to me, to soothe my feelings, to prove to me that there was no danger so long as I followed its wise leadership. Little by little my alarm passed away. I began to watch the course of the black puffs behind me. I grew accustomed to the momentary disturbance of the air after each explosion, and almost mechanically I met the lift of the machine with the gentle pressure of my joystick, which righted my Nieuport and smoothed its course. and a rush of happiness came over me with the assurance that I was neither going to be sick, nor was I any longer in any terror of the bursting shells. By Jove, I had passed through the ordeal! A feeling of elation possessed me as I realized that my long-dreamed and long-dreaded novitiate was over. At last I knew clear down deep in my own heart that I was all right. I could fly. I could go over enemy lines like the other boys who had seemed so wonderful to me. I forgot entirely my recent fear and terror. Only a deep feeling of satisfaction and gratitude remained that warmed me and delighted me, for not until that moment had I dared to hope that I possessed all the requisite characteristics for a successful war pilot. Though I had feared no enemy, yet I feared that I myself might be lacking. This feeling of self-confidence that this first hour over the Sweep battery brought to me is perhaps the most precious memory of my life. For with the sudden banishment of that first mortal fear that had so possessed me came a belief in my own powers that knew no bounds. I loved flying. I had been familiar with motors all my life. Sports of every sort had always appealed to me. The excitement of automobile racing did not compare with what I knew must come with aeroplane fighting in France. The pleasure of shooting down another man was no more attractive to me than the chance of being shot down myself. The whole business of war was ugly to me, but the thought of pitting my experience and confidence against that of German aviators and beating them at their own boasted prowess in the air combats had fascinated me. I did not forget my inexperience in shooting, but I knew that could be learned easily enough. What I hungered to ascertain was my ability to withstand the cruelties and horrors of war. If that could be conquered, I knew I could hold my own with any man who ever piloted an airplane. This confidence in myself must have aided me considerably in my learning to fly. After 12 flights in a machine in France, I went aloft for a flight alone. After that first solo flight, I tried several different types of machines with never any feelings of insecurity. I was floating along through the enemy's skies in ecstatic contemplation of these thoughts when I suddenly discovered that Major Lufbery was leading us homewards. I glanced at the clock on my dashboard. It was nearly 10 o'clock. We had been out almost 2 hours, and our fuel supply must be running low. These fast-flying fighting machines cannot carry a large supply of gasoline and oil, as every pound of weight counts against the speed and climbing powers of the aeroplane. Gradually we descended as we approached the vicinity of our aerodrome. This lovely section of France, as yet undevastated by war, spread below the wings of our little Nieuport in peaceful contrast to the ugliness that lay behind us. Some snow still filled the hollows as far as the eye could reach, for a severe storm had raged over this section of the country but a few days before. We circled once about the field, and, shutting off motor, slid gently down into the mud, which quickly brought the machines to a full pause. Quickening the speed of the propellers, we taxied one by one towards the door of the hangar before which every pilot and mechanic stood awaiting us with open-armed expectancy. They were eager to hear the details of our first flight into enemy territory and to see how two beginners, like themselves, had stood the experience. Both Campbell and I wore satisfactory countenances of bored indifference. We had had a little flip around over the Hun batteries, and it had been most droll seeing the gunners wasting their ammunition. We must have cost the Kaisers a year's income by our little jaunt into his lines. As for enemy aeroplanes, none of them dared to venture up against us. Not a plane was in our vicinity. Just here, Major Lufbery broke into the conversation and asked us particularly what we had seen. I didn't like the sound of his customary little chuckle on this occasion, but we both repeated as easily as we could that we hadn't seen any other aeroplanes in the sky. "Just what I expected. They are all the same," was the Major's only comment. We indignantly asked him what he meant by addressing two expert war pilots in such tones. "Well," said Lufbery, "one formation of 5 Spads crossed under us before we passed the lines, and another flight of 5 Spads went by about 15 minutes later, and you didn't see them, although neither one of them was more than 500 yards away. It was just as well they were not Boche. Then there were 4 German Albatross 2 miles ahead of us when we turned back, and there was another enemy two-seater nearer us than that, at about 5,000 feet above the lines. You ought to look about a bit when you get into enemy lines." Campbell and I stood aghast, looking at each other. Then I saw he was thinking the same thoughts as I. The Major was ragging us from a sense of duty, to take some of the conceit out of us. But it was only after weeks of experience over the front that we realized how true his statements probably were. No matter how good a flyer the scout may be, and no matter how perfect his eyesight is, he must learn to see before he can distinguish objects either on the ground or in the air. What is called vision of the air can come only from experience, and no pilot ever has it upon his first arrival at the front. Then, sauntering over to my machine, the Major bucked me up very considerably by blandly inquiring, "How much of that shrapnel did you get, Rick?" I couldn't help laughing at his effort to put me in a heroic picture frame for the benefit of the boys who were listening. Imagine my horror when he began interestedly poking his finger into one shrapnel hole in the tail. Another fragment had gone through the outer edge of the wing, and a third had passed directly through both wings, not a foot from my body. The boys told me afterwards that I stayed pale for a good 30 minutes, and I believed them, for a week passed before the major suggested to me that I again accompany him into the German lines. Chapter 2. The Aerodrome. I often wondered whether the mothers and friends of our pilots formed a true conception, back home, of the surroundings and daily doings of their loved ones in France. Even the term aerodrome, where it is known aeroplanes are landed and kept and cared for, and where pilots live and start from in their trips over the lines, and where they are anxiously awaited at the end of their patrol by their comrades. Even aerodrome must convey a more or less uncertain picture to those who have never actually seen one. Picture in your minds a smooth field, covered with sod, and occupying a situation near a town or good highway. It is on a comparatively level ground, and it is square in shape, and each of the four sides is about half a mile in length. Such a field accommodates very nicely 4 squadrons of fighting machines, which means 80 or 90 aeroplanes and as many pilots. The road skirts one side of the square. Close to the road in each corner of the square are placed 2 large sheds or hangars to house the airplanes. There they will spend the night, and each machine is carefully inspected by the mechanics who belong to it. Each pilot has 3 mechanics who are responsible for his airplane, and it is seldom that any defect can escape their jealous attention. Around the edges of the field, then, these 8 or 10 large hangars stand facing inwards, with wide open doors through which the airplane can pass onto the ground. A short distance away, the mess and sleeping quarters for the officers of each squadron are situated. As there are but 20 pilots to each squadron, the officers of 2 squadrons frequently mess together. The enlisted men, including the mechanics, truck drivers, workmen, and servants, occupy quarters of their own at a little distance behind the hangars. As each squadron requires almost 200 enlisted men to take proper care of its many details, it is seen that the entire personnel of the average aerodrome group numbers quite 1,000 men, when the headquarters, searchlight company, telephone squad, lighting plant, Red Cross, and YMCA personnel are added to it. The anti-aircraft gunners who have charge of the defense of the aerodrome against enemy raids are not attached to the air service and are not properly part of the aerodrome membership. Such, then, is the rough arrangement of the pilot's aerodrome. From the sky, an aerodrome can be seen many miles away by an experienced observer, and although every effort is made to camouflage hangars, huts, and aeroplanes, no flying fields can long be in use by either side before they are discovered by the enemy. We were but 3 weeks in the Villeneuve aerodrome, and during that time the weather was so severe that comparatively little flying was undertaken by the first of our American pilots who formed this unit. March 1918 had snowstorms, heavy rains, and high winds. Our aeroplanes were not of the best, and they had not yet been fully equipped. An amusing episode occurred in this connection, which seems funnier now than it did at the time. The French authorities very kindly made arrangements to help train the new pilots of our squadron in combat fighting over the lines. Accordingly, every day or two an experienced French airman would drop down upon our field and take away with him 2 of our inexperienced freshmen for a trip into Germany, just as Major Lufbery had taken Campbell and myself. Naturally, all of our pilots were anxious to go. After 2 weeks patrolling over enemy territory in this manner, you can imagine the consternation of these French flight leaders when they discovered that the American machines which had accompanied them carried no airplane guns. Our machine guns had not yet arrived. Fortunately, the Boche didn't know it, and no encounters had taken place. But the idea of this dummy fleet carrying on such a gigantic bluff over enemy lines was as comic to us as was the story of the wooden ships of the British Navy which had deterred the German fleet from leaving harbor. The Frenchmen, however, couldn't understand this sense of humor. It was at this period that we lost one of my dearest friends and a commander who was respected and loved by all the pilots. Captain James Miller had left family and home and a prosperous business in New York to serve his country over the battlefields of France. He was a light-hearted, lovable companion, but I had long ago discovered the stern, determined qualities of his character. He had often told me his greatest desire was to go into the skies and win a combat against an enemy aviator. The long delays in Paris irritated him, and his work in organizing the aviation school at Issoudun for the training of American pilots did not satisfy him. He burned for an opportunity to get over the lines in a fighting plane. I found Captain Miller at the Villeneuve Aerodrome when I arrived there on March 4th, 1918. He had command of the fighting squadron adjoining mine, the 95th, but he had no machines and no equipment, and apparently he was as remote from air combats there as he had been in Paris. Still dominated with the one idea of getting into a fight with the enemy, it was especially difficult for him to be patient. One day, towards the middle of March, we received a visit from Major Johnson and Major Harmon, who were then temporarily attached to one of the French Spad squadrons in the vicinity. I shall never forget the boyish delight with which Captain Miller came to me after their departure, and confided to me what he considered the most cherished secret in his life. Major Davenport Johnson had promised him that he might call at his aerodrome the following day and take a flight over the lines in one of their machines. He was ecstatically happy over the prospect. I never saw him again. The following evening, we were notified through military channels that Captain James Miller was missing. Not until several days later did I learn the details of his disappearance. Then I learned that Major Johnson himself had accompanied Miller on his first flight, and that they had passed over Reims and proceeded towards the Argonne forest, the very same patrol on which Lufbery had taken me but a few days before. Two squadrons of enemy machines were discovered some distance within the enemy lines, and Miller, not observing them, flew in and was attacked. The enemy airplanes were two-seaters, carrying machine guns in front and behind. Major Johnson did not warn Miller, but returned to his field and landed, stating that his guns had jammed. Captain Miller was never seen again. A month later, a German official report reached us that Captain James Miller of the American Air Service had been wounded in combat and had fallen within German territory, where he died a few hours later. Poor Jim! He was the first and most sorrowful loss that had come to our new group. Then it was I learned that I must not permit myself to cherish friendships with my pilot comrades so intimately that their going would upset the work I had to do. For every aviator's day's work included the same risks that had cost Jim Miller his life. If one permitted constant anxiety for friends to weigh down one's spirits, one could not long continue work at the front. These days of March 1918 were trying ones for our allies in the British and French armies. It was known that the enemy was preparing for a conclusive and tremendous push within a few days, with which to gain the Channel ports against the British, before the troops from the United States could be in position to aid them. The Germans knew better than our own countrymen at home knew just how difficult would be our preparations for a really important force of aeroplanes. They had seen the spring months pass, and instead of viewing with alarm the huge fleet of 20,000 aeroplanes sweeping the skies clear of German Fokkers, they had complacently witnessed the Fokkers occupying the air back of our lines whenever they desired it, with never an American plane to oppose them. On March 21st, 1918, the great German attack was launched against the British in the north. We had heard serious rumors about the numbers of prisoners captured by the Huns and the rapid advances they were making in each push. Our aerodrome at Villeneuve was at the time but 18 miles from the lines. In clear weather we could distinctly see our line of observation balloons, which stretched along the front between us and the lines. The booming of guns sounded continuously in our ears. On March 30th, we were ordered to move our squadrons to another aerodrome farther away from the front. We went to Épiée that day, where we found ourselves about 30 miles from the lines and still with no machines with which we might hope to stem the alarming advance of the enemy. Here at Épiée, the 94th Squadron was joined by Captain James Norman Hall, the author of Kitchener's Mob and High Adventure. Also Captain David McKay Peterson of Honesdale, Pennsylvania. Both of them were experienced pilots who had become celebrated for their air work in the Escadrille Lafayette, and who did much to enhearten us and instruct us during this forlorn period. We had all heard of these boys and idolized them before we had seen them. I cannot adequately describe the inspiration we all received from the coming of these two veteran air fighters to our camp. A day or two after we had settled down in our new aerodrome, we heard the buzzing of an approaching machine. All hands rushed out to see what it meant. A Nieuport bearing American colors assured us it was a friend and probably another member of our squadron, since he was preparing to land on our field. He shut off his motor and glided down until his wheels skimmed the ground. The next instant her nose struck the mud, and in a twinkling the machine had somersaulted over on her back and slid along towards us tail foremost. We walked out to the wreck to secure the remains of the raw pilot, who hadn't learned yet how to land a machine, and some of us made rather caustic comments about the authorities sending us such unsophisticated aviators. Imagine our stupefaction when we discovered the grinning face of Captain Hall himself looking at us upside down. Fortunately, he wasn't hurt in the slightest, and I think he would be glad if he could know how much good it did all of us young pilots to discover that even the best airman can sometimes come a cropper. Captain Hall climbed out of his wreckage, and coming over to me, told me that there was another machine still at our old aerodrome which must be flown over. I was directed to get a motor car and drive back to Villeneuve, and, after making certain that everything was in order with the Nieuport, fly home with it on the morrow. I accordingly got myself ready and set out. It was late at night when we started. Shortly before midnight, we entered a small village just south of Chalons, on the Marne River. Suddenly, we noticed people running excitedly about the streets, and as they came under the glare of my headlights, I saw they were absolutely stricken with terror. I stopped the car, as an old man came running up to me, and asked him what was the trouble. "The Boches are overhead," was his reply, pointing upwards into the night. "Please, monsieur, put out the lights of your car." I snapped out the headlights, and stood there for a moment, watching those poor people scurrying about for shelter. Old women, whose backs were bent with age and toil, were running helter-skelter through the streets for the open country, small children clinging to their skirts. They did not know where they were going, and many of them ran into each other as they crossed to and fro. Their one idea was to get away from their beds, where they imagined the bombs from the Hun airplanes would be certain to find them. In truth, that would have been the safest place for them to remain. We proceeded through the village, and a moment later came to a rise in the ground from which we could see the anti-aircraft shells bursting above the city of Chalons, a few miles ahead of us. Many sweeping searchlights were searching the heavens with yellow fingers, itching to grasp the path where our enemy planes were pursuing their way. For almost an hour we stood on this hill and regarded the spectacle with the same critical interest we had often experienced in watching an opera. Then suddenly the lights were extinguished, and the booming of exploding shells ceased. We regretfully climbed back into our car and continued on our way. The show was over. It took us an hour to wake up the landlady in the best hotel in Chalons that night. When we finally found the night bell and kept a resolute finger upon the button until the storage battery threatened to become exhausted, the good woman appeared in negligee and asked us if we wanted to come in. She apologized most heartily when she discovered we were not Germans, but Americans. Her beloved Americans, she called us, and we were soon tucked away in our best beds, covered with mountainous eiderdowns which reached halfway to the low ceiling. The next morning we proceeded on to the old aerodrome, where I found the last of our Nieuport and had it run out and tested. After half an hour's inspection, I found everything right and climbed aboard the little bus and waved my two mechanics goodbye. In 30 minutes I was over the APA field, having covered the same road which had consumed 4.5 hours by motor car the night before. Up to this time, April 3rd, 1918, only my squadron, the 94th, commanded by Major John Huffner, one of the old Lafayette Flyers, and Captain James Miller's squadron, the 95th, were at the front. Both squadrons had been together at Villeneuve and together had moved to APA. None of the pilots of either squadron had been able to do any fighting at the front, owing to the lack of airplane guns. In fact, the pilots of Squadron 95 had not yet been instructed in the use of airplane guns, although this squadron had been sent to the front a short time before 94 Squadron had arrived there. We of 94 Squadron, however, had been diverted to the aerial gunnery school at Cazaux for a month early in the year and were now ready to try our luck in actual combat fighting over the lines. But we had no guns on our machines. Then suddenly the guns arrived. All sorts of wonderful new equipment began pouring in. Instruments for the airplanes, suits of warm clothing for the pilots, extra spares for the machines. And at the same moment, the foolish virgins of Squadron 95, who hadn't yet learned how to shoot in the air, were sent back to the Cazaux school, while old 94, destined to become the greatest American squadron in France in the number of its victories over the enemy, was ordered to vacate the APA airdrome and move on eastward and north to Toul. On April 10th, 1918, we took our departure, flying on Nieuport over to an old aerodrome east of Toul, which had been vacated by the French for our use. Supplies, beds, mess furniture, oil and gasoline, and all the multitudinous paraphernalia of an aviation camp followed us in lorries and trucks. For a day or two we had our hands full with settling ourselves in our new quarters and acquainting ourselves with our sector of the map. We were 2 miles east of Toul, one of the most important railroad connections on our side of the front, and a town that the enemy tried almost daily to demolish with aeroplane bombs. We were barely 18 miles from the lines, and in a country covered with rolling hills and extensive forests. Nancy lay 15 miles to the east of us, Lunéville 12 miles farther east, and the highway from Toul to Nancy to Lunéville lay parallel to the enemy lines and within easy shelling distance of the Hun guns. But along this highway one would not have realized that a war was on. East of this point, no efforts had been made at an offensive by either side. Business went on as usual in Lunéville. Children played in the streets, and traffic pursued its leisurely way. An occasional German sentry faced a French sentry along the lines from Lunéville to Switzerland, at intervals of 100 yards or so, but it was said that these sentries messed together and slept together for the sake of companionship. This unnatural situation was considerably altered later when the Americans came in. The country of the Vosges Mountains was thought to be too rough to permit invasion by either side. North and west of our Toul aerodrome lay Verdun. Verdun, the sine qua non of German success. Under the Verdun citadel, built in 1863, lay an underground army of 70,000 men. No use to attempt to go around Verdun and leave 70,000 attackers in their rear. Verdun must ever be threatened, even while desperate attacks were being launched against Amiens, Ypres, and the Marne. Consequently, considerable aeroplane activity was indulged in by the pilots of the Huns in this sector, and here the first American fighting squadron was sent to demonstrate to the world the air ability of American flyers in combat fighting, and 94 got that chance. The squadron at that time was commanded, as I have said, by Major John Huffer. He was one of America's best pilots and finest fellows, but curiously enough, he had been born in France and had never been in America, nor in any English-speaking country, though he has traveled extensively abroad and speaks English like a Harvard man. Major Huffer had served in the ambulance division since the early days of the war, later joining the Foreign Legion with William Thaw, Victor Chapman, and other American boys. When the American escadrille was formed, he entered aviation and thus was a veteran war pilot long before America came into the war. When he discovered that our beloved squadron was to receive the distinction of being the first actually to begin fighting for America, the question of a significant and proper squadron insignia became of prime importance to us. We were busy those first days in Toul, painting our machines with American red, white, and blue, and with our individual markings and with the last finishing touches which would prepare them for their first expedition over the lines. Then came the ideas for our insignia. Major Huffer suggested Uncle Sam's stovepipe hat, with the stars and stripes for a hatband. And our post surgeon, Lieutenant Walters of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, raised a cheer by his inspiration of the hat in the ring. It was immediately adopted, and the next day designs and drawings were made by Lieutenant John Wentworth of Chicago, which soon culminated in the adoption of the bold challenge painted on the sides of our fighting machines, which several scores of enemy airmen have since been unfortunate enough to dispute. Toul then saw the launching of America's first fighting squadron, and it was from this aerodrome that I won my first 5 victories in the following 30 days. Chapter 3. Our First Sorties. On the evening of April 13th, 1918, we were indeed a happy lot of pilots, for we were reading on our new operations board the first war flight order ever given by an all-American squadron commander to all-American pilots. It stated in simple terms that Captain Peterson, Lieutenant Reed Chambers, and Lieutenant E.V. Rickenbacker would start on a patrol of the lines tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. Our altitude was to be at 16,000 feet. Our patrol was to extend from Pont-à-Mousson to Saint-Mihiel, and we were to return at 8 o'clock, a 2 hours patrol. Captain Peterson was designated as leader of the flight. Picture the map of these French towns as every pilot in our Squadron 94 had it indelibly impressed into his memory. While flying in the vicinity of enemy territory, it is quite essential that one should know every landmark on the horizon. Every river, every railroad, highway, and village must be as familiar to the airman as are the positions of first, second, and third bases to the home runner. Toul is 18 miles directly south of Pont-à-Mousson. Saint-Mihiel is directly west of Pont-à-Mousson, about the same distance. The battle lines ran straight between Pont-à-Mousson and Saint-Mihiel. Then they turned north to run another 18 miles to the edge of Verdun. Straight north of Pont-à-Mousson, some 20 miles, Metz is situated. And around Metz, several squadrons of Hun bombing aeroplanes and fighting machines had their lairs on a hilltop, from which they surveyed the lines which we were to patrol this 13th day of April. In short, the sector from Pont-à-Mousson to Saint-Mihiel was fairly alive with air activity when weather conditions permitted the use of airplanes at all. This was the beat on which Captain Peterson, Chambers, and I would find ourselves tomorrow at 6. Lieutenant Douglas Campbell and Lieutenant Allen Winslow were directed in the same order to stand by on alert at the hangar from 6 o'clock until 10 the same morning. This alert was provided for any sudden emergency, such as an enemy bombing raid in our direction, or a sudden call for help against an enemy airplane within our lines. Immediately after dinner that night, Reed Chambers and I retired with Captain Peterson to his room, where we talked over the coming event. The captain gave us some curt directions about the precautions we should take in case of an attack, instructed me particularly that I was to lead the flight if anything happened to him or his motor, and under these circumstances I was to continue our patrol until the time was up. Then he summoned an orderly and gave orders to call all 5 of us at 5 a.m. Advising Reed and me to sleep tight and try not to dream about Fokker airplanes, off he went to bed. We knew very well what we would dream about. Try as I might, I could not get to sleep that night for hours. I thought over everything I had ever read or heard about airplane fighting. I imagined the enemies coming at me from every direction. I pictured to myself the various ways I would circumvent them and finally bring them tumbling down to their final crash. At last I dropped off to sleep and continued dreaming the same maneuvers. Just as I was shooting down the last of a good-sized number, the orderly punched my elbow and woke me up. It was 5 o'clock. A wonderful morning greeted us, and the 5 of us had a merry breakfast. We advised Campbell and Winslow to keep a sharp lookout above the aerodrome that morning, for we intended to stir up the Boche, and undoubtedly there would be droves of them coming over our field for revenge. But upon reaching the field after breakfast, we found that the atmosphere was bad, and the mist so heavy that the ground was completely hidden a short distance away. Captain Peterson sent Chambers and myself up to reconnoiter at 1,500 feet. Away we went. After circling the field 2 or 3 times, we noticed Captain Peterson take off and climb up to join us. We continued climbing, and just about the time we had attained the frigid altitude, 16,000 feet, I noticed the captain's machine gliding back to the field. Ah, thought I, motor trouble, and he told me last night to carry on in case he dropped out. It is my show now. Come ahead, Chambers. Unsophisticated as I was, I did not know the danger into which I was leading my companion, and as Chambers knew less about the country than I did, he readily followed my lead, and away we flew. We picked up the valley of the Moselle River, and we proceeded blandly upon our way, and would probably have kept on to the Rhine, but for a sudden bark under the tail of Chambers' machine, which announced that we were discovered over German guns. I had been shot up by Archie before, and now gloried in the utter contempt I felt for him. But this was Reed's first experience with German anti-aircraft artillery, and, as he admitted later, he thought it was all over with him. He sheered in so close to me that we nearly collided. Gradually we maneuvered out of the zone of fire, and eventually became so disdainful of the shell bursts that we proceeded grandly on our way without paying any attention to them. I located Pont-à-Mousson, and from there set our course for Saint-Mihiel. 4 times we made the round trip between these 2 towns amid intermittent Archie fire, but without seeing any airplanes in the sky. Then I decided we must turn towards home if we were to close our first patrol at the designated time. To my horror, I discovered the whole landscape to the south of us was covered with a dense covering of fog. The whole area was covered, and under the blanket, somewhere in France, was the field upon which we were supposed to land. Land we must in a short half-hour, for our fuel would be consumed, and we would drop that instant. I began to realize then why Captain Peterson had gone back to the field, and I felt cold chills run down my spine as I contemplated the various kinds of mishaps that were in store for Reed and me. There was nothing for it but a dive through the thick fog clouds. I stuck down my nose, entered them, and lost Chambers immediately, and only hoped that he had not come in directly behind me. I flew by compass, all the while watching the needle drop down the altimeter. Cautiously I flattened out at 1,000 feet, for there are high hills in this sector, and some tall trees might show up ahead of me at any instant. Again I put down her nose and crept nearer the earth. At last I saw something below me and immediately zoomed up into the mist again. The nervousness of that foggy ride homewards I shall never forget. By the sheerest good luck, I caught a brief glimpse of a Y and a railroad tunnel that somehow seemed familiar to me. I circled back and got another view of it. Imagine my joy when I discovered it was a landmark near Commercy, that I had flown over just once before when coming from Épier to Toul. I put about, and flying only 100 feet above ground, continued straight into Toul, from which location I easily found the flying field and landed quite perfectly. Captain Peterson came up to me and informed me that I was a bloody fool for flying off in a fog, which I knew was a fact and cheerfully admitted. Then I asked about Reed Chambers and felt a return of all my previous fear when I learned they had heard nothing from him. With a heavy heart, I got out of my flying clothes and walked over to headquarters to make my report. I was positive the telephone would ring within a few minutes to inform us that Chambers had crashed and killed himself in the fog. I had barely begun my writing when the telephone did ring. I stood quivering in my shoes while the operations officer answered the call. Then he shouted, "Quick! 2 Boche airplanes are reported over Foug. Send in an alert! But at the same instant, we heard two of our machines taking off the field. It was Campbell and Winslow, who had been standing by all the morning for a chance nobody had expected them to get. I started to run towards the hangars, but before I reached the field, a private rushed into me saying, "A German airplane has just fallen in flames on our field." It was true. I could see the flames from where I stood. Before I could reach the spot, however, another yell aroused my attention, and I turned and saw a second Boche machine fall nose down into a field not 500 yards away. The first had been destroyed by Alan Winslow, who had shot it down in flames within 3 minutes after leaving the field. The second was forced down by Douglas Campbell, and it crashed in the mist before the pilot could discover his proximity to the ground. These were the first two enemy airplanes brought down by any American squadron, and both were miraculously crashed on the very doorstep of our aerodrome on the first day we had begun operations. Neither of the German pilots was seriously injured. Upon our questioning them as to how they happened to be about in such weather, they informed us that they had been summoned to go up to attack two patrolling machines that were being archied between Pont-à-Mousson and Saint-Mihiel. They had followed Chambers and me until they lost us in the fog. Then they tried to find their own way home to their aerodrome near Metz. They discovered our field and came down low, thinking it might be their own, when Winslow and Campbell flew up and attacked them at about 500 feet above the ground. This was indeed a wonderful opening exhibition for our squadron, and had the stage been set and the scene arranged for it, it could not have worked more perfectly. Then it was added to our joy to receive the congratulations and praise of the French inhabitants of Toul, who had endured so many bombing raids from these Boche machines without seeing any Allied planes on the defense of their beloved little city. When they learned that two enemy machines had been shot down on the very first day of the arrival of the Americans, their delight knew no bounds. They wrung our hands, kissed us, toasted us in their best Moselle wine, and yelled, "Vive la France! Vive les Américains!" until they were hoarse. We each took a souvenir from the German machines, which were to be the first of our long series of descendus, and the remains of the captured prizes we rolled into Toul, where they remained upon exhibition in the city square until the last vestiges of them disappeared. To complete our joy, we learned that Reed Chambers had landed a short distance away from our drome, and that night he came in to join us. For the next few days the squadron lived upon its reputation and received the congratulations of our superior officers and the staff with much mock nonchalance. Lieutenants Campbell and Winslow were overwhelmed with telephone calls and cablegrams. From all parts of the United States, congratulations came to them, and quite a number of messages were sent to the two victors from England and France. It was particularly fortunate for the squadron that such an extraordinary success should have marked the very first day of our operations, and still more lucky that the enemy machines had crashed in sight of us all. The episode put great confidence into all of us, and we felt that we were a match for the whole German Air Force. The date of this first American victory was April 14th, 1918. For several days following, bad weather kept us idle on the ground, but on April 18th an alert was sounded informing us that an enemy plane was seen over Pont-à-Mousson. Reed Chambers and I applied for the job of landing this fellow, and after obtaining permission, we jumped into our machines, which were warmed up and ready, and off we started. I was determined to bring down the next victim for our squadron, and had it all planned out in my mind just how it was to be done. It was a thick day, and the clouds hung about 3,000 feet above ground. We plunged boldly into them and flew straight on. Finally, we got above the clouds and began circling about in wide sweeps, looking everywhere for the bold German. After 30 minutes or more of desperate searching, I decided to drop back below the clouds and see where we really were. Certainly there were no Boche in this sector after all. In 10 minutes I was below the clouds and skimming along the landscape with an eye out for landmarks. Suddenly I discovered a large city ahead which looked strangely like Nancy, except that it was in exactly the wrong direction. I drew nearer and couldn't believe my eyes when a closer scrutiny proved it was true. I had been trusting to my boasted sense of direction all during this flight and had not even consulted my compass. Consequently, I had turned completely around and had led Chambers in exactly the opposite direction from the spot where the Boche was waiting for us. We had not been within 10 miles of the lines the whole morning. In great disgust, I led the way homewards. Landing my machine, I went over to the office and put in a very brief report to the effect that there were no enemy machines to be seen in our patrol. Quite true as far as I went, but I could not bring myself to state just why there were no Boche that morning. But I learned a very valuable lesson that day, and have never had cause to regret the short discomfiture it gave me. That same day, a hospital unit moved into Toul and settled within a mile of our aerodrome. The nurses were all American girls, and several of us had the good fortune to meet a party of them as we were taking a walk into Toul. After seeing only the coarsest and oldest sorts of French peasant women for so many months, we thought we had never seen anything so beautiful as these first American girls at Toul. We gave them a grand greeting, and as a recompense, all of us were invited to come over for a dance at their mess. In fact, all the boys in our squadrons were invited to come, and we were instructed to give them the message. Having discovered this gold mine ourselves, however, we all mutually and instantly decided we should do nothing of the kind. We walked on into town, each man thinking of the girl he would ask for a dance, and what a scoop we would have on the other fellows who would stay at home playing cards at camp. However, when the time came, we couldn't keep it to ourselves. We took the whole crowd and introduced them to the girls, and were immediately sorry we had done so. But on the whole, the presence of these girls from back home so near to our field was the second best thing that had happened to us since the war. General Liger, Commandant of the 1st Army Corps, and Colonel William Mitchell, commanding the air service, came over to see our group the next day. I was sent up to do some stunting for their entertainment, and upon landing to receive their compliments, found that I had broken a part of my motor. This little catastrophe put me out of the trench strafing party which our squadron carried out at 4 o'clock that afternoon on the enemy lines just north of Chypre. It was a wonderful success, and all the boys came home overjoyed with the scurrying troops on the ground that had been thrown into great confusion by the attack of the aeroplanes. This ground strafing is probably the most exciting sport in aviation, and one that is attended with comparatively little danger to the pilot. The aeroplanes swoop down so swiftly and are so terrifying in the roar of their engines and the streams of bullets issuing forth from 2 rapid-fire guns that an ordinary soldier always looks for a hole rather than for any weapon of defense. The machine passes overhead so quickly that I imagine no gun can begin to be aimed until we are gone. Only when a steady barrage fire is going up and a pilot happens to pass through its very path does he get injured while upon this work. I have frequently dived down upon a highway filled with marching Germans and put them to flight with one swoop. If they ever fired at me, I never knew it, and never have seen any evidence of a hit through my wings. All these little details seemed very important to me at the time, for it must be remembered that every pilot in our group was fearfully inexperienced and overawed by the mysteries in store for him in the future. War to us was very much of a plunge into an unknown planet. We knew something of the wiles of the enemy, and were familiar enough with the dangers that every pilot was so fond of describing. But there remained always that unknown fear of a new menace. Ever constant was the impression that luck might for an instant desert us, and that instant would end the war for us. We often wondered just what new danger would be thwarted by pure luck each time we went out for a patrol into enemy territory. So it was that each experience that came to me in those first days of war flying made a great impression on my mind. I grew more confident each day. Many doubts were removed, more disdain for the enemy came to me, and a growing certainty gradually possessed me that I had fathomed all the possibilities that could threaten me and my aeroplane when over the lines of the enemy. I had always tried to remember every incident that happened, so that in the future I might take advantage of familiar circumstances. I was standing by on the aerodrome on April 23rd when about noon we received a warning by telephone that an enemy aeroplane had just been sighted between Saint-Mihiel and Pont-à-Mousson, flying from west to east. Major Huffer sent me word to get off immediately and find the Boche. No one else was ready, so I set off alone. I took off the field, and pulling up her nose, I lifted my little Nieuport straight upwards as steeply as she would climb as I set a direct course for Pont-à-Mousson. The day had been rainy and cloudy, and it had been several days since there had been any activity in the air. In 5 minutes I picked up the river and the little city of Pont-à-Mousson crowded along its bank. I was some 8,000 feet up. The French now held Pont-à-Mousson. Enemy artillery had been doing considerable damage to the bridge and buildings, and this now disclosed itself to my eyes. Many roofs were torn off, and the whole town was badly knocked about. I took my eyes away from the ground and began to search the skies for a moving speck. A sudden palpitation of my heart indicated that I did see a speck. On the very first glance I shot into Germany. There, at about my own altitude, was the wasp-like edge of an airplane coming directly towards me. I began to shiver lest he had seen me first while I was joy-riding over Pont-à-Mousson, and had thus had time to form a plot of his own before I had formulated any of mine. Both of us continued dead ahead at each other for 20 seconds or so, until we arrived almost within shouting distance, when I discovered to my great relief that he wore the blue centre cocarde of a Frenchman, and his machine was a Spad. We had fortunately neither of us fired a shot. Suddenly I saw the French pilot zoom up over me and attempt to get on my tail. Whether joking or not, I couldn't permit such a maneuver, so I quickly darted under him and got the best position myself. The Nieuport can outmaneuver a Spad, and has a little faster climb, so the stranger soon found he had his match. But to my amazement, the fellow kept circling about me, continually trying to bring his guns to bear upon me. I began wondering then whether he was some idiot who did not know an ally when he saw one, or was he a real Boche flying over our lines in a captured French machine? The former was evidently the correct solution, for as soon as I came by him again, I turned flat over in front of him and let him have a long look at my American white center cocardes on my wing. This performance apparently satisfied my persistent friend, for he soon swerved off and went home, leaving me to proceed on my mission. This little episode taught me another lesson. Since that day, I have never taken any chances with any airplane in my vicinity, whether it was friend or foe. Some friends are better shots than our casual enemies. My real quarry had made his escape during my little tourney with the Frenchman, and I found no game in the sky, though I flew a full 2 hours along the lines. When I returned home, however, I found myself surrounded by the whole force as soon as my Nieuport stopped rolling along the ground. They fairly overwhelmed me with congratulations for bringing down a Boche, who had been seen to fall by one of our artillery batteries. As he fell in the very sector which I was then patrolling, they naturally credited me with the victory. It was a pity to undeceive them, but it had to be done. The curious climax to this affair was that we never did discover who shot down that Boche machine. It was never claimed by anyone else. But for my part, I was convinced that I certainly could not have accomplished my first victory without firing a shot, or even seeing my enemy. Thus I had all the fruits of a first victory without having won it. But what was far more important to me, I had learned something more in the art of war flying. I had undoubtedly saved my life by keeping out of the gunsight of a friendly machine. The very next day I learned another lesson. Again, it was about noon, and I was on duty when the alarm came in that a Boche was flying over Saint-Mihiel. It was a day of low-hanging clouds. I was absolutely determined that day to get my Boche despite every obstacle, so I flew straight into the enemy's lines at about 3,000 feet altitude. At that low height, my machine was a splendid target for Archie, for after the first shot at me they found exactly the level of the clouds, and they could see I was just under them. Consequently, I knew I was in for a warm time with the shell burst, and I did some extraordinary dodging across 2 or 3 of their batteries. I passed just north of Saint-Mihiel, and within a minute after the Archie began firing at me, I sighted an enemy plane just ahead. I was coming in upon him from the rear, for I had decided it would be a brilliant idea to cross the lines halfway to Verdun and catch the Boche from a quarter that might be unsuspected. It had worked perfectly, though I couldn't understand why he had been so blind as to let the black bursts of shell fire around me pass unnoticed. But still he sat there, with apparently no intention of trying to get away. I began to get nervous with the idea that this was almost too much of a good thing. Was he really a Boche? As this was in reality the first German machine I had ever seen in the air, and I had judged his status from the shape of his wings and fuselage, I thought perhaps I'd better actually take a look at his markings before firing, and see that he really had a black cross painted on his machine. So I dropped my finger from the trigger of my gun and dived a little closer. Yes, he was a Boche, but instead of having a black cross, he wore a black cocarde. It was a black cocarde with a white center. This must be something new, as no such markings had ever been reported at our headquarters. However, he was no friend of mine, and I would now proceed to down him. Why did he linger so complacently about my guns? Suddenly I remembered the oft-repeated instructions of Major Lufbery about attacking enemy observation machines. Always remember, it may be a trap. I hurriedly looked over my shoulder, and just in time. There, coming out of a cloud over my head, was a beautiful black albatross fighting machine that had been hiding about, waiting for me to walk into his trap. I gave one pull to my joystick and zoomed straight upwards on my tail without giving a second thought to my easy victim below me. To my delight, I found that I could not only outclimb my adversary, but I could outmaneuver him while doing so. I got above him after a few seconds, and was again pressing my triggers to fire my first shots in the Great War, when it again occurred to me that I had better look again and see that nobody else was sitting farther upstairs watching this little party with a view of joining in, while my attention was diverted. I shot a sudden glance over my shoulder. Instantly, I forgot all about bringing down Boche airplanes, and felt overwhelmed with one immense desire to get home as quickly as possible. 2 airplanes from Germany were coming head-on at me not 500 yards away. How many more there were behind them I didn't wait to determine. I was convinced that my inexperience and stupidity had led me into a stupendous plot against my person, and I was in for a race for my life. On that homeward trip, I experienced a great variety of feelings. I had been led to believe that German planes were not very good, and that we could fly away from them whenever we wanted to. As I looked back over my shoulder and ascertained that they were gaining upon me in spite of every maneuver that I tried, I felt a queer sort of admiration for their misjudged flying ability, mingled with an unspeakable contempt for the judgment of my instructors, who had claimed to know all about German airplanes. I climbed, dived, tailspun, circled, and stalled. They beat me at every maneuver and continued to overhaul me. Just when I begun to despair of ever seeing my learned instructors again, I ran into a cloud. Dimly I realized I was in a position of advantage for the moment, so I improved it to the utmost. Halfway in, I reversed directions and began climbing heavenward. After 30 minutes, industriously occupied in throwing my pursuers off my trail, I ventured out of concealment and gratefully made my way home. There on the field, 2 of my dear old comrades were waiting for me to come in. What anxiety they would have suffered if they had known what I had just been through. "Hello, Rick! Why the devil didn't you wait for us?" Doug Campbell inquired as I began to climb out of my machine. "We chased you all over France trying to catch up with you." "Where did you go, Eddie, after we lost you in those clouds?" demanded Charlie Chapman, looking at me interestedly as he leaned against my suspended leg. "We've been home almost half an hour." Here it seemed were the 2 pilots, American instead of Boche, who had been chasing me. I thought very intently for a quarter of a second. Then I pushed Chapman away and descended from my machine. "I thought I remembered seeing a Boche back in Germany and went back to make sure," I replied easily, "but I guess I was mistaken." Chapter 4. Downing My First Hun. It will be noticed that my preparation for combat fighting in the air was a gradual one. As I look back upon it now, it seems that I had the rare good fortune to experience almost every variety of danger that can beset the war pilot before I ever fired a shot at an enemy from an airplane. This good fortune is rare, it appears to me. Many a better man than myself has leaped into his stride and begun accumulating victories from his very first flight over the lines. It was a brilliant start for him, and his successes brought him instant renown. But he had been living on the cream at the start, and was unused to the skim milk of aviation. One day the cream gave out, and the first dose of skim milk terminated his career. So despite the weeks and weeks of disappointment that attended my early fighting career, I appreciated even then the enormous benefit that I would reap later from these experiences. I can now most solemnly affirm that had I won my first victory during my first trips over the lines, I believe I would never have survived a dozen combats. Every disappointment that came to me brought with it an enduring lesson that repaid me eventually tenfold. If any one of my antagonists had been through the same school of disappointments that had so annoyed me, it is probable that he, instead of me, would now be telling his friends back home about his series of victories over the enemy. April in France is much like April anywhere else. Rains and cloudy weather appear suddenly out of a clear sky, and flying becomes out of the question or very precarious at best. On the 29th of April, 1918, we rose at 6 o'clock and stuck our heads out of doors as usual for a hasty survey of a dismal sky. For the past 3 or 4 days it had rained steadily. No patrols had gone out from our aerodrome. If they had gone, they would not have found any enemy aircraft about, for none had been sighted from the lines along our sector. About noon the sun suddenly broke through and our hopes began to rise. I was slated for a patrol that afternoon, and from 3 o'clock on I waited at the hangars, watching the steadily clearing sky. Captain Hall and I were to stand on alert until 6 o'clock that night at the aerodrome. Precisely at 5 o'clock, Captain Hall received a telephone call from the French headquarters at Beaumont, stating that an enemy 2-seater machine had just crossed our lines and was flying south over their heads. Captain Hall and I had been walking about the field with our flying clothes on, and our machines were standing side by side with their noses pointed into the wind. Within the minute we had jumped into our seats and our mechanics were twirling the propellers. Just then the telephone sergeant came running out to us and told Captain Hall to hold his flight until the major was ready. He was to accompany us and would be on the field in 2 minutes. While the sergeant was delivering the message, I was scanning the northern heavens, and there I suddenly picked up a tiny speck against the clouds above the Forêt de la Reine, which I was convinced must be the enemy plane we were after. The major was not yet in sight. Our motors were smoothly turning over, and everything was ready. Pointing out the distant speck to Jimmy Hall, I begged him to give the word to go before we lost sight of our easy victim. If we waited for the major, we might be too late. To my great joy, Captain Hall acquiesced, and immediately ordered the boys to pull away the blocks from our wheels. His motor roared as he opened up his throttle, and in a twinkling, Both our machines were running rapidly over the surface of the field. Almost side by side, we arose and, climbing swiftly, soared away in a straight line after our distant Boche. In 5 minutes, we were above our observation balloon line, which stretches along some 2 miles or so behind the front. I was on Jimmy's right wing, and off to my right, in the direction of Pont-à-Mousson, I could still distinguish our unsuspecting quarry. Try as I might, I could not induce the captain to turn in that direction, though I dipped my wings, darted away from him, and tried in every way to attract his attention to the target which was so conspicuous to me. He stupidly continued on straight north. I determined to sever relations with him and take on the Boche alone, since he evidently was generous enough to give me a clear field. Accordingly, I swerved swiftly away from Captain Hall, and within 5 minutes overhauled the enemy and adroitly maneuvered myself into an ideal position just under his sheltering tail. It was a large 3-seater machine, and a brace of guns poked their noses out to the rear over my head. With fingers closing on my triggers, I prepared for a dash upwards and quickly pulled back on my stick. Up I zoomed until my sights began to travel along the length of the fuselage overhead. Suddenly they rested on a curiously familiar-looking device. It was the French circular cocarde painted brightly under each wing. Up to this time I had not even thought of looking for its nationality, so certain had I been that this must be the Boche machine that had been sighted by the French headquarters. Completely disgusted with myself, I viraged abruptly away from my latest blunder, finding some little satisfaction in witnessing the startled surprise of the 3 Frenchmen aboard the craft, who had not become aware of my proximity until they saw me flash past them. At any rate, I stalked them successfully, and might have easily downed them if they had been Boche. But as it was, it would be a trifle difficult to face Jimmy Hall again and explain to him why I had left him alone to get myself 5 miles away under the tail of a perfectly harmless ally 3-seater. I looked about to discover Jimmy's whereabouts. There he was, cavorting about the midst of a thick barrage of black shellbursts across the German lines. He was halfway to Saint-Mihiel and a mile or two inside Hun territory. Evidently he was waiting for me to discover my mistake and then overtake him, for he was having a delightful time with the Archie gunners, doing loops, barrels, side slips, and spins immediately over their heads to show them his contempt for them, while he waited for his comrade. Finally he came out of the Archie area with a long, graceful dive, and swinging up alongside my machine, he wiggled his wings as though he were laughing at me, and then suddenly he set a course back towards Pont-à-Mousson. Whether or not he knew all along that a German craft was in that region, I could not tell, but when he began to change his direction and curve up into the sun, I followed close behind him, knowing that there was a good reason for this maneuver. I looked earnestly about me in every direction. Yes, there was a scout coming towards us from north of Pont-à-Mousson. It was about at our altitude. I knew it was a Hun the moment I saw it, for it had the familiar lines of their new falls. Moreover, my confidence in James Norman Hall was such that I knew he couldn't make a mistake, and he was still climbing into the sun, carefully keeping his position between its glare and the oncoming fighting plane. I clung as closely to Hall as I could. The Hun was steadily approaching us, unconscious of his danger, for we were full in the sun. With the first downward dive of Jimmy's machine, I was by his side. We had at least 1,000 feet advantage over the enemy, and we were 2 to 1 numerically. He might outdive our machines, for the Falls is a famous diver, while our faster climbing Nieuport had a droll little habit of shedding their fabric when plunged too furiously through the air. The Boche hadn't a chance to outfly us. His only salvation would be in a dive towards his own lines. These thoughts passed through my mind in a flash, and I instantly determined upon my tactics. While Hall went in for his attack, I would keep my altitude and get a position on the other side of the falls to cut off his retreat. No sooner had I altered my line of flight than the German pilot saw me leave the sun's rays. Hall was already halfway to him when he stuck up his nose and began furiously climbing to the upper ceiling. I let him pass me and found myself on the other side just as Hall began firing. I doubt if the Boche had seen Hall's Nieuport at all. Surprised by discovering this new antagonist, Hall, ahead of him, the Falls immediately abandoned all idea of a battle, and banking around to the right, started for home, just as I had expected him to do. In a trice, I was on his tail. Down, down we sped with throttles both full open. Hall was coming on somewhere in my rear. The Boche had no heart for evolutions or maneuvers. He was running like a scared rabbit, as I had run from Campbell. I was gaining upon him every instant, and had my sights trained dead upon his seat before I fired my first shot. At 150 yards, I pressed my triggers. The tracer bullets cut a streak of living fire into the rear of the Fall's tail. Raising the nose of my airplane slightly, the fiery streak lifted itself like the stream of water pouring from a garden hose. Gradually it settled into the pilot's seat. The swerving of the Fall's course indicated that its rudder no longer was held by a directing hand. At 2,000 feet above the enemy's lines, I pulled up my headlong dive and watched the enemy machine continuing on its course. Curving slightly to the left, the falls circled a little to the south, and the next minute crashed onto the ground just at the edge of the woods a mile inside their own lines. I had brought down my first enemy airplane and had not been subjected to a single shot. Hall was immediately beside me. He was evidently as pleased as I was over our success, for he danced his machine about in incredible maneuvers. And then I realized that old friend Archie was back on the job. We were not 2 miles away from the German anti-aircraft batteries, and they put up a furious bombardment of shrapnel all about us. I was quite ready to call it a day and go home, but Captain Hall deliberately returned to the barrage and entered it with me at his heels. Machine guns and rifle fire from the trenches greeted us, and I do not mind admitting that I got out quickly the way I came in, without any unnecessary delay. But Hall continued to do stunts over their heads for 10 minutes, surpassing all the acrobatics that the enraged Boche had ever seen even over their own peaceful aerodromes. Jimmy exhausted his spirits at about the time the Huns exhausted all their available ammunition, and we started blithely for home. Swooping down to our field side by side, we made a quick landing and taxied our victorious machines up to the hangars. Then jumping out, we ran to each other, extending glad hands for our first exchange of congratulations. And then we noticed that the squadron pilots and mechanics were streaming across the aerodrome towards us from all directions. They had heard the news while we were still dodging shrapnel, and were hastening out to welcome our return. The French had telephoned in a confirmation of my first victory before I had had time to reach home. Not a single bullet hole had punctured any part of my machine. There was a peculiar gratification in receiving the congratulations from one squadron for a victory in the air. It is worth more to a pilot than the applause of the whole outside world. It means that one has won the confidence of men who share the misgivings, the aspirations, the trials, and the dangers of airplane fighting. And with each victory comes a renewal and re-cementing of ties that bind together these brothers in arms. No closer fraternity exists in the world than that of the air fighters in this great war, and I have yet to find one single individual who has attained conspicuous success in bringing down enemy airplanes who can be said to be spoiled either by his successes or by the generous congratulations of his comrades. If he were capable of being spoiled, he would not have had the character to have won continuous victories. For the smallest amount of vanity is fatal in airplane fighting. Self-distrust, rather, is the quality to which many a pilot owes his protracted existence. It was with a very humble gratitude, then, that I received the warm congratulations of Lufbery, whom I had always revered for his 17 victories, of Doug Campbell and Alan Winslow, who had brought down the first machines that were credited to the American squadrons, and of many others of 94 Squadron, who had seen far more service in the battle areas than had I. I was glad to be at last included in the proud roll of victors of this squadron. These pals of mine were to see old 94 lead all American squadrons in the number of successes over the Huns. The following day I was notified that General Gerard, the commanding officer of the 6th French Army, had offered to decorate Captain Hall and myself in the name of the French government for our victory of the day before. We were then operating in conjunction with this branch of the French army. The Croix de Guerre with palm was to be accorded each of us, provided such an order met the approval of our own government. But at that time officers in the American army could not accept decorations from a foreign government, so the ceremony of presentation was denied us. Both Captain Hall and myself had been included, as such was the French rule where 2 pilots participated in a victory. The truth was that in the tense excitement of this first victory, I was quite blind to the fact that I was shooting deadly bullets at another aviator. And if I had been by myself, there was no doubt in my own mind but that I should have made a blunder again in some particular, which would have reversed the situation. Captain Hall's presence, if not his actual bullets, had won the victory and had given me that wonderful feeling of self-confidence which made it possible for me subsequently to return to battle without him and handle similar situations successfully. Chapter 5. Jimmy Meisner Strips His Wings. From the entries in my diary of this April period, one would get rather an unfavorable opinion of that quarter of France in which our squadron was located. Rain and mud, dud weather, no flying today, are a few of the samples. None of the pilots or enlisted men of our American flying squadrons will be easily enraptured in the days to come with descriptions of the romance of this part of La Belle France. The villages are dismal and dirty. Every householder rejoices in the size and stench of his manure heap, which always decorates the entire area in front of his house. Sidewalks there are none. The streets slop with mud of the clinging variety, and even in the larger cities themselves, the American finds but little to interest him. An overwhelming love for his own country is the most enduring souvenir the American soldier in France gained from his visits to these towns of the Vosges and the Meuse. To add to our irritation, we felt that every day we lost by bad weather was injuring American aviation in the eyes of our allies. The British and the French had had 3 years and more of air fighting, and the veterans of these squadrons looked upon the American pilots with something of amusement and something of polite contempt. They had believed in the story of our 20,000 aeroplanes, which had been promised by April. Here was April at hand, and we were flying ill-equipped machines that we fortunately had been able to wangle out of the French and English. Our pilots were not trained under the veteran leadership that England could provide, and our methods were crude and new. Our spirit and determination were perhaps never doubted by our allies, but we all of us felt that we must show these more experienced squadrons that we could equal them in any department of aviation, even with our inferior machines, if we only might have the opportunity for flying. And still the rain continued. The day after my first enemy machine was brought down, we were unable, on account of the fog, to carry out our air patrols. That afternoon, a group of American newspaper men came out to the aerodrome to talk to me about my sensations in shooting down another man's machine. They took photographs of me and jotted down notes, and finally requested me to make a short flight over the field and perform a few stunts. The weather was not too rough for such an exhibition, so I gladly complied, and for half an hour I rolled and looped and dived about the clouds 1,000 feet or so above the aerodrome. But the visibility was so bad that I could not see the ground a mile away from the field. On May 1st, Major Lufbery and I made a little attempt to get a Hun, but it ended in a somewhat ludicrous fiasco. Luff was attached to 94 at that time, not as a commanding officer, but as a pilot for instruction. He was America's ace of aces and our most distinguished pilot. His long and successful experience in air fighting was naturally of the greatest benefit to all of us younger pilots, and every one of us considered it an honor to be sent out on an expedition with him. We were sitting about the hangars talking and smoking about 5 o'clock that afternoon, when the telephone rang and Major Lufbery was informed that a German airplane had been sighted over Mont Sec, just above Saint Mihiel. Lufbery hung up the phone, grinned his confident smile, and began pulling on his flying suit. I suspected something was up, and walking quickly over to where Lufbery was dressing, I asked him if I might go with him. "Where do you want to go?" asked Lufbery. "Wherever you go," I replied. My answer evidently pleased the Major, for he grunted his customary chuckle and said, "Come ahead." I was delighted at the opportunity of accompanying Lufbery anywhere, and was inside my flying clothes as soon as he was. As we walked out to our Nieuport, he told me how we might get a Boche. All I had to do was follow him and keep my eyes open. We flew over Mont Sec for half an hour without getting a sign of a Hun. Thick as the day was, we would have been able to see the French anti-aircraft shells bursting if any enemy airplanes had been in that sector. So, after cruising about once more over the German lines, Lufbery started for home in the direction of Pont-à-Mousson. We passed directly over the town at an altitude of 6,000 feet. Suddenly, Lufbery started diving directly down. I immediately nosed over and followed in hot pursuit, thinking he had spotted an enemy below and was about to open an attack. But a minute later I saw that the Major was very evidently in trouble. His propeller had stopped turning, and he was anxiously looking about and circling away for a favorable landing place. Following him, at a little distance behind, I saw him settle down into a very respectable field just south of Pont-à-Mousson. His machine dropped gently down to the mud, rolled along a few feet, then to my astonishment it stuck its nose into the mud, stood with tail pointing heavenward, hesitated there for a second or two, and, as I passed about 100 feet overhead, his Nieuport turned gently upside down and lay there on its back. I dare say Lufbery was swearing softly to himself as he saw me glide past. Circling back, I was highly amused to see the Major crawling out on his hands and knees through the mud. He waved a dripping hand to me to indicate he was all right. I put on speed and hurried on home to send him help. His machine had somersaulted less than 3 miles from the enemy's lines. Major Huffer himself took down from my description the exact location of the pan, and jumping into a motor car, he ran up to the spot I had indicated. There he found Lufbery, none the worse for his forced landing, excepting a slight scratch alongside his nose. One of his cylinders had blown out, and he had found himself at just a sufficient height to glide down and land at a spot safely behind the observation of the enemy. It was on the very next day that Lieutenant Jimmy Meisner of Brooklyn had another very trying experience with the Nieuport machine. About noon he and Lieutenant Davis were sent out to protect a French observation machine which had been ordered to take photographs of the enemy's positions back of Pont-à-Mousson. The photographing machine went down to 7,000 or 8,000 feet, and was proceeding calmly on its work, leaving the matter of its defense to the 2 American pilots sitting upstairs some 4,000 or 5,000 feet overhead. Suddenly, Jimmy Meisner discovered 2 Albatross fighting machines almost directly upon him, coming from out of the sun. They were already on the attack and were firing as they dived swiftly upon the two Nieuport. Jimmy made a quick maneuver and zoomed up above the nearest albatross. Instantly, he utilized his advantage, now that he had the upper floor, and in a trice he headed downwards upon the tail of the enemy, firing long bursts from his machine gun as he plunged after the fleeing Hun. But the albatross pilot was an old hand at this game, and before Meisner could overtake him, he had thrown his machine into a tailspin which not only presented a target difficult to hit, but almost persuaded Jimmy that the machine was falling out of control. Jimmy had heard many stories of this sort of playing possum, however. He determined to keep after the spinning albatross and see the end of the combat. Accordingly, he opened his throttle and dived headlong down. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 feet he plunged, regardless of everything but the occasional target that whirled periodically before his sights. At last he got in a burst that produced immediate results. The albatross sent out a quick puff of smoke that was immediately followed by a mass of flames. One of Meisner's tracer bullets had set fire to the fuel tank of the enemy's machine. The plucky victor pulled up his Nieuport and took a self-satisfied look about him. There, scarcely 1,000 feet below him, were the enemy's lines. From various directions, machine guns and short Archies were directing their fire upon him. He grinned at them contemptuously and looked away for the expected view of Lieutenant Davis's Nieuport and the other albatross. Neither was to be seen. Perhaps they were on his other wing. One glance around to the left and Jimmy's heart was in his throat. He saw that the entire length of his left upper wing was stripped of fabric, and as he turned a horrified gaze to the other wing, he saw that its fabric too was even at that moment beginning to tear away from its leading edge and was flapping in the wind. So furious had been his downward plunge that the force of the wind's pressure had torn away the fragile covering on both his upper wings. Without this supporting surface, his airplane would drop like a stone. Although it couldn't make much difference whether it dropped into German lines or within his own so far as his life was concerned, Meisner admitted later he always wanted a military funeral. So he eased off his speed and tenderly turned about his wobbling machine and headed back towards France. Giving the slightest possible engine power and nursing his crippled little bus with great delicacy, Meisner succeeded in gaining no man's land, then passed over the American trenches. He did not dare to alter either his direction or speed. Less than half a mile further his machine glided into the earth and crashed beyond repair. Meisner crawled forth from the wreckage and felt himself all over carefully to try to make himself understand that he was in reality in the land of the living, and free. Such was the climax of James A. Meisner's first victory and the squadron's fourth. Meisner lived to repeat his success many times and to add much luster to the reputation of his squadron, but a narrower escape from death has rarely favored any pilot at the front. Again did the news of the squadron's victory precede the arrival of the victor. When Meisner arrived at the aerodrome by automobile an hour or two later, the American photographers and newspaper men had already arrived and he was begged to stand for his photograph. Like an embarrassed schoolboy, Jimmy pushed them away, exclaiming, "Nobody saw the machine fall in flames but myself. It may not be confirmed." Great was his surprise when he learned that a French observation post had witnessed the whole combat and had already telephoned us, not only the result of the fight, but the position where Meisner had been forced to land. We all took a hand then and forced the embarrassed pilot to stand and face the camera. It was a custom with which most of 94's pilots had to become acquainted within the next 6 months. But our happiness and satisfaction were short-lived. Later in the afternoon, Captain Peterson returned from his patrol over enemy lines and brought back with him but 2 of the 3 companions who had gone out with him. We all walked out to get the news. Peterson had shot down another enemy airplane in flames, totaling 5 for the squadron with this double in one day. But during his combat, in which 5 Falls monoplanes had been attacked by our 4 pilots, Captain Peterson saw one of his Nieuport pass swiftly by him, ablaze from stem to stern. He collected his patrol quickly about him and rapidly scanned their markings. Charlie Chapman's was missing. All were present but Chapman's well-known machine. Then Peterson remembered seeing Chapman leave the fight to attack a 2-seater German machine below him. Other pilots later filled in the details that were lacking. Chapman had no sooner dived to the attack than one of the hostile fighting machines was upon his trail. Chapman turned to meet his pursuer and in doing so brought himself full into the range of fire of the 2-seater. Set on fire by the first burst, the mounting flames soon were quickly swept over the whole structure of Chapman's machine by the rush of the wind. It was our first loss in combat, and sadly did we feel that loss. Charlie Chapman was one of the best loved of our little band, and the sudden pang came to each one of us that we would never see his jolly good-natured smile again. The horror of his fate was not lost upon us, one may be sure. No form of death is so dreaded by the pilot as falling to the earth in flames. Later on, our most noted member leaped overboard to his death to avoid the slower torture of being burnt alive. One of the queerest boys who had been wished into our squadron by an all-wise air staff was one we will call T.S. He was a source of constant amusement to the rest of us, amusement sometimes tinctured by a spasmodic desire to turn him over to the enemy where he might amuse the prison camps with his drolleries. We will call him T.S. because that is not his name. T.S. came to us early in the training season and was immediately marked as a pilot afraid of his medicine. He was frankly a coward, and he didn't care to conceal the fact. His very frankness on this subject was very amusing to the rest of us, who were every bit as much afraid of bullets and war as he was, but who had a certain shame about admitting the fact. But T.S. could see no use in playing the hypocrite about so deadly a business as getting shot down from on high. Naturally, it required some little attention to keep T.S. up to the scratch when it came to patrol work over the lines. The boy was a fair pilot and was a strapping big fellow who always was in the best of health and spirits, but he did object to guns and ammunition. The first occasion of his fluking a military job was one day when he was left on the alert at the airdrome. All the patrols were out, and he had the secondary responsibility of responding to a hurry call. The telephone sergeant came running out to the hangar and confronted our shameless reserve. "Who is on duty here this afternoon, sir?" inquired the man. "I believe I am," returned Lieutenant T.S., languidly eyeing the inquisitive sergeant. "Anything I can do for you?" "Two enemy airplanes have been alerted over our lines, sir, in the vicinity of Saint Mihiel. They are two-seater machines sent over by the Germans to observe our positions." The sergeant saluted and made room for the rush of events that usually follow the receipt of such intelligence. But T.S. never moved an eyelash. He looked the sergeant up and down, finally speaking deliberately and with finality. "Well," he said, "let them observe. If you think I am going over there to get shot down myself, you are mistaken." When questioned later by the commanding officer, the lieutenant unblushingly repeated his statement. "I am simply scared to death at the thought of getting into all those Archies and things over the lines," he admitted, "and I am not going to do it if I can get out of it. There are plenty of fellows here who do not mind them, and they are the ones you ought to send." The officer stared at T.S. in amazement, unable to criticize the faultless logic of this frank soldier. After thinking it over, it was decided to send T.S. out in his patrols with veteran leaders until he had somewhat accustomed himself to the terrors of Archie. By this means a valuable pilot might be saved for the government. Accordingly, one afternoon, Lieutenant T.S. was ordered to accompany Captain Hall and myself in response to an alert that had just come in. Two enemy observation planes had been reported crossing our lines north of Nancy at an altitude of only 8,000 feet. Captain Hall directed T.S. to stick in formation close behind his left wing, while I was to occupy the same position on his right. The captain was the flight leader, and we were to obey his signals and directions. We got away from the field without delay and streaked it across the sky in a perfect V formation. Straight towards the lines we flew, climbing as we advanced. As we neared the lines, we searched the neighboring skies, but could discover no airplanes in sight, enemy or otherwise. So over the lines we went. We had reached a spot almost 2 miles behind the front, when all of a sudden a dozen magnificent Archies burst simultaneously under, above, and all around us. The Germans had planned the whole show to catch us in just this kind of trap. They had counted upon our coming over at the same altitude at which the two decoy planes had traveled, and had prepared their anti-aircraft guns and time fuses thoroughly to drench this certain spot with flying shrapnel. Fortunately, no direct hits were made, but I noticed one shell explode under the tail of T.S.'s machine, lifting his bus suddenly and violently into the air, where it hung suspended for a moment with the tail pointing heavenward. The next moment he had recovered control of his Nieuport, and making a short half-turn, he headed for home and opened up his throttle to its full. Straight for Nancy he flew, looking neither to the right nor the left. Captain Hall and I followed after him, the captain making desperate efforts to overtake him, all the while dipping his wings and trying to summon the frightened airmen back to the formation. But it was no use. In 2 minutes T.S. was out of sight, with an unusually vigorous engine turning up at least 1,700 revolutions of his propeller per minute. We abandoned our pursuit and continued on our patrol. An hour later we landed at our aerodrome and inquired for T.S. Nothing had been seen or heard of him. Somewhat alarmed at this strange climax to the afternoon's performance, we telephoned all over the country for news of him, but only to learn that he had not landed at any of our aerodromes near the front. Dinner passed, and still no news of T.S. We had decided to become confused in his location and had landed by mistake in an aerodrome of the Germans. The lines from Nancy to Switzerland ran in such an irregular fashion that such a mistake would be quite possible. Not until late the following afternoon was our anxiety relieved. Then came a telephone call from Lieutenant T.S. himself. He had landed quite safely at a French aerodrome just south of Nancy, and but a dozen miles from our own airfield. He informed us that he would fly back to us at the earliest possible moment. Pressed as to why he had kept us in such long suspense about him, he replied with great indignation that he considered he was doing pretty well to have sufficiently recovered from shell shock within 24 hours to get to the telephone. The very rarity of such an example in American aviation makes this story worth the telling. Heroic conduct in war has become so usual and ordinary a thing that such a career as that of T.S. seems incredible and even amusing. The very contrast indicates how thoroughly American boys have smothered their natural desire for living through the war and have hurled themselves with supreme self-sacrifice into the thick of dangers over the battle lines. Chapter 6. Jimmy Hall's Last Fight. On Monday, May 6, 1918, the monotony of another dud day was happily broken by the arrival at our aerodrome of our old comrades of the 95th Squadron, who had been with us at APA. They had just completed their gunnery training at Cazaux and were now ready for the Great War. From that day to the end of the conflict, Squadrons 94 and 95 continued to occupy the same aerodrome. No other two American squadrons in France ever equaled their victories and number of hours flying over the lines. Squadron 95 contained much the same quality of material as was found in my own squadron. John Mitchell of Boston, now the captain of the squadron, was an old boy from Fay's School, St. Mark's and Harvard. Quentin Roosevelt was one of the newly assigned pilots in 95. Both the enlisted men and his fellow pilots found that Quent relied upon his own attainments rather than upon the reputation of his celebrated father. It is safe to say that Quent Roosevelt was easily the most popular man in his squadron. To indicate Quentin's love for square dealing and fairness, I may divulge a little secret that were Quentin still living might not be told. His commanding officer, moved perhaps by the fact that Quentin was the son of Theodore Roosevelt, made him a flight commander before he had ever made a flight over the lines. Quentin appreciated the fact that his inexperienced leadership might jeopardize the lives of the men following him. He accordingly declined the honor, but his superiors directed him to obey orders and to take the office that had been assigned to him. A trio of pilots, all of whom had had more experience in war flying than had Quentin so far received, were placed under his command, and an order was posted directing Lieutenant Roosevelt's flight to go on its first patrol the following morning. Quentin called his pilots to one side. "Look here, you fellows. Which one of you has had the most flying over the lines? You, Curtis?" Curtis shook his head and replied, "Buckley, or Buford. Both of them have seen more of this game than I have." Quentin looked them all over and made up his mind before he spoke. "Well, any one of you knows more about it than I do. Tomorrow morning you, Buckley, are to be flight commander in my place. As soon as we leave the ground, you take the lead. I will drop into your place. We will try out each man in turn. They may be able to make me flight commander in name, but the best pilot in my group is going to lead it in fact." Till the day he died a gallant soldier's death, Quentin Roosevelt continued to fly under the leadership of one of his pilots. He himself had never led a flight. Sumner Sewell, of Harvard, Bill Taylor, later killed in combat, old Heine Hendricks, later shot down with 10 wounds and made a prisoner in Germany, and a dozen other choice spirits combined to make of Squadron 95 an aggregation second to none other in the world, excepting that of my own, the 94th. About 8 o'clock in the morning of May 7th, 1918, the French alerted us by telephone. 4 enemy airplanes were flying over Pont-à-Mousson and were headed for the south. The first flight, my own, was on duty at the time, very luckily for us, as Jimmy Hall, Eddie Green, and I thought. We jumped for our machines and anxiously watched the mechanics swinging the propellers. "Switch off!" yelled the mechanic. "Coupé!" I replied as I cut the switch with one finger while wriggling the rest of them into my fur gloves. 3 or 4 downward strokes of the stick, and the mechanic paused a second to look over the fuselage into my face. "Contact!" he yelled determinedly. "Contact it is!" I called back, snapping on the switch. The well-groomed motor caught with a roar at the first heave, and at almost the same time I saw that Hall and Green were in equal readiness for the business of the day. A moment later, and the 3 machines lifted their spinning wheels from the ground, and heading straight towards the little city of Pont-à-Mousson on the Moselle, we began climbing as we flew. When I looked down and found the roofs of Pont-à-Mousson below me, my altimeter indicated an elevation of 12,000 feet. Nothing appeared to be in sight inside the German lines, so I turned my scrutiny to the west, towards Saint-Mihiel. The winding river there traced an indistinct line around the hills about Saint-Mihiel, and finally disappeared near distant Verdun. I drew my focus a little closer, and instantly detected a moving shadow some 2 or 3 miles inside our lines in the vicinity of Beaumont, about halfway to Saint-Mihiel. It was a Boche. This I saw at the second glance. Looked like a two-seater and was very evidently regulating the Hun's artillery fire against some American position back of Beaumont. I dipped my wings to signal the news of my discovery to my companions, and as I did so I saw Jimmy Hall's Nieuport play the same maneuver. The three of us began our direct peek together. As we neared the vicinity of our unsuspicious prey, I noticed a German Archie shell break, not near me, but in close proximity to their own machine. The Hun shells emitted black smoke upon bursting, which distinguishes them from the Allies' shells, which show a white smoke. Instantly the two-seater Albatross turned and dived for Germany. A moment later 3 or more German shells burst ahead of the retreating two-seater, and these 3 bursts were at about our present altitude. It seemed to be a previously arranged method of conversation which the gunners below were carrying on with the aeroplane high above them. They were telling the Albatross that our 3 fast fighting machines were approaching from the east, and they indicated by the smoke burst the precise altitude at which we were flying. Many times since have I noticed this marvelous signaling arrangement between the anti-aircraft gunners and the German aeroplanes. Upon one occasion I saw shell burst informing the Boche pilots of my presence above a cloud when I was hiding, and planning a surprise party for the oncoming Huns. This admirable liaison between German artillery and their aviators might be imitated with great advantage by our own army, for not only does the threatened machine get this valuable warning, but aeroplane reinforcements far distant can see these smoke bursts and fly to the rescue with full information as to the number, altitude, and perhaps the type of hostile machines ahead of them. Almost invariably, an overpowering enemy formation appeared shortly after these signals were sent up. Still another signal was adopted by the Hun batteries to indicate the formation of our machines to their pilots. Through their powerful telescopes, they ascertained the relative position of each machine in our formation. If one of our machines climbed high above the rest of the formation, in order to perch well upstairs and guard against a surprise from the ceiling, this maneuver was communicated to the Boche pilots by sending up one shell which burst well above the others. Immediately the Boche pilots were on their guard against an antagonist who was hiding in the glare of the sun and could not be seen by them. The single high burst notified them that he was there. As Captain Hall, Lieutenant Green, and myself drew nearer to the slower two-seater machine, another smoke burst signal came from the batteries below. I turned my head and looked about me to see if enemy machines were coming in answer to these signals. Back towards Pont-à-Mousson, I thought I saw something in the sky. Keeping my gaze fixed in that direction, my suspicions were soon verified. 4 Falls scouts were in hot pursuit after us, and were diagonaling our course so as to cut off our retreat. Sheering in ahead of Captain Hall, I wig-wagged my wings and headed away to the right. This is the signal given to the leader of a flight to draw his attention to a danger that he has overlooked. The next moment Captain Hall had again taken the lead, and all 3 of our machines had turned and were headed eastward. The oncoming enemy formation was flying much below us, which gave us a decided advantage. We could dive down to the attack when we chose, and could keep out of their reach so long as we kept above them. Our machines were at that time some 3 or 4 miles inside the German lines. For some unexplained reason, Captain Hall began turning more and more into Germany. I wondered what could be the trouble. Either he saw something in that direction, or else he still was ignorant of the near presence of the 4 Falls machines. I debated the matter for an instant, then darted in ahead of Jimmy and gave him another signal. Fully convinced now that he must see the Boche formation, which was hardly more than a mile from us, I came out of my virage and headed down for the attack. With a man like Captain Hall behind me, I did not fear for the outcome. His machine followed close behind mine. From our superior height, we soon accumulated a speed which brought us into a very favorable position. I selected the rear Falls scout, and got my sights dead upon him and prepared to shoot. My aim never wavered as the distance between us narrowed. At 200 yards I pressed my trigger and watched my tracer bullets speeding ahead into the Falls' wings. My gun continued to fire steadily until I had approached to within 50 yards of the Falls. Then the enemy machine turned over and fell into a vrille. I did not dare to follow him farther. I zoomed up until I stood fairly upright on my tail, in which position I looked swiftly around me. My first thought was that during the intentness of my pursuit against my victim, one of his companions might be getting a similar position over my tail. To my great relief, no enemy was behind me. But off to the right, not 100 yards away, I saw a Nieuport diving steeply down, and on his tail was a diving falls, pouring streams of living fire into the fuselage and cockpit of the American machine. Even as I watched this frightful death chase, the tables were suddenly turned. Hall or Green, whichever it was, seeming to tire of the monotony, zoomed quickly upwards and looped his machine completely over, coming out of the loop just as the falls went under him. In a twinkling the situation was reversed, and the Nieuport was pouring bullets at a rate of 650 per minute into the Boche machine ahead. The Boche fell, and I peeked down and flew alongside the victorious Jimmy Hall. My surprise can be imagined when I discovered not Hall, but Green looking across me from his seat. And no other machine was in the sky. What could have happened to Jimmy Hall? We flew homewards together, Green and I, encountering a furious storm of Archie as we crossed the trenches. Arrived at the landing ground, I immediately ran over to Green to inquire for news of Jimmy. My heart was heavy as lead within me, for I was certain as to what the answer would be. Went down in a tailspin with his upper wing gone, Green informed me, without my speaking. I saw him dive onto a Boche just as I began my attack. The next I saw of him, he was going in a vrille, and the Boche was still firing at him as he was falling. He must have struck just back of those woods behind Montsec. I cannot describe the joy that came to the squadron about a month later, when we received a letter from Jimmy Hall himself. He wrote from a hospital in Germany, where he was laid up with a broken ankle. He had not been shot down in the combat, as we had supposed, but had dived too swiftly for the weak wing structure of a Nieuport. His upper wing had collapsed in full flight, and not until he had almost reached the ground had he been able to straighten out his aeroplane. In the crash, he had escaped with merely a cracked ankle. In another fortnight, he hoped he would be as good as ever. On November 19, 1918, when the day came for the French army to march in and occupy the fortress and city of Metz, several of the officers from our squadron flew over from our aerodrome at Rembercourt to witness the ceremony. We appeared to be the first Americans that the Metz populace had seen. One of the first citizens that spoke to us, while we were overlooking the triumphal procession through the plaza, asked us if we knew an American aviator named Captain Hall. We immediately gathered around him and drew him one side. "Well," he said, half in French and half in German, "your Captain Hall was confined in the hospital here for many weeks and then was in a prison. Only yesterday the Germans evacuated Metz and all their prisoners were set at liberty. Captain Hall left here yesterday in the direction of Nancy. He walked away quite nicely with the aid of a cane, and perhaps he will be able to get a ride part of the way." Upon our return to the aerodrome from Metz next day, we learned that Jimmy Hall had indeed come through the lines. He had gone to Paris for a rest. A number of his old friends immediately got into their machines and flew to Paris, where they greeted their long-lost comrade with appropriate ceremonies at the justly celebrated Inn of Monsieur de Crillon, the American aviator's rendezvous and oasis in Paris. And from Jimmy Hall himself we learned the true facts of his accident that day over Montsec. He had overtaxed his Nieuport by too fast a dive. A wing gave way and threatened to drop him into the woods below. But, by nursing his machine along, with engine half on, he was succeeding, just as Jimmy Meisner had done the day before, in making appreciable headway towards home, when he felt a violent blow on his engine. His motor stopped dead. Again he dropped utterly out of control, and eventually crashed in an open field, suffering a badly broken ankle. One of the pilots with whom we had just been fighting landed nearby and came over and made him a prisoner. A brief inspection of his motor showed that the violent blow he had felt in midair was the result of a direct hit by a dud shell. By some miracle, it had failed to explode. The Falls pilot took Captain Hall to his own squadron quarters, where he dined that night with the German aviators. They admitted to him that they had lost 2 machines in the fight with our formation that day. 2 machines! Green shot one down, but who got the other? I had seen my man fall in a vrille, but having no time to follow him down, I had concluded that he was shamming, and was in reality quite unhurt. I had not even thought that I had won a victory in that combat. Imagine my surprise when Captain Hall later described how he himself had seen my antagonist burst into flames and crash, burnt to a crisp. And the surviving pilots of his squadron admitted to Captain Hall that they had lost 2 machines in that day's fight. Thus do victories sometimes come to the air fighter without his realizing it. This enemy machine was never claimed and never credited to me. Captain Hall's disappearance that day was known to the whole civilized world within 24 hours. Widely known to the public as a most gifted author, he was beloved by all American aviators in France as their most daring air fighter. Every pilot who had had the privilege of his acquaintance burned with a desire to avenge him. Within 15 minutes after I had landed from Hall's last patrol, I encountered Old Luff walking towards the aerodrome with a set look of determination on his usually merry features that denoted no mercy to the enemies he had in mind. He was, I knew, one of Jimmy's very intimate friends. For many months they had flown together in the famous old Lafayette Escadrille. His mechanics, seeing his approach, anticipated his wishes and began pushing out his plane and collecting his flying equipment for him. Without uttering a word, Lufbery pulled on his flying suit, climbed into his machine, and set out towards Germany. He flew for an hour and a half, without encountering an enemy plane. Then, with but half an hour's petrol remaining, he flew deeper into Germany to attack, single-handed, 3 fighting machines which he had detected north of Saint-Mihiel. One of these he shot down, and the others took to their heels. The following day his gallant victory was confirmed by an advanced post which had witnessed the combat. Pathetic and depressing as was the disappearance of James Norman Hall to all of us, I am convinced that the memory of him actually did much to account for the coming extraordinary successes of his squadron. Every pilot in his organization that day swore to revenge the greatest individual loss that the American Air Service had yet suffered. Chapter 7. New Responsibilities. It was on May 8th, 1918, the day following the melancholy disappearance of Captain Jimmy Hall, that I was notified that I was to take his place, and henceforth was to command No. 1 flight in our squadron. While very much gratified by this promotion, I could not help realizing that before the day was over, some other man in my flight might be taking over the command in my place, just as I was taking it from Captain Hall. Many small ideas that might enable me to prolong my life in aviation had made indelible impressions upon my mind during the past weeks. Several of them had come to my attention through the ludicrous blunders I had been making. The more foolish I had felt over each mistake, the deeper became the lesson to me. I resolved, as soon as I became flight commander, that I should begin by schooling the pilots under my care in some of the life-saving tricks that I had learned. The dangerous frailty of the Nieuport's wings was one item to bear in mind. Another of these little precautions that might spell the difference between life and death was the habit I forced upon myself always to make 1 or 2 complete circles of the airplane before landing at the end of a patrol. The necessity for such a trifling precaution is reasonable. Diving swiftly and suddenly from 15,000 feet altitude, where the air is thin and very cold, to the ground level, where the change in the pressure upon the temples is often severe, may very easily make the airman dizzy. He may misjudge his distance above the earth, and crash violently when trying only to skim the ground. A circuit or 2 just above the surface of the landing field will give him time to adjust his vision and accustom himself to the change in the air pressure. It takes but a minute, and may save a life. Incidentally, one can look about and see that no other planes are preparing to land in the same spot at the same time. 2 days after assuming my new command, I was returning with my flight late in the afternoon from a patrol. As we circled about our field, I noticed a plane flattening out for a landing below me. I watched him for a moment and saw that he was coming in perfectly. The next instant, I noticed another plane coming in to land from exactly the opposite direction. The wheels of both machines touched earth at the opposite ends of the field at approximately the same moment. I was powerless to do more than watch the climax of this stupid proceeding, though I believe I did try to shout out to each of them to look out for the other fellow. Of course, I could not make myself heard by anybody, but I couldn't help shouting, for I knew instinctively that they were in for a jolly good crash. The 2 machines sped gracefully towards each other head-on, very much like a staged railroad collision at a county fair. Exactly in the middle of the field they met. The 2 wings embraced each other in an Ailman left figure of the Lancers, and around they went, spinning like a top. In the midst of the revolving dance, the synchronizing mechanism on Captain Marr's machine gun became involved, and flaming tracer bullets and incendiary bullets shot out of the merry-go-round at a rate of 650 shots per minute. From my box seat above, it looked very much like a 4th of July celebration, with a gigantic pinwheel shooting out living sparks in every direction. Fortunately, not a soul was hurt during the entire celebration, as seems to be the usual lucky outcome of mimic war maneuvers. Both pilots crawled out of the wreckage, shook hands, and walked over to the hangars to tell the men in shelter that the show was over. Then we made our landing. Next day, Reed Chambers accompanied me on a patrol across the German lines, and we made another rather interesting discovery. 4 splendid Albatross machines were approaching us from over Nieuport, which was about 4 miles inside the enemy's territory. They were in good formation and were about our altitude. I wigwagged over to Reed, and he wigwagged back to me. We both understood each other. We were 2 against the enemy 4, but the 2 on our side had full confidence in each other, and both were fairly well bucked up over the recent successes of our squadron. Perhaps the opposing 4 might be lacking in this mutual confidence. At any rate, it was worth the chance of trying a bluff to see if we could not get them separated. It is half the game to know thoroughly one's partner and his capabilities in air fighting, as it is in any other accomplishment. Reed Chambers was a daredevil to all appearances, and was always an eager flyer, but I had noticed that he combined a rare caution with his recklessness, making him an excellent and reliable comrade in a fight. Subsequently, Reed accumulated 7 official victories to his credit, and at the end of the war he stood next to me in the number of hours flying over the enemy lines. Turning simultaneously towards the Albatross group, we put on our motors and headed directly into them. We didn't swerve an inch from our parallel course as we shot straight at the center of the approaching quartet. Whether they thought we were 2 furious expert fighters from the United States, or 2 crazy amateurs who might ram them in midair, I do not know. But before we had arrived within fair shooting range, the leader banked over, turned tail, and, the rest of the formation sheepishly following him, they all 4 dived steeply down into Germany, leaving us a vacant sky over Nieuport. We had bluffed out a superior formation through sheer impudence. May 12th was a dud as far as aviation was concerned, but it was brightened with one of the pleasantest incidents that marked my stay in France. Colonel Mitchell telephoned over to the aerodrome to invite several of us to make a call with him at Chateau Serrure, a magnificent estate of an old French family, situated some 50 miles south of our aerodrome. Major Huffer, with several other officers from our squadron, left the mess with me immediately after lunch, and we reached the chateau within a few minutes of the arrival of Colonel Mitchell and Major Hall. The Countess gave us a most cordial greeting, then took us over a part of the estate, which consisted of a park some 10 miles square. The grounds were heavily wooded and beautifully kept. Through the woodland curved a winding stream which was spanned at intervals with quaint and ancient stone bridges. Fish ponds and shooting preserves provided the chateau with wild game the year round. Several wild boar crossed our roads a few paces in front of us during our walk. Shooting wild boar, we were told, was one of the favorite pastimes of the occupants of the chateau. The chateau itself contained many palatial rooms. A dimly lighted little chapel occupied one corner of the chateau, and this part of the building, we learned, dated back to the days of the Romans. During tea, the Countess very graciously invited us to make this magnificent old castle our home if at any time American aviators became worn out with work at the front. I must confess to the good Countess some day that a scandalous number of our overtired aviators, and perhaps still greater a number of not at all tired American aviators, did subsequently avail themselves of her very generous invitation. After cordial goodbyes to our hospitable hostess, we motored back to Chaumont, where we dined with Colonel Mitchell, and then, with another long drive, we finally reached home tired but happy at 3:30 in the morning. There, staring me in the face, was an order directing me to lead my patrol over the lines in the morning at 5 o'clock sharp. An hour and a half sleep for an utterly worn-out aviator. Heaven must have heard my prayers for rain that night, for the next morning when I woke up at 11 o'clock and rushed to the window, I found the rain falling in sheets. The orderly had omitted to call me at the appointed hour, because he saw that the weather was too thick for flying. Decorations for valor and heroism were coming to several of the boys in our squadron on May 15th, and we all woke up that morning to find a beautiful day dawning. While we all of us assumed a truly American disdain for performances of this kind, we nevertheless clearly indicated by our nervousness the pride which we really felt in receiving this award. General Gerard, commander of the 6th French Army, was to arrive at our field shortly after lunch. All the forenoon I tried to avoid my gallant messmates, who were continually seeking me out to advise me to shave again and to use plenty of powder on the cheeks where the general would kiss me. Both Lieutenant Jimmy Meisner and I were quite new to this decoration business, and we were nicely stuffed by all the other fellows who claimed to know all about it. Major David Peterson was also receiving the Croix de Guerre, but he had been through many ceremonies of this kind and was little worried by the prospect. Captain James Norman Hall, whom we considered killed in combat, and Lieutenant Charles Chapman, who had been shot down a fortnight before, were both summoned to appear for their well-earned distinctions, but neither, alas, could answer to his name. Shortly after 1 o'clock, 3 companies of a crack poilu regiment marched onto our field behind a gorgeous French military band of music. Then came several more companies of infantry from the famous American 26th Division, the New England Boys. They had a good, snappy American band at their head. Both French and American soldiers drew up their ranks in the form of a hollow square in the center of our aerodrome. In the meantime, we had run out all the Nieuport from the hangars, and they stood cheek by jowl across the field, shining brightly with their red, white, and blue markings in the sunlight. All the mechanics and enlisted men formed ranks behind the aeroplanes and stood awaiting the beginning of the ceremony. Jimmy Meisner and I stood shaking in our well-polished boots, while our cheery comrades came by for a last word of comforting advice. Then, with Major Peterson beside us, we waited for the fatal word of advance into the awful presence. Suddenly, midst a blare of both bands, the general's party appeared from behind one of the hangars where they had been in hiding all this time. I tried one minute to think of how proud my mother would be of me, and the next would attempt to stretch my face up to such a height that no ordinary general would ever be able to reach it with his lips. This was the last piece of excellent advice that a delegation of my oldest friends had crossed the aerodrome to give me. Suddenly, a faraway band began playing something that sounded somewhat familiar. It turned out to be the national anthem. "Oh, say, can you see?" Everybody jerked to attention and stood at the salute until it ended. Then from far away in front of me, Colonel Mitchell, the head of our air service, began a brief speech congratulating us upon the honors which the French army was conferring upon us. And then General Gerard, a kindly-looking man with a business-like military efficiency in his features and movements, approached our little line of three. He was carrying in his hands the Croix de Guerre and a printed list of citations from the French army. Pausing immediately in front of us, he began reading them aloud in French. The Croix de Guerre is a beautiful medal in bronze, artistically designed and executed. It hangs suspended from a ribbon of striped red and green, upon which are fastened the palms or stars for each particular citation given by the army or division. If any individual soldier is mentioned for an act of heroism in especial terms by an army order, he is presented with an additional palm for each of such citations. Some of the French airmen have received so many citations that the medal itself would hang down below the waist if the ribbon were properly lengthened to accommodate every palm awarded. I have seen René Fonck, the French ace of aces, who has been cited 29 times for his victories, wearing his Croix de Guerre in two sections so as to accommodate all the palms that must be worn upon ceremonial occasions. If the citations come from a division instead of an army, the decoration to be worn above the Croix de Guerre is a star instead of a palm. Colonel William Thaw wears 2 stars and 3 palms among his many other decorations. With a quick fastening of the much-prized honor upon the breast of our tunics and a hearty hand-clasp of congratulations, General Gerard left us, with a very dignified salute, which we all returned simultaneously. The discriminating commander had not made an attempt to kiss us at all. Within 5 minutes the field was cleared, and we were running up our motors for a prearranged exhibition in stunt flying, formation flying, farce combats, and acrobatics. We flung our lithe little Nieuport about the warm sky in every variety of contortion for half an hour, and at the end of which we landed and again received a handshake and a smile of thanks from this most courteous of French officials. The troops disappeared behind the dying strains of the Sambre et Meuse march. The mud-splashed automobiles bore away the last of our distinguished visitors. The mechanics reappeared in their grease-covered overalls and began trundling in the machines. Suddenly Jimmy Meisner stood by my side, grinning his most winsome grin. "Rick," said he, "I feel that hate the Hun feeling creeping over me. What do you say to going up and getting a Boche?" "Right," I called back over my shoulder. "Come along, we'll take a real ride." As luck would have it, we had hardly left the ground when we saw a Hun two-seater, probably a Rumpler machine, very high above us. The Rumpler has the highest ceiling of any of the German two-seaters, and frequently they sail along above us at an elevation quite impossible for the Nieuport to reach. It is maddening to attain one's maximum height, and see the enemy still sailing imperturbably along, taking his photographs and scorning even to fire an occasional burst at one. We climbed at our fastest to overtake this fellow before he could reach his safety spot. Evidently he got wind up, for after a few minutes climbing he sheered off towards Germany and disappeared from our view. We completed our patrol of the lines without finding another enemy in the sky, and returned to our field, where we landed with the mutual vow that on the morrow we would begin seriously our palm-collecting shows until we might dangle our new Croix de Guerre well below our knees. Jimmy looked contemplatively down at my long legs. "Have a heart, Rick," he said softly. "Think of the cost of the red tape." Chapter 8. A Victory and a Narrow Escape. Reed Chambers and I often used to discuss new tricks and wiles by which we might hope to circumvent the crafty Hun. Take it all in all, this whole game of war aviation is so new that any day some newcomer may happen upon a clever trick that none of us has before thought of. I suppose the Huns are sitting up nights the same as we are, trying to devise some startling innovation in the still crude science of air fighting. At any rate, Reed and I sat up late very often, and rose very early the next morning to carry into execution some little plan which had enraptured us the night before. On the morning of May 17th, 1918, my orderly routed me out at 4 o'clock sharp, in accordance with orders I had the night before waked him up to give him. I sent him into Reed's room to call him. Over our coffee 15 minutes later, Reed and I hurriedly discussed our clever little scheme for the morning run. We intended to get away from the ground before daylight, climb clear up out of sight and out of hearing long before the Huns were out of bed. By hanging around their front yard, we might pick up a stray machine venturing alone across our lines for photographs. It was a wonderful plan. We wondered why nobody had ever thought of it before. Up over Toul and Commercy and Nancy, we circled as we climbed. At nearly 18,000 feet, we found we had enough climbing. It seemed about 18,000 degrees below zero at this great height. Still I hugged myself with much satisfaction over the thought that we surely had the upper hand of any two-seater that might come over, and as the visibility was good, we had a tremendous range of view. We waited, and we waited. Up and down along the prearranged sector, where we expected any reasonable enemy might want to come to get photographs on such a fine morning as this, up and down, back and forth we went. At last I began to get rather fed up with the sport. Our plan had worked perfectly and without a single flaw. Yet the stupid Boche were trying to gum up the whole show by staying home this morning. I finally grew indignant at the thought of our early rising hour, our fortunate weather conditions, our high ceiling cleverly obtained without knowledge of Archie, all these efforts and accomplishments honestly achieved only to be nullified by the refusal of the fish to bite. Major Lufbery used to remind us that it was impossible to get Boche by sitting at home in the billets with one's feet before the fire. I considered this sage advice as I turned back on my beat for the 20th time and estimated I still had an hour's petrol left in my tank. I was nearly perishing with the cold and with hunger. Bitterly I contrasted the cozy mess fire in the breakfast room with the frigid heights at which I had spent the last hour, and there were just as many Boche to be shot at there as here. I felt I had been badly treated. Where was Chambers, anyway? During my preoccupation I had forgotten to keep an eye upon him. I examined every portion of the sky, but he was not in sight. Nothing was in sight. No other fool in the world was abroad at such an unearthly hour. But still, I had to admit to myself, Luff was right. It was just like going fishing. If there were no fish in the stream, that certainly would be hard luck, but still one couldn't expect to catch any with his feet before his fire. I smiled to myself as I thought of the Alabama colored gentleman who spent the afternoon fishing in his water trough. A censorious white man walked by and watched him jerk his line out of the water half a dozen times. Finally the white man yelled, "You black rascal! Don't you know there are no fish in that mud hole?" "Yes, boss, but it's close and handy," replied the black. The old story gave me an idea. Perhaps I was selecting a poor fishing place, whose only merit was that it was close and handy. I pulled up my machine and started off for Metz. I knew the fishing must be good there. It was 25 miles back of the lines and claimed, besides the famous fortress, one of the best of the German aerodromes. I was now at 20,000 feet above earth, and as I turned east I saw the first ray of the sun that shone over France that day. The sun lay a huge red ball behind the distant mountains of the Rhine. I headed in that direction in order to cross the enemy's lines east of Pont-à-Mousson, where I knew lay concealed several sharp-eyed German batteries. At the extremely high altitude at which I crossed the lines that early morning, the sound of my motor must have been heard by the gunners below, but I'm sure none of them could have seen me, even with the most powerful telescopes. At any rate, not a shell was fired at me during my entire journey to Metz. The celebrated fortifications soon lay spread below my wings. Metz herself lies deep within a valley, the lovely valley of the Moselle River. Practically sheer bluffs 1,000 feet high rise on either bank of the river, and a sudden turn of the stream a mile below the city's walls provides almost an entire circumference of fortifications about the sheltered little city below. Beautiful as Metz appeared to me, I for once regretted that I was not mounted on a bombing machine from which I might drop a few souvenirs of my visit into the crowded camps below. Doubtless Metz contained hundreds of thousands of troops, and many officers of high rank, as this secure little city was the gateway between Germany and her front line on the Meuse. My machine gun could inflict no damage from such a height. Regretfully, I made a last farewell circuit over the Queen City of Lorraine and started homewards over the Frascati Aerodrome, whose hangars topped the hills and peeped down into the valley of the Moselle. No airplanes from there had yet thought fit to leave the ground. But one more chance remained to me to get a Boche this morning. I knew of an aerodrome just this side of Nieuport, where some activity might be expected. My time was nearly gone, for my fuel must be rather far down. The thought of encountering engine trouble this 20 miles behind the lines made me accelerate my pace a bit. Germany would be a sad place for an enemy named Rickenbacker to land in for the duration of the war. I stuck my nose down a bit more as I thought of this and further increased my speed. Ah! Here comes the vicinity of Nieuport. Cutting down my motor, I glided on almost noiselessly and reached the town at about 18,000 feet altitude. 2 or 3 complete circles were made over Nieuport with silent engine. My eyes were all the while set upon the enemy aerodrome, which I knew occupied the smooth field just outside the little city. Some activity was apparent there, and even as I sailed above them I noticed 3 graceful albatross machines leave the ground one after the other. It was evident from their straightaway course that they were going over the lines, accumulating their elevation as they flew southward. I made myself as inconspicuous as possible until the last of the 3 had his back well towards me. Then I returned to my course and gradually narrowed the distance between us. By the time we reached Mont Sec, that celebrated mountain north of Saint Mihiel, I estimated some 3,000 feet separated me from my unsuspicious quarry. I was so eager to let them get over our lines before attacking that I quite forgot I was now a conspicuous figure to the German Archies. 2 quick bursts just ahead of me informed me of my error. Without waiting to see whether or not I was hit, I put on the sauce and dived down headlong at the rearmost of the 3 Huns. Again I saw the warning signal sent up ahead of the 3 Albatross pilots. A single black burst from the battery below caused the German airmen to turn about and look behind them. They had not expected any attack from this quarter. When the leader made the first swerve aside, I was less than 200 yards from the rear Albatross. I was descending at a furious pace, regardless of everything but my target ahead. Fully 200 miles an hour, my Nieuport was flying. Without checking her speed, I kept her nose pointing at the tail of the rear Albatross, which was now darting steeply downwards to escape me. As the distance closed to 50 yards, I saw my flaming bullets piercing the back of the pilot's seat. I had been firing for perhaps 10 seconds from first to last. The scared Boche had made the mistake of trying to outdive me instead of outmaneuvering me. He had paid for his blunder with his life. These thoughts flashed through my mind in the fraction of a moment. All the while during which my fingers pressed the trigger, I was conscious of the extreme danger of my position. Either or both of the other enemy machines were undoubtedly now on my tail, exactly as I had been on their unfortunate companion. And being alone, I must rely solely upon my own maneuvers to escape them. I believe I should have followed my first target all the way to the ground regardless of the consequences. So desperately had I determined to get him. So I perhaps prolonged my terrific speed a trifle too long. As the enemy airplane fell off and began to flutter, I pulled my stick back close into my seat and began a sharp climb. The notorious weakness of the Nieuport quickly announced itself. A ripping crash that sounded like the crack of doom to my ears told me that the sudden strain had collapsed my right wing. The entire spread of canvas over the top of the wing was torn off by the wind and disappeared behind me. Deprived of any supporting surface on this side, the Nieuport turned over on her right side. The tail was forced up despite all my efforts with joystick and rudder. Slowly at first, then faster and faster the tail began revolving around and around. Swifter and swifter became our downward speed. I was caught in a vrille or tailspin, and with a machine as crippled as mine, there seemed not the possibility of a chance to come out of it. I wondered vaguely whether the 2 Albatross machines would continue to fire at me all the way down. Twice I watched them dive straight at me, always firing more bullets into my helpless little craft, notwithstanding the apparent certainty of her doom. I felt no anger towards them. I felt somewhat critical towards their bad judgment in thus wasting ammunition. No, that was not exactly it either. My senses were getting confused. What I felt critical about was their stupidity in believing I was playing possum. They were fools not to know when an airplane was actually falling to a crash. The whole spread of my fabric was gone. No pilot ever could fly without fabric on his machine. Where would I strike, I wondered. There were the woods of Mont Sec below me. Heavens! How much nearer the ground was getting! I wondered if the whole framework of the machine would disintegrate and fling me out to the mercy of the four winds. If I struck in treetops, it was barely possible that I might escape with a score of broken bones. Both Jimmy Meisner and Jimmy Hall had escaped death when betrayed through this same fault of the Nieuport. Never would I fly one again if once I got out of this fix alive. But no use worrying about that now. Either I should not be alive, or else I should be a mangled prisoner in Germany. Which would my mother rather have, I wondered. This sudden spasm of longing to see my mother again roused my fighting spirit. With that thought of her, and the idea of her opening a cablegram from the front, telling her I was dead, with that picture before my mind, a whole series of pictures of childhood scenes were vividly recalled to me. I have never before realized that one actually does see all the events of one's life pass before one's eyes at the certain approach of death. Doubtless they are but a few recollections in reality, but one's natural terror at the imminence of death multiplies them into many. I began to wonder why the speed of my vrille did not increase. With every swing around the circle I felt a regular jar as the shock of the air cushion came against the left wing after passing through the right. I felt a growing irritation at these monotonous bumps. But although I had been experimenting constantly with rudder, joystick, and even with the weight of my body, I found I was totally unable to modify in the slightest the stubborn spiral gait of the aeroplane. Fully 10,000 feet I had fallen in this manner since my wing had collapsed. I looked overboard. It was scarcely 3,000 feet more, and then the crash. I could see men standing on the road in front of a line of trucks. All were gazing white-faced at me. They were already exulting over the souvenirs they would get from my machine, from my body itself. With a vicious disregard for the consequences, I pulled open the throttle. The sudden extra speed from the newly started engine was too much for the perpendicular tail, and before I had realized it, the tail was quite horizontal. Like a flash, I seized the joystick and reversed my rudder. The pole of the propeller kept her straight. If only I could keep her so for 5 minutes, I might make the lines. They seemed to beckon to me only 2 miles or so ahead. I looked above and below. No airplanes in the sky. My late enemies evidently were sure I was done for. Below me, I saw the landscape slipping swiftly behind me. I was making headway much faster than I was falling. Sudden elation began to sweep over me. I boldly tried lifting her head. No use. She would fly straight, but that was all. Ah, here comes friend Archie. It is curious that one gets so accustomed to Archie that its terrors actually disappear. So grateful was I to the crippled little bus for not letting me down that I continued to talk to her and promise her a good rub-down when we reached the stable. I hardly realized that Archie was trying to be nasty. Over the lines I slid, a good 1,000 feet up. Once freed from the danger of landing in Germany, I tried several small tricks and succeeded in persuading the damaged craft to one more effort. I saw the roofs of my hangar before me. With the motor still running wide open, I grazed the tops of the old 94 hangar and pancaked flatly upon my field. The French pilots from an adjoining hangar came running out to see what Novus was trying to make a landing with his motor on. Later they told me I resembled a bird alighting with a broken wing. I had passed through a rather nervous experience, as I look back upon it now, yet I do not recall that I felt anything unusual had happened as I slid over the edge of my cockpit and inquired for Reed Chambers. This is one of the curious results of flying in wartime. A species of fatalism soon possesses a pilot to such an extent that he learns to take everything as a matter of course. Rarely does a pilot betray much excitement over the day's work, no matter how extraordinary it is. So I inquired for Reed Chambers with some anger as I got out of my machine. I felt that he had deserted me. I remember that was the principal feeling that attended me across the aerodrome. Reed hadn't been heard from, but a few minutes later he blew in, full of some cock-and-bull story about my running away from him in violation of our agreement. He had been back in Germany also, and in coming out he had met the 2 Albatross machines who were then returning home to their aerodrome, possibly to get a motor car and hurry down to view my remains. Reed had not seen my combat, nor did he notice me flying my crippled bird homewards. But his report of seeing only 2 Albatross confirmed my expectations that the third had actually gone down to a final crash. Early next day, the French notified us that they had indeed seen the Albatross machine crash, and had noticed my crippled Nieuport staggering homewards from the fight, surrounded with Archie. Thus they confirmed my victory without any request on my part. And the extraordinary part of the whole affair was that the dead German pilot, my latest victim, had so fallen upon his controls that the machine flew towards France and landed with his dead body a few hundred yards inside the French line. Chapter 9. Down in Flames. The 94th Squadron had been at the front about 1 month when there arrived Lieutenant Kurtz, one of my companions of the training school days. On completion of his course at the flying school, Kurtz had been selected to make a special study of aerial gunnery, in order to become an instructor to the thousands of young men who were now being drafted into Uncle Sam's aerial fleet. For this purpose he had been sent to England, and on returning to France from that country, Kurtz had received orders to report to the 94th Squadron at the front in order to secure actual war experience, and to make trips over the enemy's lines. After the newcomer had asked thousands of questions and received answers to them to the best of our ability, he suggested that he should proceed to the more advanced stage of an actual combat with the enemy. As I was second in command of the squadron, being flight commander of the first flight at that time, it was my duty to arrange for him to accompany a patrol into enemy territory. No matter how much natural ability a man may possess, or how carefully he has been trained, his first experiences over the enemy lines, his first contact with enemy machines are rather trying to him. A moment's forgetfulness, a trifling foolhardiness, a slight miscalculation, and even a man who has been carefully and expensively trained, and who possesses all the characteristics of a successful pilot, may fall before the skill of a more experienced enemy flyer. For this reason I always made it a practice to accompany new pilots on their first trip over the enemy's lines, and by my advice and by actual protection when aloft, assist them over that delicate period between the theory of the school and the hard practice of battle. We were still flying the well-known baby Nieuport single-seater chasse, or fighting machine, equipped with a Gnome monosoupape motor. It was then the best machine of its kind in service, although it had some faults undeniably. Having just arrived from the rear, Kurtz was not acquainted with the peculiarities of this machine. I therefore arranged for him to make a few short flights from our field and to practice frequent landings, so that if he ever should have sudden motor trouble, he would be able to come down on any ground he found available. After a few days of this practice, he expressed himself as being capable of handling the machine under all circumstances, and ready for that greatest adventure of the young pilot, that first trip over enemy's lines. We agreed that Lieutenant Kurtz should accompany Lieutenant Chambers and myself on what is familiarly known as a voluntary patrol. Chambers and I were in the habit of undertaking these extra patrols when the regular day's work was over, provided we were still, to use an aviator's slang expression, mad at the Boche. It was a beautiful summer morning, bright, clear, and still, just such a morning as the Hun observation pilots would select to come over our lines and take photographs. Our plan of action was carefully explained to our new comrade. We were to fly in V formation. I was to lead, Chambers on my left, and Kurtz 100 meters behind and above us. He was not to engage in a combat, should we meet with any Boche airmen, unless the advantage was with us. I have always made it a point to avoid a fight unless I could maneuver to get the best advantage. He was at all times to maintain his position behind and above us, playing the role of a spectator. He was instructed to try out his machine gun occasionally with a few short bursts, if he had his plane pointing towards Germany. Finally, if we became scattered and he was unable to find us, he was to remember that the sun rose in the east, and, keeping it on his left, was to fly south until he felt certain that he was over French territory before making a landing. It was decided that we should start after breakfast, promptly at 8 o'clock, meet over the field at 1,500 feet, get our full altitude between Nancy and Toul, and cross over the lines at 15,000 feet. Before starting, I noticed that Lieutenant Kurtz appeared rather nervous, but this was not a matter for surprise under the circumstances. Little did I understand the reason for this nervousness then, or suspect in what a tragic manner it would later be revealed to me. Lieutenant Kurtz's machine was climbing badly, so we got up to an altitude of 14,500 feet, rather slowly. At that height I decided to pass from the comparative safety of our own side of the line to the hazard and adventure of the German positions. Mr. Hun was abroad, for I caught sight of the shimmer of what I believed to be a photoplane 6 miles inside our lines and very high up, probably 19,000 feet. As this enemy was certainly beyond our reach, I decided to keep the nose of my machine headed towards Germany, and to continue to gain altitude as steadily as possible, at the same time keeping an eye on this nearby enemy, for there was just a chance that we might be able to reach his altitude and head him off before his work was done. Suddenly, little fleecy white puffs appeared in the clear atmosphere ahead and above us. This anti-aircraft activity of ours meant that more Huns were abroad in our vicinity. A few minutes more and we had spotted them. 3 powerful single-seaters of the Albatross type, 1,500 feet above us, and about half a mile ahead. As a signal to the others, I wigwagged my wings, which is the aviator's way of saying, "Look out and keep your eye on the leader." I had time to look back and see that Lieutenant Kurtz was well in the rear and a little higher than the enemy then appeared to be. There was then no reason to fear for him. It was not necessary to give any thought to an experienced fighter like Lieutenant Chambers. I had been out enough with Reed to know that he was the equal to any two Huns. Doubtless Reed had seen the Boche before I had, for he was keeping close by me, probably wondering what my plan was going to be. Keeping a close watch on our opponents, I rapidly analyzed the situation. The enemy had the advantage in height. There were three, probably all experienced men, while we were two fighters and one novice, who was catching sight of a German plane for the first time in his life. But the enemy pilots were inside our lines. Down below, several hundreds of men in the trenches were watching what to them was to be an equal fight. 3 Americans against 3 Germans. With their field glasses, the French officers had picked out the black German crosses and noted the red, blue, and white rings of the U.S. machines. Doubtless at that very moment they were discussing the outcome of the impending fight. They had the right to expect a fight, since we were 3-3, so a fight it should be. In the minds of the Germans there appeared to be no element of doubt or hesitation. Having the advantage of height, they suddenly, all three, swooped down on us. First one, then the second, and the third dived down and sprayed us with bullets from their machine guns. I had time to notice that Lieutenant Chambers banked up on a wingtip and dived down. I did a half free, and in less time than it takes to tell, we were both out of range. The Germans, in their diving attack, had not only failed to get any of us, but had also lost their advantage of height. The tables were turned, or at any rate the conditions were equal, and retreat was evidently the uppermost thought in the minds of the Huns. We gave chase, and in a few minutes I had succeeded in separating one of the planes from the formation. It was then either his life or mine. Perhaps I should get in the fatal shot, or maybe luck would be on his side. In either case, I was determined that it should be a fight to the death. Occupied as I was with my own enemy, I yet had time to notice that Lieutenant Kurtz was doing well. He and Lieutenant Chambers were in full cry after the 2 remaining Albatross planes. The whole show was proceeding in the direction of St. Mihiel. Mine was a running fight until we arrived over Nieuport, the little city about 6 miles inside the German lines. Here my enemy decided that conditions were in his favor, for he swung around and headed straight for me. But I was satisfied to accept the challenge, for I was 100 yards behind and about 200 yards above my opponent, and this gave me a not-to-be-despised advantage. Nearer and nearer he came, heading towards me in a climbing virage, and working both his machine guns furiously. It is a sensation which almost defies description. There we were, only a few yards apart, sparring around one another like 2 prize fighters in a celestial ring. His incendiary explosive bullets were cracking all around me, and any one of them, if it touched a vital spot, was capable of putting an end to the fight. But my feelings were not personal. Indeed, in those few critical moments which constitute the turning point of a fight, the aviator usually has all thoughts of self driven away. With a quick half-turn of a vrille, I secured a position on the tail of my enemy. I was then in such a position that he was unable to turn his gun on me. It was my chance, a chance which probably would be lost in the next fraction of a second, but I had no intention of losing it. With a pull on both triggers, a hail of bullets swept towards the German plane. Down he swooped. Apparently he was out of control. Would he crash, or would he be able, after that giddy dive, to pull out and make a safe landing? That I could not tell, for while the spinning nosedive of an enemy always looks like certain destruction, it is often, in the hands of an artful pilot, the only highway to safety. Had I been over our own lines, I might have followed him down and made certain of his crash. If I saw that he had regained control, I could then immediately renew the fight at a lower altitude. But I was well inside enemy territory and only 10,000 feet above ground. It was quite possible that while I had been occupied in this fight, other enemy planes had gathered overhead and were preparing to wreak vengeance. Personal safety and the elementary rules of aerial fighting require the pilot in such circumstances to regain altitude or get back to the lines as soon as possible. Thus I had to leave the issue of my fight in doubt. I had a faint hope that some other observer might be able to confirm the enemy's crash, and so allow me to place one more Hun to my credit. A few minutes later, and I realized that my recent instinctive fears were only too true. High above, but fortunately a considerable distance away from me, approached 2 German planes, which I rapidly concluded were the 2 machines which had succeeded in escaping from Kurtz and Chambers, and were now determined to punish me when they discovered me so remotely isolated from my formation. My only hope of safety lay in speed. Often and often on the racetrack, with wide open throttle, every nerve taut, every pent-up ounce of energy concentrated in my arms, have I wished that I could infuse just a little more power into my engine, could give just a little more speed to my car, in order to draw away from the man whose car was creeping up to and overhauling mine inch by inch. But this case was even more crucial. Speed now meant safety. Speed here meant life. My motor was flung wide open. The nose of my machine was turned down, and I raced as I had never raced before, for the prize was life itself. But do what I could, it was impossible to shake off one of my opponents. Now I was directly over the lines. A few minutes more and I should be in our own territory, and in a position either to land or to get away from my persistent rival. However, the advantage the other fellow had in height was too much for me, and I realized that it was best for me to turn round and fight. In a flash I had kicked my tail around and was heading towards my opponent. He swooped down, reserving his fire, while I kept my fingers on the triggers of my guns. I had him in range, but I hesitated. The thought had flashed through my brain that perhaps in 3 seconds more I should be able to shoot with more deadly effect. Now I had my sights on him. Now was the time to release both guns. At that very moment his machine banked up on one wingtip, and there, under the lower wing, I saw the concentric red, blue, and white wings of the United States Air Service. The supposed Hun was friend Chambers, who was returning from chasing the enemy, and the second plane was that of Lieutenant Kurtz, back from his first aerial scrap. God only knows why I held my fire for that brief fraction of a second. In talking it over later, Chambers said, "When I saw Rick swing round in that wild fashion, I realized that he was still mad at the Boche, and thought the time had come to let him see my colors." It is not often that a man rises to the degree of joy I felt as we headed for home, the fight over and all three safe. I had every reason to believe my German was down. Possibly Chambers had got another, and Kurtz, for his first time over, had deported himself wonderfully. I searched around for the pilot Kurtz, whom I regarded as being in my care, but to my surprise was unable to find him. I cruised around for a few minutes, searching in every direction, but not one plane could I see in the sky. I argued to myself that he must have gone home, and in consequence I turned my machine towards our aerodrome, hoping to pick him up at any moment. Just as I got sight of our landing ground, my anxiety was relieved, for there, ahead of and below us, was Lieutenant Kurtz, making rings above our field, exactly as I had advised him to do. Lieutenant Kurtz was evidently on his last turn over an adjoining field prior to landing, when to my unspeakable horror I saw his Nieuport drop into a vrille and crash straight to earth, after which burst of angry flames shot up all around him. What could possibly have happened? If help could be got to him without a moment's delay, he might be pulled out of that wreckage before the flames consumed him. But I could not get to him, for the place where his machine had crashed was among barbed wire entanglements and trenchworks so thick that a safe landing was impossible. Below was a road, only 50 yards from the burning machine, and on the road was a French camion. I speeded down, shut off my motor, and by signs and voice urged the driver to go to the rescue. The man stood still and watched. I realized later that he understood it was a hopeless task, for all the ammunition in the wrecked plane was exploding, and for any man to approach meant almost certain death. Unable to land close by, I sped on to our own field, jumped out of my plane almost before it had stopped rolling, vaulted into the saddle of a motorcycle, and raced towards the scene of the disaster with a vague, wild hope that I might yet be able to do some good. Could I live for 1,000,000 years, I should not forget that awful sight of the charred remains of the man who had been my companion in the schools, and who only one brief hour before had set out with me full of life and hope. A few hours later the mystery of that crash was revealed. As already had been mentioned, I had noticed before starting that Lieutenant Kurtz appeared nervous, but had not given the matter any great consideration. The explanation was given by a brother officer who had come with Lieutenant Kurtz to the squadron. Before starting on his last flight, Lieutenant Kurtz had confided to him that he was subject to fainting spells when exposed to high altitudes, and the only thing he was afraid of was that he might be seized with such a fit while in the air. Alas, his fear had been only too well founded. But what a pity it was he had not confided this fear to me, his flight commander! The next morning a simple funeral procession wound its way down the leafy lanes, the while shells passed overhead with an incongruous whine. Awaiting me at the camp on my return from this sad ceremony was an official notice from the French commander. It stated, briefly, that an infantry officer on outpost duty in No Man's Land had observed that the German I had fought with had crashed to the ground a total wreck. I had got my Boche, but I had lost a friend, and he had perished in the manner most dreaded of all aviators, for he had gone down in flames. Chapter 10. Lufbery is Killed. Lieutenant Walter Smith of New York came to me on the morning of May 10th, 1918, and said, "Rick, where do you find all these Boche of yours over the lines?" I asked him what he meant by all. "Why," he said, "I've been over the lines 2 or 3 times, and I haven't had a single look at an enemy machine. I would like to go across with someone like you, who always gets into some fun. Will you take me with you on a voluntary patrol?" This was the spirit I like to see in a pilot, and I immediately told Smith I would take him over at 9 o'clock this very morning if he could get ready. My regular patrol was not on until late in the afternoon, so I had all the morning to myself. Smith was delighted with the invitation and immediately made himself ready. We left the field together and sped quickly towards San Miguel. Our altimeters indicated 17,000 feet as we finished our first patrol and found ourselves over the city of Pont-à-Mousson. No enemy machines had been encountered. Considering it quite probable that a Rumpler might be coming out for photographs on such a nice morning as this, I determined to cut a slice off the German territory on our next patrol and run directly from Pont-à-Mousson to Verdun. Accordingly, I set off with Smith close by my right wing. A slight northerly course brought us directly over Marl-la-Tour, where I knew was located a fighting squadron of Germans. We should satisfy Smith's curiosity even if we had to descend onto the Hun aerodrome. As we crossed the little town of Marl-la-Tour, I detected a German two-seater making off towards Verdun almost directly ahead of us. It was an Albatross and was several thousand feet below us and about 2 miles ahead. We were in excellent position, for not only was our presence entirely unsuspected so far in his rear, but once discovered we had the sun at our backs and had the advantage in height and in numbers. I felt certain of the outcome of the fight, and was warmly congratulating Smith upon his good judgment in picking me as his leader in today's expedition, as I dipped him a signal and began setting our course into the sun. By the time we reached Conflans, I was just above the enemy's tail and in an excellent position. As yet, we had remained unperceived. I stuck down my Nieuport and began my dive. My tracer bullets sped by the startled observer and gave him the first intimation that he had of my proximity. The German pilot must have seen them flash past too. For the next thing I knew was that in some way or other I had passed the Albatross and was still wildly firing into vacancy, while the two-seater enemy machine by one masterful maneuver had given me the go-by and was now on top of me. Clearly he was an old hand at this game, and it behooved me to be careful. I zoomed up again and got the upper berth, but this time I found it extremely difficult to get into a position for shooting. The pilot kicked around his tail so adroitly that every time I prepared to dive upon him, I found the observer coolly sighting a brace of machine guns full into my face. Moreover, I found that at this high altitude the Albatross could maneuver as well or just a little better than could my lighter Nieuport. Once I tried to make a sharp bank to the right. I had quite forgotten the rarity of the air, and, instead of a virage, I found I had thrown my machine into a vrille. 2 complete revolutions were made before I could get myself straightened out. Then, looking about me for my enemy, I found the Albatross nearly a mile away from me, making a fast spurt for home. Smith was composedly sailing along above me, appearing to be quite enchanted with the entertainment. I had encountered an expert pair of air fighters on the Albatross, and I looked after their departing shadow with some admiration, solving my disappointment. Then much of my self-satisfied abandon evaporated instantly when I began to realize that Smith and I were over 25 miles inside Germany. I decided to retreat while retreating was good, fully satisfied that I had given Smith his money's worth in the shape of a first show. As we passed over San Miguel on our way home, I perceived white Archies bursting, back in the direction of Verdun. Closer scrutiny disclosed the same Albatross two-seater quietly riding the air bumps and making steadfastly for our side of the lines. The pilots thought they had me bluffed and were going on with their work in full view of Smith and myself. I wiggled a signal to Smith and started again in pursuit of the foxy Albatross. But immediately the enemy made an about-face and, re-entering the barrage of Archie, set out at a stiff gait for Marl-la-Tour and home. I swerved a bit to the right to cut him off and glanced about me as I did so to ascertain the exact position of Smith. He was nowhere in sight. Below me was Étain. I was at least 10 miles back of the lines. When had Smith left me, and in what direction had he gone? Feeling more than a little uncomfortable in my thoughts at having neglected to look out for him in the last few minutes, I made a half bank and set my course straight for home. As I learned, late that afternoon, Smith had landed inside our lines with motor troubles and was unable to reach our aerodrome until near nightfall. As I neared our aerodrome, I saw a large crowd gathered together on the center of the field. It was just 10:50 in the morning when I landed beside them and hastened up to learn what calamity had overtaken my poor friend Smith. If through my carelessness Smith had become engaged in an unequal combat and had been wounded or crashed upon landing, I could not escape the responsibility for his loss. I hurried over to the hangars, filled with apprehension. The exclamations I heard only bewildered me the more. Major Lufbery's name was on everybody's lips. I asked if anyone had seen Lieutenant Smith come in. The boys only looked at me vacantly and made no reply. Finally, I demanded the reason for this extraordinary gathering on the field. The answer left me dumb with dismay and horror. Our beloved Luff was no more. Major Raoul Lufbery, the American ace of aces, the most revered American aviator in France, had just been shot down in flames not 6 miles away from our field. This sad story is so well known to the whole world that I would not repeat here the details of Lufbery's last fight, were it not for the fact that numerous false stories of his heroic death were spread broadcast throughout America immediately after the news of his loss had been cabled home. Several of these garbled accounts later came to my attention. As our commanding officer, Major Huffer, tells the story, it was about 10 o'clock when the anti-aircraft guns on top of Mount Michel began belching great white puffs of smoke overhead at a very high altitude. An alert came to us immediately that a German photographing machine was coming our way and was at that moment almost directly over our field. Lieutenant Good was the only pilot on the field ready for flight. He was sent up alone to attack the intruder, an incident which brought vastly regrettable results. It was Good's first actual combat. His encounter with the enemy was plainly seen by all the spectators who were gathered about our hangars. Just as Good left the ground, the French Archie ceased firing. Evidently they had scored a hit, for the German observing machine at that moment began a long free, spinning faster and faster as it drew nearer to the ground. Just as the onlookers were convinced that the enemy machine was falling for its last crash, the Albatross recovered its poise, straightened out at less than 200 feet above earth, and turned back towards the German lines. Almost immediately, Lieutenant Good flew in to the attack. Good began firing at an impossible range and continued firing until his ammunition was exhausted, without inflicting any appreciable injury upon the two-seater Albatross. As he came flying home, the Archie batteries in the neighborhood again took up the battle and poured up a violent barrage which surrounded and encompassed this lone enemy on every side. But all to no purpose. The Albatross continued steadily on its retreat, climbing slightly and setting a course in the direction of Nancy. In the meantime, Major Lufbery, who had been watching the whole show from his barracks, jumped on a motorcycle that was standing in the road and rushed to the hangars. His own plane was out of commission. Another Nieuport was standing on the field, apparently ready for use. It belonged to Lieutenant Davis. The mechanics admitted everything was ready, and without another word, Lufbery jumped into the machine and immediately took off. With all his long string of victories, Lufbery had never brought down an enemy airplane within Allied lines. All 17 of his early successes with the Escadrille Lafayette, and his last success, when he had gone out to avenge Jimmy Hall, all had been won across the German lines. He had never seen the wreckage of a single one of his victories. Undoubtedly, he seized this opportunity of engaging in a combat almost within sight of our field with impetuous abandon. Knowing nothing of the condition of his guns, nor the small peculiarities of his present mount, Lufbery flew in to the attack. With far greater speed than his heavier antagonist, Major Lufbery climbed in pursuit. In approximately 5 minutes after leaving the ground, he had reached 2,000 feet and had arrived within range of the Albatross 6 miles away. The first attack was witnessed by all our watchers. Luff fired several short bursts as he dived in to the attack. Then he swerved away and appeared to busy himself with his gun, which evidently had jammed. Another circle over their heads and he had cleared the jam. Again he rushed the enemy from their rear, when suddenly old Luff's machine was seen to burst into roaring flames. He passed the Albatross and proceeded for 3 or 4 seconds on a straight course. Then, to the horrified watchers below, there appeared the figure of their gallant hero, emerging in a headlong leap from the midst of the fiery furnace. Lufbery had preferred to leap to certain death rather than endure the slow torture of burning to a crisp. His body fell in the garden of a peasant woman's house in a little town just north of Nancy. A small stream ran by at about 100 yards distant, and it was thought later that poor Lufbery, seeing this small chance for life, had jumped with the intention of striking this water. He had leaped from a height of 200 feet, and his machine was carrying him at a speed of 120 miles per hour. A hopeless but a heroic attempt to preserve his priceless life for his needy country. While I was listening to the details of this shocking story, the telephone rang. We were informed by a French officer of the exact spot upon which our late hero had fallen. Jumping into a motor, we sped across the intervening miles at a prodigious rate, and arrived at the scene of the tragedy less than 30 minutes after Luff had fallen. But already loving hands had removed his body. The townsfolk had carried all that remained of poor Raoul Lufbery to their little town hall, and there we found him, his charred figure entirely covered with flowers from the nearby gardens. I remember a conversation we had had with Major Lufbery on the subject of catching a fire in the air a few days previous to this melancholy accident. I had asked Luff what he would do in a case of this kind, jump or stay with the machine. All of us had a vast respect for Major Lufbery's experience, and we all leaned forward to hear his response to this question. "I should always stay with the machine," Luff responded. "If you jump, you certainly haven't got a chance. On the other hand, there is always a good chance of side-slipping your airplane down in such a way that you fan the flames away from yourself and the wings. Perhaps you can even put the fire out before you reach the ground. It has been done. I'm for staying with the old bus every time." What an irony now to recall old Luff's instructions. His machine had received a flaming bullet in the fuel tank. The same bullet evidently cut away the thumb of his right hand as it clasped the joystick. The next instant the little craft was but one mass of flame, from which there was no means of escape. Leaving instructions to send the body to the American hospital near our aerodrome, we returned to our field. There we learned one or two climaxes to Lufbery's combat and death. Captain de Rode, the commanding officer of a French escadrille nearby, met us and stated that one of his pilots, in fact his leading ace, had witnessed the death of Lufbery and had immediately taken up the pursuit of the Albatross to revenge him. At the first attack he too was shot through the heart and fell immediately. His machine had crashed but a mile or two from the spot where Luff had fallen. But the German machine was finally shot down by another French machine, and it fell a mile inside our lines, where both pilot and observer were captured. Upon inquiring for Doug Campbell, we then learned he too had gone up to seek revenge for Major Lufbery's death. An hour later he returned and reported that the Albatross had secured too great a start for him, but that he had encountered a two-seater Rumpler over Beaumont, and after a brisk combat he had killed the rear gunner and wounded the pilot. The machine fell within our lines, both wings having been torn off in its rapid descent without control. Stoically receiving our congratulations, Douglas assured us that this Rumpler was but one of many that the Huns would give us in the attempt to pay for the loss of Raoul Lufbery. And well has Douglas Campbell kept his promise. His brother came to lunch with us that day. Doug had expected him. His brother was an officer in a corps of engineers, which was stationed but a short distance away at Gondrecourt, and Douglas had invited him over to mess with us this particular day. As soon as he arrived, Lieutenant Campbell informed Douglas that it was very gallant of him to go up and shoot down an enemy airplane before his very eyes, on this day of his luncheon party. He said he would like to drive over and see what the wreck of the German airplane looked like after falling 16,000 feet. So immediately after lunch, Major Huffer took the two Campbells and myself in his car, and we crawled up to the front and parked the car in some woods as near to Beaumont as we could get. Our own big guns were well behind us, sending their long whining shells over our heads about 10 every second. We walked forward half a mile with due caution, and finally came to the spot where Douglas Campbell's victims lay. 2 or 3 French poilus had been placed on guard over the wreckage by the French colonel in charge of this sector. The wings lay several hundred feet away from the fuselage. We collected some souvenirs of Doug's victory and made our way homeward. It was rare enough that an aviator ever set eyes upon any part of the machine he had shot down. Usually the enemy machine fell far within German lines, for the German policy was to fight only above their own territory. If we were ever fortunate enough to catch a Boche inside our lines and down him there, the last scrap of his machine was carried away by the men in the trenches or by the lorry drivers who happened to be in the vicinity, long before the victorious pilot appeared upon the scene. As we reached home with our enemy's souvenirs, we were again faced with the sorrowful realization that old Luff would never more sit in the group around our cheerful mess table. It was on the following day, May 20th, that the last remains of our beloved hero was to be laid away in our little airmen's cemetery. Already the little plot bore this name, and quite half a dozen of our fellows lay side by side in this foreign clay, so far distant from the land and dear ones they loved. They were now to be joined by one whom all France and America considered preeminent in aviation. General Gerard, the commander of the 6th Army, arrived with his entire staff at 1 o'clock. General Leger, commanding the 26th Division, came with Colonel William Mitchell, commanding the Air Forces of America. All bore with them quantities of beautiful flowers. Hundreds of officers from all branches of the service came to pay their last act of respect to the memory of America's most famous aviator. I watched the great assemblage gather. Their flowers covered the cask of the dead airman and formed a huge pyramid beside it. At 1:30 I hurried back to the aerodrome. I had one last flight to make in conjunction with my comrade of so many patrols. The pilots of Flight Number 1 were strapped in seats and awaiting me. Our mechanics silently handed us our baskets of flowers. Leaving the field in flight formation, we circled over the hospital plot until 5 minutes to 2. The last of the procession had passed up the short stretch of road, and the aviator's last resting place was filled with Lufberry's friends. I flew my formation twice across the mass of uncovered heads below, then glided with closed engine down to 50 feet above the open grave. As his body was being slowly lowered, I dropped my flowers, every pilot behind me following in my wake one by one. Returning then to our vacant aerodrome, we sorrowfully faced the realization that America's greatest aviator and ace of aces had been laid away for his last rest. Chapter 11. Squadron Festivities. The monotony of dud days on the aerodrome exacts a cost from aviators which cannot be computed nor definitely ascertained, but seasoned squadron commanders have learned that their pilots live longer and fight better if they are helped through these dull periods with occasional amusements. Especially is this true where leaves of absence are infrequent. The British, who are past masters in this art of caring for their men, not only established a regular schedule of holidays for their pilots, but even while they lived on aerodromes, all pilots were required to take part in a certain amount of athletic sports, games, and friendly visits back and forth between squadrons. Movie shows, whist tournaments, long walks, and other methods of inducing the pilots to take their minds off their work served to produce a morale and esprit in the British aviators that has not its equal in the world. With the American forces, several influences prevented this happy solution to a trying problem. We were new to the game and had not yet learned to study the psychology of the flyer. We had too few aviators at the front to permit them regular and frequent leaves of absence. We had pressing work before us that could not be disturbed for experimentation. Those high in authority considered it more necessary to ship infantry to France than to increase the number of pilots in aviation. Consequently, the few that were first sent to the front served steadily through to the end, almost without a day's leave being granted for rest and recuperation of spirits. It is said that the work of the war pilots exacts more strain from the individual than is the case with his brothers at arms in any other arm of warfare. Perhaps he does live under a more constant strain. I cannot judge of the truth of this, for I am not familiar enough with all the details of the other man's work. But the fact that the aviator knows he is constantly under the possibility of sudden death every time he sets foot in his machine, whether it be death from bullets and shells or from the possible collapse of his machine in midair, this constant nerving of mind and body against the daily perils which surround him undoubtedly counts heavily against his strength after many weeks of daily service. The wise commanding officer, therefore, provides as much amusement and recreation for his pilots as the circumstances of war permit. On May 25th, our squadron adjutant, Lieutenant Smith, had the good fortune to meet in Menuy-le-Tour the two Herring sisters from the old USA, who were at the front giving entertainments for our soldiers in France under the auspices of the Red Cross organization. Lieutenant Smith immediately called upon the two young ladies and secured a promise from them to come out to Toul and give us a performance at our aerodrome. They very kindly agreed to come the very next afternoon. Upon receipt of the news, we began our preparations at the field. One of the largest French hangars, which was then in use by a photographing squadron, was emptied of its machines and equipment and was cleaned up for the occasion. Everybody enthusiastically turned in to help, and after a few hours' work, we had the theater ready. A stage was set up at one end, and electric lights were arranged with artistic theatrical effect. A captured German piano was brought over from one of the messes, and the dirt floor was swept and polished. The Misses Herring arrived at 4 o'clock and found officers and men all impatiently awaiting them. Even the Frenchmen, who still occupied part of our aerodrome, were on hand, anxious to see and hear this all-American show. It was a wonderful entertainment for all of us, and I am sure the Misses Herring have never received more enthusiastic and sincere applause from any audience. After the show was over, we invited the girls over to our squadron mess, and at the end of a very merry meal we all went out to put them in their car and see them safely started on their way. Just as the car was starting, I put my head inside the curtains and inquired of them their next destination. They told me they were going to Lange, a town not many miles distant from Toul, and very cordially invited me to come over and see them and have dinner with them some evening during the following week. I naturally accepted with every indication of pleasure, and proceeded to make definite arrangements with them as to just what afternoon I should arrange for a flight and come down a pen in the neighborhood of Lange, when I heard a chuckle behind me. I withdrew my head from the curtains and found myself face to face with the C.O. Major Huffer eyed me for a moment with a ghost of a smile on his face, as much as to say, "I overheard everything, my boy, and I don't think you will pan near Lange during the next week." C.O.'s can take a lot of joy out of life. Next day Douglas Campbell, who was running neck and neck with me for the squadron record, won a celebrated victory. He went out on a little private expedition of his own, and while in the vicinity of Pont-à-Mousson, he saw a formation of the British Independent Air Force coming home from a bombing raid on Thionville, an important railway town some 30 miles north of Metz. Some of these British bombing squadrons occupied an aerodrome only a few miles south of our own, and we frequently met them going or coming across the lines. They flew de Havilland two-seaters with Liberty motor, and each machine carried almost a ton of bombs. About 20 of these bombing squadrons were under the command of General Hugh Trenchard, the greatest authority on war aviation in the world, in my opinion, and they were designated as the Independent Air Force because they were not subject to any army orders. Their one function was to drop bombs on German cities. Lieutenant Campbell noticed one of the British machines had dropped back almost a mile behind the others as they were returning homeward from their expedition. No fighting machines ever accompanied these bombers. They relied solely upon their close flying formation to beat off all attackers. Evidently this straggler had motor trouble, for he could not keep up his altitude and was slowly dropping farther and farther behind his formation. To make his situation more desperate, he was at that moment being attacked simultaneously by 3 Falls fighting planes. Without hesitation, Doug dived down to his rescue. Keeping the eastern sun at his back, Campbell executed a long but rapid circle, which brought him onto the rear of the enemy formation without being seen. He aimed for the nearest falls and nearly shot him down with almost his first burst. Turning savagely upon the other 2 falls machines, he gave them burst after burst. Both turned tail and began diving for safety. Chasing the 2 Huns back for a few miles until he was satisfied they would not check their speed this side of their aerodrome, the American turned back and quickly overtook the crippled British de Havilland. Escorting the pilot and observer well back to their destination, Campbell waved them goodbye and made for home. An hour later the commanding officer of the English squadron telephoned us, asking for the name of our plucky pilot, who had downed 1 Hun and driven away from their intended victim 2 others. He stated that the British pilot and the observer had both been wounded by the Falls attackers, and had it not been for the timely arrival of Lieutenant Campbell, both would undoubtedly have been killed. The next morning Lieutenant Campbell and I started out together on a voluntary patrol to see if we couldn't bag a few Hun machines. It was May 28th. We set out from the aerodrome at about 9 o'clock under a beautiful clear sky and drove straight for the lines in the direction of Pont-à-Mousson. We were careful to keep inside our own lines so that the Hun Archie would not betray our presence to the enemy's aeroplanes. 4 or 5 patrols were made back and forth between Pont-à-Mousson and Saint-Mihiel. About an hour after we had left home, I noticed a formation of machines approaching us from the vicinity of Mar-le-Tour. It was evident that they must be enemy machines, since they came from that direction and were attracting no burst of Archie from the German gunners of that locality. I dropped a signal to Campbell and began a southerly climb for greater altitude. Reaching 18,000 feet, I turned and headed back towards the enemy lines. Now the members of the advancing formation were quite distinguishable, and I made out 2 Albatross 2-seater fighting machines coming towards us at about 16,000 feet, and above them 4 Falls single-seater fighting machines were accompanying them as protectors. Undoubtedly the expedition was planned for taking important photographs, and a strong defense had come along to enable the Albatross to accomplish their missions despite any attacks from our side. We had about 2,000 feet altitude over them, but we needed all the advantage we could possibly get against such odds. So I withdrew, still, into the sun, and waited until the whole formation had crossed the lines and were well on our side before turning for the attack. As soon as we began our dive, we were observed. The 2 Albatross immediately turned tail and started for the lines. The 4 fighting planes drew closer their formation and also turned back, keeping themselves between us and the machines they were protecting. Although the long range was hopeless, Campbell and I both fired occasional bursts as we continued after them, always preserving our advantage in altitude and never permitting them a shot at us. In this fashion we all crossed the lines again, and soon we were above the city of Nieuport, Campbell and I still holding the upper floor. Apparently, the Huns began to tire of this humiliating game, for at this juncture we suddenly noticed a breaking up of their formation. The two Albatross machines began circling back of Nieuport, while the four falls struck off for the east and began climbing towards the Moselle Valley. We watched this neat little maneuver for a few moments. Then, to test the crafty trap which was so evidently being laid for us, we suddenly dived, or made a feint at a dive, upon the two abandoned Albatross machines. Campbell went straight down upon the nearest one, while I stayed above him and kept an eye upon the four fighting machines. Instantly the four fighting planes reversed their direction and came hurrying back for a rescue. Douglas zoomed craftily back to a position just below me, and we continued a slow retreat towards our lines. The falls maintained a safe position well in our rear. Again the tricky Huns undertook a fancy maneuver. We saw one of the Albatross suddenly draw away towards the west, flying directly towards St. Mihiel, while the other ceased its circling and hastened to overtake the four fighting planes ahead of him. They waited until he had overtaken them, then all five turned to the east towards the Moselle, leaving the lone Albatross an attractive bait for us 2 miles in their rear. With extreme care we estimated the exact distances that now separated us. Fully aware of the new trap that was laid for us, it was only a question of our ability to get down at the bait and dispose of him, and then regain our altitude before the superior enemy formation could descend upon us. Our judgment was as good as theirs. Our position was a little better, for we could estimate better than they the distance from our point in the sky to the slow-moving Albatross left as a decoy in the west. Better still, we knew to an inch the capabilities of our Nieuport, and perhaps the Huns would underestimate our speed. A fraction of an instant was all the mistake they need make, and they made it. Like a flash, we turned our aeroplanes and side by side dived swiftly down on the lone Albatross, with our throttles full open. The falls machines instantly turned to the pursuit, but even as they did so, they must have realized the futility of the chase, for not only did we have a mile or more handicap, but we rapidly increased this distance between us. As we neared our target, we nursed our machines until our gun sights were directly upon the enemy Albatross. About 100 shots each we fired before we eased off our machines and began to climb away to regain our altitude. Looking back, we saw we had done a complete job with our Albatross. It swooped one way and then the other, and, finally falling into a last vrille, we saw it crash at the edge of the town of Fleray, just inside the Hrata woods. Long before the final crash of our victim, Campbell and I had regained our former altitude. Then came the surprise of the day. Instead of dashing after us to wreak their well-earned revenge, the four Hun fighters returned hastily to their remaining Albatross, and surrounding it, began carefully conducting it northwards, still deeper within their own territory. Many times later did I observe this craven characteristic of the enemy air fighters. No matter what their superiority in numbers or position, if we succeeded in bringing down one of their number, the others almost invariably abandoned the combat and gave us the field. It may be military efficiency, but it always appeared to me to be pure yellowness. Campbell and I were both content to let them go. No sooner had the falls machines pulled away than the Archie batteries below us began target practice. They had had time to calculate our position to a relative nicety in all this time, and they got in some really creditable work. I sheered off towards home, but Campbell, who comes from the same breed as Jimmy Hall, made me wait for him while he returned into the barrage and captivated the German gunners below with his American aerial contortions, the barrage of shrapnel in the meantime getting very much like an Iowa hailstorm. After satisfying himself that they understood his contempt for them, Doug consented to come along home with me. We crossed the lines without suffering a hit, and soon were taxiing our victorious little Nieuport across the field to the doors of our hangar. We had scarcely gotten out of our seats when Douglas received news that completely dissipated the joy of his victory. Lieutenant John Mitchell, a brother of our colonel and dear chum of Douglas Campbell, had been killed that morning in landing his machine at Colombey-les-Belles. Campbell and Mitchell were college chums, had entered aviation together, and had sailed for France from New York on the same steamer. They were inseparable, and all their friends thought of them as two brothers. Poor Doug was inconsolable. Friendships in flying squadrons are curious affairs. Where it is one's daily business to go out looking for trouble, it is plainly imperative that one keep oneself always fit and clear-minded. It would never do so to occupy one's mind with emotions of love or friendship that one's fighting perceptions are dulled. The enemy's mind can be counted upon to be burdened with no such heavy weight. It is a matter of life or death to every air fighter, this quick-thinking, unburdened mind. Hence, I had steeled my heart against that intimate kind of friendship with my comrades that prostrates one upon the death of a friend. When Jim Miller went down, I learned that necessary stoicism. Later Jimmy Hall went, and Loughbury. Many others were to follow, and well I knew it. Close as our friendships were, living and working side by side with common purposes and mutual interdependence, all the pilots of '94, I believe, eventually came to look with a callous indifference upon the sudden death of their dearest chum. This necessity is to my mind one of the greatest horrors of the war. Lieutenant Smith used to talk to me about his old mother in New York. She was a widow, and he an only son. She was in ill health, and he was haunted with the belief that a visit from him would do much to bring her back to good health and spirits. I liked Smith immensely from the first, possibly at first because he had so flattered me with his request to go with me on voluntary patrols, but subsequently I found that he had the ability and character of a wonderful pilot, and he was a reliable companion in a fight. Various men in my squadron appealed to me in various ways, but Smith got so close to me by some attractive quality in his nature that I sometimes dreamed of him at night, picturing him battling against desperate odds in the air or being shot down in flames. Smith had an unfailing fund of good nature and humor. One morning, shortly after my last exploit with Douglas Campbell, Lieutenant Smith again came to me and asked me to take him on a second expedition. We agreed to go on the following morning at 4 o'clock. I might say for the benefit of those who have never been out of bed at 4 o'clock that it is always raw and chilly at that hour in the morning. And when one climbs up to 20,000 feet in the air and cruises about for an hour or so with nothing more than a cup of coffee under one's belt, it requires some little enthusiasm in one's nature to derive unmixed pleasure out of it. On this morning in question, Smith and I got up to 22,000 feet over Pont-à-Mousson and Fleury. The temperature at this altitude was probably close to 50 degrees below zero. We expected to find some early bird of the Germans coming over the lines to take their customary photographs, and it was necessary for us to have the topmost ceiling to escape his attention. After an hour of fruitless searching, I led off again to the west, this time a little deeper within German lines. To my surprise, I noticed Smith suddenly turn towards home and soon disappear from my sight. Supposing he had been let down by a faulty motor, I continued my patrol for another hour, saw one enemy plane, which also saw me, and escaped me without a combat, until finally despairing of finding any game before my fuel was completely exhausted, I returned to the field after almost 2½ hours in the air. Lieutenant Smith came up to my machine as I shut off the motor. "Hello, Eskimo," he greeted me with some savageness. "Why didn't you stay up all day?" I asked him why he had come down. He looked at me a moment and then began to laugh. "Rick," he said, "I am frozen so stiff yet that if I laugh out loud I will break in two. I don't know just how high up we were, but I'll swear that I saw the sun rising for tomorrow morning." The Nieuport is a cold berth in high altitudes, and one must dress for the part. When I learned that Smith had worn only his ordinary clothing, I could easily fancy that today's sun might look to him like the one due a week hence. Chapter 12. Jimmy Meisner Again. Such was the liaison between the Allied forces on our sector of the front in the spring of 1918 that we were frequently called upon to act in concert with the infantry or the air forces of the French and British. Thus, on Decoration Day, when all the thoughts from our aerodrome were directed towards the significance of the celebration that our people back home were planning for this occasion, a call came from the British Independent Air Force Headquarters that an important expedition was being carried out that morning at 8 o'clock against the German railroad station at Conflans, and it would be appreciated if we Americans could furnish them some protection on their homeward journey. Accordingly, Lieutenant Meisner was given charge of a formation of 6 Nieuport from 94 Squadron, and Lieutenant John Mitchell led a similar formation of 6 machines from the 95th, all of which left our aerodrome on this mission. They were to rendezvous over Nieuport, which was about halfway to Conflans from the front. This Lieutenant John Mitchell of 95 Squadron must not be confused with the other John Mitchell, our colonel's brother, killed, as already stated, at Colombey-le-Bel. Thinking the chances good for a little private scrap of my own, I got my machine ready and left the aerodrome at 7:30. The 2 large flights were just fading away in the distance as I left the ground. By the time I reached Fleury, I had attained an altitude of 15,000 feet, and was in a splendid position to witness the whole show. There were the English squadrons returning from this expedition against the supply depots of Conflans. They had evidently dropped all their bombs, and had quite as evidently aroused a hornet's nest in doing so. A large formation of enemy planes were following them hot foot, and our fighting machines were climbing up to intercept them. Ahead of the British aeroplanes, a furious storm of shrapnel indicated that Archie was not caught napping. The German shells burst below and ahead of the bombing squadron, but ceased as soon as the pursuing Hun machines approached that area. Those German batteries were putting up a beautiful performance, but they were lacking in just one essential. They couldn't hit the target. My own formations were at that moment passing over Nieuport and were dashing forward with all speed to the rescue of the approaching Englishmen. It looked like a regular dogfight that was preparing before my very eyes. The Americans should reach the Englishmen at about the same time that the Huns overtook them from their rear. Suddenly I noticed something going wrong with the American formation below me. Evidently, another enemy flight had come up from the west and had started a free-for-all fight to prevent the Nieuport from giving aid to the bombers. As I watched this encounter, I noticed one of our Nieuport, probably 3,000 feet below me and a little to the west, first flutter and then begin to fall out of control. Ever since the beginning of the stage setting, I had been edging my way towards the center of the field where the opposing forces must meet. Now they were fairly under me. The stricken Nieuport had no sooner begun its uncontrollable spin than I noted 2 Albatross fighting machines set themselves on his tail. Instantly I descended pell-mell onto one of them, firing at long range and continuing my fire until, to my great relief, I saw my target falling steeply to earth, quite beyond control. The other Albatross veered off and hastened away. I did not know who was the hapless pilot of the Nieuport and could not tell in what condition he was. I started swiftly down beside him to ascertain whether he was beyond further help, or whether his whole performance was simply a ruse to get away from an overwhelming force. Before I had reached him, I saw the Nieuport come gracefully out of the spin, and with one long bank begin again its upward climb. It was only a ruse. The boy was coming back to the fight. Climbing above him, I turned again my attention to the thickest of the fray. The attacking Fokkers had been met by the remaining strength of the Americans by now, and the English bombers were nearing the Allied lines. A number of individual combats were waging in various parts of the heavens. I ran about from one to the other with a savage sort of elation urging me on. It is a glorious feeling to down an enemy in combat, and the sweetness of such a victory is more than doubled if it includes saving a comrade from a fall. Who this comrade was I did not know, but I saw that he was following me along as we searched the sky from place to place for a favorable opening. Finally it came. About 5 kilometers away in the direction of Pont-à-Mousson, I saw a running fight which had passed quite through the rest of the combatants. I had been flying in almost the opposite direction and had not noticed their passing us. My recent protégé had left me and was already streaking it in their direction. I pulled over and started in pursuit, straining my eyes to distinguish what machines were involved in this new melee, to what sides they belonged, and how our fellows were faring. A glance at the lines told me that the British squadron was well away and unpursued. The little Nieuport ahead of me continued straight on, and while I was still half a mile away, I saw him dart into the attack. There were 4 or 5 Nieuport against the same number of Albatross machines, and the whole show was drifting eastward towards the Moselle River. I slightly increased my altitude and prepared to select the most favorable door for my entrance. But whilst I was in the very act of entering it, a sudden change in the situation attracted my attention. The same little Nieuport that had been in trouble so recently over Nieuport, and which had again gone in red-headed against these Albatross, was diving down on the tail of one enemy, while a second Albatross, perceiving his advantage, had gotten into a similar position on his tail. Even while I was starting down to make the fourth in this headlong procession, I saw the leading Albatross suddenly zoom sharply up and loop over onto his back. The Nieuport went under him at headlong pace. Both Albatross were now on the Nieuport's tail, and I was firing intermittently at each of them, hoping to divert their attention for the fraction of a second necessary to relieve the pilot of the Nieuport. With a careful aim I settled a long burst of bullets into the Albatross ahead of me. I saw at once that he was finished. The machine continued straight ahead until it crashed full into the forest that lines the east bank of the Moselle. In the midst of this diving battle, the pilot in the Nieuport had tried the same maneuver that the enemy Albatross had so recently achieved. Pulling back his joystick with great suddenness, the Nieuport rose and let the 2 machines, one a pursuer, the other my victim, and now pilotless, pass beneath him. But at the same instant came the sound of that sinister crackling that indicated to me the strain had again been too much for the strength of the Nieuport's wings. The whole surface of the canvas on the right wing was torn off with the first wrench. It was the same familiar old accident that had so nearly claimed Jimmy Meisner a fortnight previously, that had indeed landed Jimmy Hall a prisoner in German lines, and that had so terrified me a few days before. And here we were again, at least 4 miles north of no man's land. Would he disintegrate here, or would he be able to make some sort of landing in the forest-covered mountains below? It was a pitiable choice. Fortunately, we were left alone with our problem, the pilot of the other Nieuport and myself. The two Albatross had evidently decided to call it a day and go in. They may never have known the catastrophe which overtook their coveted victim. The other enemy machines had carried on their attacks or retreats well beyond the Moselle. I took a rapid survey of the heavens before turning my helpless attention to the ugly situation in which my protege now found himself. Truly, if he gets out of this alive, I thought to myself, he will certainly survive the war. The boy who can pilot a machine without any fabric on it, as that chap is doing, is certainly something of an artist, I again said to myself as I put on the sauce and hastened to overtake my wobbly companion, who was staggering towards our lines much like a drunken man. But at any rate he was getting there. I came up to within 20 feet of him and looked curiously into the pilot's seat. There was Jimmy Meisner again, turning a cheery grin towards me and taking his ease while he waved a hand to me. Jimmy Meisner indeed. No wonder he could fly a machine without canvas. With the practice he was getting, he would soon be flying without wings. This was the second time he had gone through with practically the same experience, and I had saved him from attack on both occasions. I stayed close beside Jimmy all the way in. When he finally settled down on our field for his final little crash, he came wobbling over to me from the wreck, as blithe and merry as ever. "Thanks, old boy, for shooting down those Boche on my tail," said Jimmy, trying to be serious. "I'm beginning to like coming home without any wings on my machine." Just here Doug Campbell came out of the hangar and ran up to my machine. "Rick," said Douglas, "who was the poor fellow who ripped the canvas off his wings and fell just beyond Pont-à-Mousson? I saw the thing go down." "Doug," I returned seriously, "you simply can't kill some people." "But I put in a report that he crashed," retorted Doug. "Taylor and I were in on that show that you just left. We beat you home. We both saw the wing come off that Nieuport when he came out of the dive. Who was he?" I pointed sadly at Jimmy without speaking. Then I pointed to the remains of his machine in the center of the field. "Jimmy Meisner," I said, climbing down from my machine. "I got 2 Huns through you today, and I thank you for them, but you really must stop this sort of thing. It's getting on my nerves." "Was it really you, Jimmy?" queried Campbell, coming up and hugging the unabashed Meisner. "And this is the second time you've gotten away with it." "You will never be shot down in air fighting, my son," contributed Thorne Taylor, who was also regarding our lucky pilot with unbelieving eyes. "Wait till Flatbush hears about this new stunt of yours." Jimmy Meisner comes from that part of Brooklyn known as Flatbush. While we were thus congratulating Jimmy upon his second miraculous escape on a collapsed machine, John Mitchell of 95 Squadron settled upon the field beside us. He had another interesting story of the day's adventure. He had noticed an enemy two-seater and 2 protecting fighting planes of the enemy accompanying it, just east of the British bombers who were returning. His entire formation dived down to the attack, and a brisk little battle took place at only 3,000 feet above ground. One after another, Mitchell's formation of 6 machines peeked down at the two-seater and let go a burst. At the last swoop, the enemy plane burst into flames and crashed. Then they took up the pursuit of the 2 defending planes, and Mitchell chased one of them as far north as Vigneulles, which is halfway to Metz from the front-line trenches. At this point, the fleeing Hun evidently decided that he was no match for the American who dared to follow him so deep within his own territory, for he dived suddenly to earth and attempted to land in a large open field just outside the town. Mitchell followed him all the way down, firing continuously as he attempted to land. The Boche pilot made a miscalculation of his distance, being probably scared out of his wits, ran full into a fence, and turned a double somersault before ending in a total smash. Just how the pilot came out of this misadventure, Mitchell had no way of ascertaining, but as long as the wreckage remained in his sight, no person attempted to emerge therefrom. It was a glorious day for 94 and 95 squadrons. We had brought down in combat 4 aeroplanes of the enemy without the loss of a single one of our own. We lost 1 machine through accident in this fight, but there were so many amusing incidents connected with this accident that none of us took it seriously. It happened in this way. The comedian in life of 95 Squadron was Lieutenant Casgrain of Detroit, Michigan. Lieutenant Mitchell took him along on this expedition, although it was his first trip over the lines. Casgrain kept in the formation and took a gallant part in the attack on the 2-seater machine, which ended in its destruction in air. But in recovering from the downward dive, Casgrain made the same mistake which so many of us had made in pulling up the Nieuport too quickly. He lost his canvas, just as Meisner had done. Being unaware that the proper manipulation would permit him to fly home in that condition, Casgrain put his nose down immediately and began a long glide to earth. Evidently, he thought he was much nearer home than he was, For as we were told later by an artillery observer who had seen him land, Casgrain floated blandly halfway across no man's land, which is about a mile wide at this point, selected a smooth piece of ground, and landed with the ease of an eagle. He stepped out of his machine with a nonchalant manner, map in hand, and set about quietly perusing it, as much as to say, "Well, here I am. Now just where am I?" At this moment several rifle balls dug up the dirt at his heels. He dropped his map and made a jump for some nearby trees. After a short consideration of his position, he was seen to leave the trees and advance straight towards the German trenches, his hands held up in the air. Poor old Casgrain evidently thought he was well behind the German lines after his first rude awakening. As a matter of fact, he might just as well have walked in the other direction and passed through into our own lines if he had only known that he was in no man's land. The officers' mess at 95 Squadron do not tire of repeating this story to the present day. A few days after the cessation of hostilities, they learned from released prisoners with great satisfaction that their star comedian had been well cared for in the German prisons, where he had been the wit of the camp. A fortnight after his capture, he was caught hoarding his food in order to have a supply on hand when an opportunity came for an escape. For this offense, Casgrain was sent north to a distant camp in Prussia just before the armistice was signed. The American gunners who witnessed Casgrain's landing in no man's land brought their 75s to bear upon his aeroplane as soon as they discovered he had abandoned it. It lay somewhat nearer the German trenches than our own. All the rest of the day they hammered away at it without scoring a single hit. Presumably, the novices in this battery were experimenting at range finding, for they shot away much ammunition without damaging the machine. This particular battery evidently had not had much practice before they left the United States. That night, the humorous Boche in the trenches went out and secured the little plane. The next morning, the American gunners saw the top plane of the Nieuport standing upright in the German front line trench. The bull's-eye cockade, which was brightly painted with red and blue circles around a big white center, stood directly facing them as much as to say, "Now, here is the target. Take another try at it." From the frequency of these accidents to our Nieuport, it may be wondered why we continued to use them. The answer is simple. We had no others we could use. The American Air Forces were in dire need of machines of all kinds. We were thankful to get any kind that would fly. The French had already discarded the Nieuport for the steadier, stronger Spad, and thus our government was able to buy from the French a certain number of these out-of-date Nieuport machines for our American pilots, or go without. Consequently, our American pilots in France were compelled to venture out in Nieuport against far more experienced pilots in more modern machines. None of us in France could understand what prevented our great country from furnishing machines equal to the best in the world. Many a gallant life was lost to American aviation during those early months of 1918, the responsibility for which must lie heavily upon some guilty conscience. Chapter 13. America's First Ace. At the close of the war, 94 Squadron not only held first place among all American squadrons in the length of service at the front, but we held the record in number of enemy planes brought down and the record number of aces for any one squadron as well. I believe no single squadron in the world has won similarly so many victories as the American 94 Hat in the Ring Squadron had credited to it during the first 6 months of its existence. Our victories, which were confirmed, totaled 69, ending with the last aerial victory of the war, that of Major Kirby, who shot down his first and last enemy machine just northeast of Verdun at about noon on Sunday, November 10, 1918. Many of the pilots who had gone out on their first patrols with me counted themselves later among the American aces. While many Americans had secured 5 or more victories in the air before the pilots of 94 began their full strides, these early aces, such as Loughbury, Bayliss, and Putnam of French escadrilles, and Warman, Libby, and McGowan, who were enrolled with the British, all were trained under foreign methods and flew foreign machines. The first official American ace is therefore claimed by our squadron. This Simon Pure American air fighter, who entered the war with the Americans, received his training with Americans, and did all his fighting with the Americans, was Lieutenant Douglas Campbell of San Jose, California. Douglas Campbell was 22 years of age when he made his first trip over the lines. His father was the head of the Lick Observatory on Mount Hamilton, California. Douglas had received an unusually good schooling before he entered the war, being an old boy of Hotchkiss and later graduating at Harvard with the class of 1917. The outbreak of the war caught him traveling in Austria with his family. They avoided the active theater of war by going through Russia and getting thence from Denmark to England. After finishing his college course, Doug began preparing for aviation by entering the ground school work at Cornell University. He was among the first cadets to be sent to France, arriving in Paris in August 1917. He had not as yet received any training in flying, but was thoroughly familiar with wireless operation, aerial navigation, and aeroplane motors. Made adjutant under Captain Miller, who was then in command of the American Flying School at Issoudun, Lieutenant Campbell had great difficulty in extricating himself from this indoors work, where every day's stay made him more and more valuable to his superiors. He determined to learn to fly, with the expectation that, once possessed of his wings, he might find his transfer to an active service at the front more quickly obtainable. There were no beginners' training machines at Issoudun. Only the 23 model Nieuport were there. Pilots were supposed to receive initial training on the slower Curtiss machines or the Caudreau before attempting to fly the fast Nieuport, but Campbell feared he would never get necessary permission to take this preliminary training, so he determined to get through without the beginner's course. Little by little, he edged his way into the advanced training school. He finally considered himself well enough schooled in the principles of flying to make his first essay on a solo flight. He went up all right, flew away all right, landed all right. In other words, Lieutenant Campbell learned to fly alone on a fast scout machine, a feat I do not remember any other American pilot having duplicated. Douglas Campbell was always a silent and self-possessed fellow. He was popular among his fellows from his first appearance in 94 Squadron. Quiet and thoughtful in manner and gentle in speech when on the ground, Lieutenant Campbell in the air was quite a different character. He went after an enemy pilot like a tornado, often exposing himself to deadly openings. His very impetuosity usually saved him from danger, unless his opponent was an old hand at the game and knew how to measure up the proper amount of defensive and offensive tactics in the same maneuver. On May 31st, the day after our big celebration just recorded, Lieutenant Campbell went out on a voluntary patrol alone, i.e., Doug went out looking for trouble. He made quite a long flight inside German lines at a great altitude, but discovering too many enemy airplanes aloft, he decided to return back to the lines. When still 3 or 4 miles behind the German front, he discerned a German Rumpler machine evidently taking photographs of our advanced positions just south of Fleury. Fleury lies just inside our lines about halfway between Pont-à-Mousson and Saint-Mihiel. The Rumpler aeroplane was the machine used by the enemy for observation and photographing. It was a two-seater, and both the pilot and the observer who sat behind had machine guns so mounted that they covered both the front and the rear. The pilot's gun was fixed, that is, it lay flat on top of the engine hood and could not be raised or lowered. The pilot must raise or lower the nose of the airplane itself to bring his sights upon a target. The bullets shoot straight through the revolving propeller, and the trigger of the gun is so connected with the propeller shaft by a synchronizing gear that the hammer of the gun falls only when the propeller blade is out of the way of the issuing bullets. The observer in the rear seat, however, is able to move his twin guns about and point them in any direction. An attack is therefore usually made upon such a machine from a position under its tail. If an attack comes from below the fuselage, the observer cannot shoot without cutting holes through his own tail. The forward pilot cannot use his guns at all. The only defense against such an attack is a quick swing to the left or right, so that the observer can see the attacking enemy and bring his guns into action. This move the attacking airplane must anticipate. Campbell was coming into the enemy's range from a very favorable direction. He had the sun at his back, and moreover, he was coming from Germany into France. His presence in that direction would not be suspected. Maneuvering until he was sure of his position, Lieutenant Campbell first tried a diving attack from above and behind the Rumpler. He had an excellent chance of killing the observer with the first burst long before the latter could swing his guns around and aim them, but no such easy victory awaited him. As he began his dive, he began firing. 6 or 7 shots issued from the Nieuport's single gun, and then it jammed. The observer turned around and saw the diving Nieuport almost upon him. He quickly seized his own gun and got to work. Campbell was compelled to fly a wide circle away out of range while he worked the breech block of the Vickers and freed the jam. Now it must be a contest between a one-man scout and a two-man fighting bus. The best pilotage and the coolest nerve must win. As Doug returned to the attack, he discovered at once that he had a veteran pilot against him. The Rumpler crew showed no sign of panic or fear. The Heinies did not even propose to retreat. Campbell approached somewhat warily and began a study of the enemy's tactics. The Nieuport could turn and twist with much greater agility than the heavier machine. It had greater speed and a faster dive. Underneath the Rumpler was a safe position from which the American could keep out of view and occasionally point up his nose and let go a burst of bullets through the enemy's floor. Campbell darted in, braving a few hurried shots, and secured his position. But he didn't keep it long. With a skill that won from Campbell still greater respect for his pilotage, the German pilot suddenly banked over, giving his observer an excellent shot at the Nieuport below. It was no place to linger in, and Douglas quickly vacated. He dived again and came away at a safe distance. Again he turned the proposition over in his mind. These fellows were evidently desirous of a real battle. Well, thought Campbell to himself, let the best man win. Here goes. Circling the enemy again and again at such speed that no careful aim at him was possible, Campbell smiled grimly to himself as he saw the observer frantically continue his firing. At this rate he must soon exhaust his ammunition, and then Campbell's turn would come. Doug continued his maneuvers, at times firing a shot or two to tempt the Boche into still greater activity. Round and round they went, the Hun pilot attempting to kick his tail around to keep pace with the quicker circles of the flitting Nieuport. The pilot was surely a wonder. The observer, however, was not in the same class as the air fighter. For 15 minutes Campbell continued these maneuvers. So far as he knew, not a single bullet had entered his plane. Then suddenly he noticed that the pilot had changed his tactics. Instead of trying to keep the Nieuport within range of the observer, the German pilot was now keeping his tail behind him and sought always to get a shot himself with his forward gun. Campbell flew in closer to the tail to get a look at this situation. Coming in towards the observer from a diagonal direction, Campbell approached within 50 feet of the enemy and saw a curious sight. The observer was standing proudly upright, and his arms were folded. From the edge of his cockpit the empty ammunition belt floated overboard and flapped in the wind. He had indeed exhausted his ammunition and now stood awaiting his doom without a thought of asking for mercy. He wore a haughty expression on his face as he watched the American approach. As Doug said later, he was so impressed with the bravery of the action that he felt he could not continue the combat against an unarmed enemy. The Prussian's expression seemed to say, "Go ahead and shoot me. I know you have won." Upon second thought, Lieutenant Campbell realized that this was not a game in which he was engaged. It was war. These men had photographs of our positions within their cameras, which might be the death of hundreds of our boys. They had done their best to kill him, and he had endured their bullets in order to obtain just this opportunity. And the pilot was still continuing his effort to outwit the American and get him beneath his guns. With his next maneuver, Campbell began firing. With almost his first burst, he saw that he had won. The machine of the enemy suddenly descended very rapidly. The next second it began falling out of control, and a few minutes later Lieutenant Campbell saw its last crash in our lines a few hundred yards north of the little village of Nieuport. Campbell returned to the field and immediately jumped into a car and drove over to the scene of the crash. Here he quickly found the mangled Rumpler, and in the midst of the debris were the bodies of the two late occupants with whom he had had such a prolonged duel. Both had been killed by the fall. The brave observer whose demeanor had so aroused Campbell's admiration was in truth a Prussian lieutenant. The pilot held the same rank. Both were subsequently given a military funeral, and their personal effects were sent back to Germany in their names. Lieutenant Campbell detached from the conquered Rumpler the black crosses which decorated its wings and brought them home with him as first evidence of his well-won victory. As the machine crashed within our lines, it required but a few more hours in which to have Lieutenant Campbell's victory officially confirmed. It was his 5th. He had been the first American pilot to win 5 official confirmations. Douglas Campbell that night received the heartiest congratulations from all the boys in the squadron as the first American ace. The news was telegraphed to the whole world, and for a month the congratulations of the world came pouring in upon him. Almost self-taught and equipped with not the safest machine at the front, Douglas Campbell had within 6 weeks of his first flight over the lines fought 5 successful duels with the boasted air fighters of the Germans. During the early hours of the same day on which Campbell was bringing this distinguished honor to the 94th Squadron, an episode occurred which illustrates the great aid that airplanes give to the land forces in warfare. Sadly enough, this illustration is negative rather than affirmative, for it shows the misfortune that resulted from the failure of our troops always to use our airplanes before a contemplated advance. Northwest of Chypre, a small offensive movement had been planned by the American infantry. By some means or other, the enemy had received advanced information of this attack and had prepared a trap for them. According to the prearrangements, our artillery began the show with a terrific bombardment of shells along the German trenches. Something like 20,000 shells were poured into a small area of ground inside of 1 hour. Then the doughboys got the word and went over the top. They raced along across no man's land, dropped into the first line of trenches of the Germans, crawled out of them and went on to the second. All the way on to the third line of trenches of the Germans they continued their victorious course. When they arrived there they counted up their prisoners and found the whole bag consisted of but one sick Heine, whom the Germans had been unable to remove. While they were scratching their heads over this extraordinary puzzle, German gas shells began to drop among them. The enemy had calculated to an inch the exact positions they had just evacuated, and they quickly filled the trench lines with deadly fumes. Over 300 of our boys were gassed more or less seriously before they had time to meet the devilish menace. Then they realized they had wasted their ammunition upon vacant trenches and had blindly walked into a carefully prepared trap. One single preliminary aeroplane flight over this area before beginning the offensive would have disclosed to our troops the whole situation. In fact, I believe this function of seeing for the Army is the most important one that belongs to the aviation arm in warfare. Bombing, patrolling, and bringing down enemy airplanes are but trivial compared to the vast importance of knowing the exact positions of the enemy's forces and looking before you leap. On the morning of June 1st, I had an interesting little fracas with an enemy two-seater Rumpler some distance within the German lines. But this pair of Boche airmen was evidently not related to the team that Doug met on the day before. They dived for the ground and continued their course homeward regardless of my earnest invitations to come back and fight it out. Much disappointed with a fruitless day's work, I went home and arranged to take a little joyride by automobile over to Nancy, the principal city in this part of France. Nancy is a city of 30,000 or thereabouts, and is called by Frenchmen the Little Paris of the East. After 4 years of war, its shops are now almost empty, and its glory considerably dimmed. But a visit and walk about the city's streets did all of us good after so many weeks standing on the alert. We heard rumors that the American airplane squadrons were to be moved soon to another sector of the front to meet a big push on Paris that was anticipated. Rumors were rife in Nancy on every topic, however, so we were not fully convinced by them. Nancy is darkened by night, as is every city or village so near the front where bombing raiders may be expected. Nothing daunted by this possibility of a raid, however, we investigated the chances for a good meal as dinner time approached. Imagine our gratification when we stepped into a restaurant on Stanislaw Plaza and found a list of good old American dishes on the menu. Upon inquiry, we found that the place was called Walter's, and was quite the most pretentious cafe in Nancy. I called for the proprietor and learned that his name was Walter. He had formerly been chef of the Knickerbocker in New York. Visiting his old home in France, Walter had been caught by the war, joined the infantry, and after a few months at the front, was wounded and retired from service. Being a native and lover of France, he decided to stay and see the war out. Accordingly, he selected Little Paris in the East and opened up a first-class restaurant, which has now become the favorite rendezvous for the many American officers who find their headquarters in this vicinity. Chapter 14. Rumpler Number 16. Lieutenant Smith went out with me again on June 4th, 1918. He had now become a valuable companion, and I placed the utmost dependence upon his reliability and good judgment. We crossed the lines near Pont-à-Mousson to take a look into the enemy territory and see if any inquisitive aeroplane might be coming over for photographs. Within a dozen minutes after passing the trenches, I picked up the distant silhouette of two enemy machines approaching us from the direction of Metz. I saw at first glance that these fellows had more than 1,000 feet advantage of us in the matter of altitude. Without waiting to discover whether or not they had any friends behind them, I turned sharply about and began climbing for a greater height. We could neither attack the enemy nor defend ourselves advantageously so far below them. While flying south and climbing steeply, I noticed ahead of us, in the direction of our own aerodrome, an enormous number of white shell bursts dotting the heavens at about our altitude. These were American anti-aircraft shells, and they told me clearly that an enemy airplane was operating over Toul. Likewise, they indicated that no American planes were in the sky there, else our gunners would be more cautious in firing. Up to this time, I had downed 5 German aeroplanes, every one of them behind their own lines. Confirmation from my last victory, won on May 30th, had not yet come in, so officially I was not yet an ace. That was of little consequence, but the matter of dropping a Boche plane within our own territory where I might land beside him and have the satisfaction of seeing what sort of prize I had bagged, this was a pleasure that I rather ardently desired. Consequently, I forgot all about the late object of our attack, who presumably was still coasting along 5 or 6 miles behind us. I wigwagged my wings to attract Smith's attention, pointed the nose of my Nieuport towards the city of Toul, and forged with all possible speed ahead in that direction. Smith understood and followed close behind me. As we drew nearer, we easily distinguished the outline of a 2-seater Hun photographing machine tranquilly pursuing its way amidst the angry burst of shrapnel. I wouldn't have taken $1,000,000 for my opportunity at that moment. The enemy was in our very front lawn and would drop within a few kilometers of my own hangar. He hadn't even noticed my approach, but was lazily circling about, no doubt photographing everything of interest in the vicinity with calm indifference to the frantic efforts of our Archie batteries. It was a rumpler, just as I had thought. I had him in a tight position. He couldn't see me as I was exactly in the middle of the sun. I had just the right amount of elevation for a leisurely direct attack. Smith stayed above me as I pushed down my joystick and began my slide. Painted in big black letters on the side of his fuselage was the number 16. The outlines of 16 was beautifully shaded from black into orange color. Just ahead of the 16 were the ornate insignia, also in orange, which represented a rising sun. I pictured the spot on the wall over my sleeping cot where those insignia would hang this evening after dinner as I directed the sights of my machine gun past the rising sun, past the observer's seat, raised them a trifle, and finally settled them dead into the pilot's seat only 100 yards ahead of me. Absolutely certain of my aim, I pressed the trigger. Words could not describe my chagrin and rage as I realized that my gun had jammed after the first 2 or 3 shots. I dashed on by my easy target at the rate of 200 miles per hour, cursing madly at my gun, my ammunition, and at the armorer at the aerodrome who had been careless in selecting and fitting my cartridges. The 2 or 3 bullets that I had fired merely served to give the alarm to the Huns in the machine. They would turn at once for home, while I withdrew to repair my miserable firearms. It was too true. Already they were headed for Germany and were moving away at top speed. I directed my swifter climbing machine upon a parallel course that would soon distance them as well as regain me my former superior height. And as we flew along, I disengaged the faulty cartridge from the chamber of the Vickers and fired a few rounds to see that the mechanism was in good firing order. All again arranged to my satisfaction, I looked below to see how far my craft had carried me. I had crossed over the lines. There lay Nieuport below me, not more than a mile away. The enemy machine had been steadily diving for home all this time, and I had a very few seconds left me for an attack of any kind. All hopes of getting a victory inside my own lines had now disappeared. I should be lucky if I got confirmation for a victory at all, since we are now so far inside Germany and so near to the ground. I dived on to the attack. Most of one's troubles in this world come from something wrong inside oneself. If I hadn't been so stupidly optimistic at the outset of this engagement, I should have been more cautious, and my first disappointment would not have made me forget to keep an eye out for other enemy machines. Even Smith I had forgotten in my rage at losing the best chance for a brilliant shot that had ever come my way. I had been flying for 5 minutes with almost no thoughts except angry disappointment. Now I had a rude awakening. Even as I began my last dive upon the rumpler, I heard, saw, and felt living streaks of fire pass my head. They crackled and sparkled around me like a dozen popcorn roasters, except that they had a far more consistent and regular rhythm. I saw a number of these tracer bullets go streaming past my face before I realized what a blessed idiot I had been. Almost scared out of my wits with the dreadful situation in which I now found myself, I did not even stop to look around and count the number of enemy machines on my tail. I imagined there were at least 1,000 from the streaks of fire which their tracer bullets and incendiary ammunition cut through my wings. I kicked my rudder with my right foot and shoved my joystick to the right with a single spasmodic jerk. My machine fell over its wings and slid sideways for a few 100 feet, and then, seeing a clear country between me and dear old France, I pulled her into line and fed in the gas. The suddenness of my maneuver must have caught the Heinies quite by surprise, for as I strained out I looked behind me and saw the 2 fighting single-seaters which had been on my tail still on their downward dive. I had gotten away so quickly they did not even yet know I had gone. Number 16 and the orange-colored rising sun that I fancied would be decorating the walls over my sleeping cot were still leering at me from the fat sides of the rumpler as it descended leisurely to the ground. As I took my melancholy yet grateful way homeward, I reviewed and checked up the events of the morning. I resolved then and there never again to permit premature elation or circumstances of any kind, good or bad, to rile my temper and affect me as they had this morning. Fate had been extraordinarily good to me, and I had escaped miraculously with only a few bullet holes through my wings, but I could never expect to be so fortunate again. It was with a chastened spirit that I confronted our armorer a few minutes later and told him about my jam. Instead of bringing a severe punishment to the careless mechanics who had tested my gun and ammunition, I mildly suggested that they make a more stringent examination of my cartridges hereafter. At this time I was second in command of Squadron 94, and, as one of the privileges of the office, I could go off on voluntary patrols at any time I desired, so long as such proceedings did not interfere with my required duties. I naturally preferred going by myself, for I felt no responsibility for other pilots under such circumstances, and I had a much better chance of stealing up close to enemy airplanes without discovery. In formation flying, the whole flight is limited to the speed and altitude of its weakest member. Formation flying is very valuable to an inexperienced pilot, but after one has learned to take care of oneself, one prefers to go out with a roving commission. The morning following my disappointing encounter with number 16 of the Rising Sun Squadron, I went over to my hangar at an early hour to see that all was right with my machine. Inside the shed, I found the mechanics busy with my Nieuport. The gun had been dismounted and was still in the repair shop. Some defect had been discovered in the mechanism, they told me, and it had been necessary to take it to the gun repair shops for examination. My machine was out of commission for that day. Looking over the available machines, I found that Lieutenant Smith's Nieuport was in good condition, although the guns were not correctly aligned, according to Smith's judgment. He readily consented to my using it for a little patrol, though this necessitated his remaining behind. I knew nothing of the capabilities of his machine, yet I was pleased to try the efficacy of his twin-gun mounting. My own Nieuport carried but one gun. Flying high over Nancy and Toul and Commercy, I tried first to learn the topmost ceiling of Smith's machine. The highest altitude, it should be explained, to which any machine can climb, is controlled by the steadily increasing rarity of the atmosphere. The higher one rises, the greater speed is required to enable the thinner air to sustain the weight of the aeroplane. Consequently, the limit of altitude for any given machine depends upon two factors, its horsepower and its weight. In order to climb an extra 1,000 feet, you must appreciably increase the horsepower or diminish the weight. To resume, I reached 20,000 feet and found that Smith's machine would go no higher. I fired a few bursts from each gun and found that they operated smoothly. Everything appeared to be all right. I headed for Germany and began to scour the hostile skies. For a time nothing appeared. Then, again coming from the direction of Metz, I observed a photographing two-seater, accompanied by two scouts acting as protectors. Acting upon the same tactics that had appealed to me yesterday, I turned back into the sun and awaited their passing over our lines. To my delight, I saw the two fighting machines escort the Rumpler fairly across our lines, and then themselves turn back into Germany. They had not seen me, and evidently considered their protection no longer necessary. I hugged the sun closely, and let the Rumpler sail by below me. Imagine my extravagant joy when I again made out the painting Rising Sun in orange colors along the side of the Rumpler's fuselage, and the big black numerals 16 following it. My escaped prize of yesterday was again within my clutches. It would never escape again. The barren walls of my sleeping quarters again rose before my eyes. Manfully I choked down all unwanted feelings of optimism as I thought of yesterday's mishaps. But I still felt every confidence in the outcome of today's encounter. This was too good to be true. Compelling myself to patience, I followed my enemy along as he made his way still further to the south. He had some special mission to perform, of this I was sure. I wanted to know just what this mission was. At the same time, the farther back he ventured, the better would be my chances for dropping him within our own territory. He was now almost over Commercy. My sole fear was that some careless move of mine would disclose me to the attention of the observer. As he left Commercy behind him and approached, I made up my mind to delay no longer. I suddenly left my position in the sun and darted out to the rear to intercept his retreat. It was to be a straightforward battle in the open. Let the best man win. Again my luck was with me, for I reached a point directly behind him, and had turned towards him for my first shot before they were aware of my presence. I had decided upon my tactics. Diving upon him from a diagonal direction, my first burst would doubtless cause him to put his machine into a vrille. I would anticipate this and zoom up over him and catch him dead under my next diving attack. As I neared the Rumpler's tail from three-quarters direction, I saw the observer suddenly straighten himself up and look around at me. He had been down in the bottom of his office, probably taking photographs of the scenery below. The pilot had seen my machine in his mirror and had just given the warning to the rear gunner. As he faced me, I began firing. Two unexpected things happened immediately. Instead of falling into a vrille, as any intelligent German would certainly have done, this pilot zoomed sharply up and let me go under him. In fact, I had about the thousandth part of a second in which to decide to go under rather than ram the monster. Thus my clever plans were all upset by the refusal of my antagonist to do the maneuver that I had assigned to him. Our positions were reversed. Instead of my being on top and firing at him, he was on top, and by some extraordinary miracle, he was firing at me. I circled away and looked back to unravel this mystery. I quickly solved it. From out of the belly of the Rumpler, a wicked-looking machine gun was pumping tracer bullets at me as fast as any gun ever fired. It was a new and hitherto unheard-of method of defense, this shooting through the floor. No wonder he had climbed instead of trying to escape. To add to my discomfiture, I jammed both my guns on my next attack. There appeared to be no justice in the world. I circled away out of range and moodily cleared the jam in one of my guns. The other absolutely refused to operate further. In the meantime, I had not failed to keep an occasional eye upon the movements of my adversary, and another swift glance at intervals to see that no other enemy machines were coming to interrupt the little duel that was to ensue. I sobered up completely and considered the exact chances of getting in one swift death blow with my more adroit Nieuport before the more heavily armed Rumpler could bring its armament to bear upon me. The enemy machine was flying homewards now, straight in the direction of St. Mihiel. Coming at him again from below, I got in 2 or 3 good bursts that should have made an impression upon him, but didn't. The lower berth I found altogether too hot a position to hold, owing to the floor guns of the enemy. So I zoomed suddenly up overhead and circled back to try to catch the observer unprepared to receive me. Several times I tried this dodge, but I found one of the most agile acrobats in the German army on duty in that back seat. He would be lying face downwards in the tail of his machine 1 second, firing at me. I would zoom up and come alongside and over him within 2 seconds, yet I always found him standing on his feet and ready for me. We exchanged burst after burst, that observer and I, and soon came to know all about each other's idiosyncrasies. I do not know what he thinks of me, but I am willing to acknowledge him the nimblest airman I ever saw. We had been at this game for 40 minutes, and the Rumpler pilot had not fired a shot. I had long ago given up hope of their ever exhausting their ammunition. They must have had a week's supply for the rear guns alone. And now we were well back of the German lines again. I continued to circle and fire a short burst of 6 shots, but found it impossible to break through their defensive tactics long enough to get a steady, true aim upon any vital part of their machine. We were getting lower and lower. They were preparing to land. I fired a farewell burst, and in the middle of it my gun again jammed. The pilot waved his hand good-bye to me. The observer fired a last cheery burst from his Tyrrell guns, and the show was over for the day. My coveted 16 would not decorate my bedroom walls this night. I flew thoughtfully homewards, wondering at the curious coincidence that had brought number 16 and myself together for 2 days running, and the strange fate that seemed to protect it. It was unbelievable that a heavy 2-seater could escape a fighting machine with all the circumstances in favor of the latter. It must have been something wrong with me, I concluded. Just then my motor gave an expiring chug, and I began to drop. I leveled out as flat as possible and looked ahead. I should be able to glide across the trenches from here if Smith's machine was any good at all. So fed up with disappointment was I that I did not much care whether I reached the American lines or not. What could have happened to the fool motor anyway? I glanced at my wristwatch and found the answer. I had been so absorbed in my pursuit of number 16 that I had forgotten all about the passing of time. It had been 2 hours and 35 minutes since I had left the ground, and the Nieuport was supposed to carry oil but for 2¼ hours' flight. The oil completely exhausted, my motor was frozen stiff, and a forced landing in some nearby shell hole was an imminent certainty. The continued favors of Providence, in keeping enemy planes away from me in that homeward glide, served to restore my faith in justice. I crossed the lines, and even made the vicinity of Menis-la-Tour before it became necessary to look for a smooth landing ground. There was little choice, and what choice there was appeared to be worse than the others. Barbed wire stretched across every field in close formation. Selecting the most favorable spaces, I settled down, just cleared the top of the wire with my wheels, and settled without crashing into a narrow field. As I climbed out of my machine, several doughboys came running up and inquired as to whether I was wounded. A few minutes later, Major Miller drove up the road in a touring car, having seen my forced landing from a nearby town. I left a guard in charge of the stranded aeroplane, and drove away with the major to telephone to my aerodrome for the aeroplane ambulance and to report that I had landed without injury. As it proved impossible to "get through" by telephone, the major very kindly offered to drive me home in his car. In half an hour I was back with my squadron, none the worse for the day's adventures, but, on the other hand, none the better, save for a little more of that eternal fund of experience which seemed to be forever waiting for me over the enemy's lines. But as soon as I stepped out of the car, I learned of an occurrence which dispelled all thoughts of my own adventures. Douglas Campbell had just landed, and was dangerously wounded. Chapter 15. Campbell's Last Fight. Shortly after I had left the aerodrome that morning for my second rendezvous with my bête noire, number 16, Jimmy Meisner and Doug Campbell had followed me on a little expedition of their own. They had chosen the vicinity to the east of Pont-à-Mousson. Doug and Jimmy were 2 of the best pals in the world. Indeed, it would be a very difficult matter for anybody to be in Jimmy Meisner's company for more than an hour without becoming his pal. Both these boys had companionable natures. They were constantly in each other's company, Jimmy and Douglas, and very frequently they went off on these special hunting parties together. On this occasion, it appears that after a short tour together back of the lines, they became separated. Jimmy went off on a wild goose chase of his own, leaving Lieutenant Campbell reconnoitering back and forth over the same locality to the east of Pont-à-Mousson. Upon one of his patient tacks, Campbell discovered a rumpler coming from Germany and evidently aiming towards the vicinity of Nancy. He hid himself in the sun and awaited its approach. The encounter took place at about the same time I was fighting my number 16 some 20 miles to the west of them. Douglas began his battle with everything in his favor. He caught the Boche completely by surprise and put enough bullets into the enemy craft to sink an ordinary bus. But the Hun wouldn't drop. He simply sailed along and continued to pot Doug's Nieuport every time he swung in for an attack. They had very much the same sort of running fight as I was having with my antagonist, number 16. Finally, Meisner saw something going on over the Nancy sky and came speeding back in to take a hand in the combat. Just as Jimmy drew near to the scene of the scrap, he saw that he was diverting some of the pilot's attention to himself. Campbell saw this too and immediately took advantage of the opportunity. Coming diagonally in towards the observer from behind, Doug suddenly changed his course and swerved around to the front for a shot at the preoccupied pilot. He got in a fairly long burst before he was compelled to turn aside to avoid a collision. Though he had not touched the pilot, he had the good fortune to shower the motor with bullets, and to his great joy he saw that the machine was really out of control. The pilot, unable to maintain headway and maneuver at the same time, had to put down his nose and was gliding northwards for his lines. At this juncture, Jimmy took a hand in the scrap, and both pilot and observer had their hands full to prevent a surprise attack from one of the two circling Nieuport. But the American's time was short. The lines were but half a dozen miles away. With his present height, the German pilot could glide his machine well behind his own lines. The coup de grace must be delivered at once, if the Americans were to prevent the morning's photographs from falling into the hands of the enemy. There was no way of communicating a plan of simultaneous attack between the two Nieuport, but both pilots had the same intention and watched each other jockeying around the rumpler until a favorable opening presented itself. Suddenly both Meisner and Campbell came in upon the enemy from opposite sides. Campbell got a faster start, and braving the fire from the observer, dived below for 100 feet, only to zoom suddenly upwards and direct another long burst through the floor of the rumpler. Swerving then off to the right, he again came by the side of the observer. The latter unfortunately had changed his position to fire at Meisner after Campbell had darted below him on the other side. As Doug now reappeared from below the rumpler, he came full into range of the observer's guns. Doug was just coming out of his zoom and beginning a flat circle to the front when a loud explosion at the small of his back told him that he had been hit. He felt a burning pain run up the length of his spine. He was still some 2 miles above Mother Earth, and his first thought was to retain his senses until he could bring his machine safely to ground. He immediately flew for home, leaving the outcome of the battle to his comrade. Meisner saw Campbell draw away and immediately jumped to the conclusion that he had been wounded. He had not seen the bullet strike him, however, and there was always the chance that merely an engine failure had compelled Doug to withdraw. No matter what was the cause, Jimmy's duty was to prevent the safe return of the enemy machine to its own lines. He could be of no help to his companion anyway. He continued his harassing of the pilot, and so occupied that gentleman with maneuvers that by the time the trenches were reached, Jimmy had the satisfaction of seeing that the rumpler could not possibly get to a safe zone for landing. Just a few hundred yards beyond the first German line trench, the rumpler crashed. Both the pilot and observer scrambled from their seats and ran for their lives. Our doughboys gave them a shower of bullets which greatly accelerated their speed. The Boche soldiers in their trenches stood up and leveled a machine gun fire at our men to protect their aviators' foot race for safety. The next moment the American artillery directed a heavy shell fire of high explosive against the abandoned rumpler. These were better marksmen than the last I mentioned. After half a dozen shots nothing but fragments remained. All this spectacle Jimmy gleefully observed before he turned his machine homewards and hastened to find out what had happened to Douglas Campbell. He reached the aerodrome just about the same time I did. Doug was safely landed, and he had climbed out of the machine without assistance. Although suffering much pain, he would not leave the field until he had learned just how he had been hit. A short inspection disclosed the whole story. An explosive bullet fired by the observer had come through the floor of Campbell's machine just at the instant he was making a turn. It had penetrated the bottom of the fuselage, gone through the bottom of his seat, and then had struck a wire which had exploded the missile not 3 inches from Campbell's back. The fragments had scattered backwards and to the side, riddling the framework and fabric which covered the fuselage behind the seat. Very few of the fragments had gone forward. This miraculous circumstance had undoubtedly saved Doug's life. Jimmy and I gazed with stupefaction at the smiling and imperturbable Doug. He stood beside us, refusing all aid, and appeared more deeply interested in the condition of his machine than in his own wounds. In the back of his teddy bear suit, a long, jagged tear showed us where the missile had entered his body. Frightful bloodstains covered his back, yet he was deaf to all our entreaties, and refused to let us lead him away. I asked what had been done about getting an ambulance down, and found that Campbell had sent for a motorcycle. I could not help laughing at this childish desire to avoid making a scene, which I very well knew had actuated Doug's request for a motorcycle. I immediately commandeered an automobile, and, putting Doug carefully in it, several of us accompanied him to the hospital. With continued fortitude, Doug refused an anesthetic while the surgeon was removing the bullet. It was found that the steel nose itself had been deflected by the wire into Doug's back. By some miracle, it had not touched his spinal column, but had traveled up alongside it for 5 or 6 inches, and finally buried itself in the muscle under the shoulder. This little memento Doug now preserves as his most cherished souvenir of the Great War. With splendid grit, Doug smiled and talked while the doctor proceeded with the operation. He drew all the details of the finish of the Rumpler from Jimmy, and learned with great satisfaction that this was his 6th official victory. In reality, Douglas Campbell's victories total 7, but for one which was down to my certain knowledge, he never received official confirmation. Had it not been for this unfortunate accident, Lieutenant Douglas Campbell would undoubtedly have one of the highest scores of victories claimed by any air fighter, for he was just entering upon his full stride. As it was, he never fought again. Upon his return in November from America, where he was sent to recover his strength after leaving the hospital, Doug rejoined his old squadron, only to find that its days of fighting were over. The subject of my encounter with Rising Sun No. 16 occasioned no end of amusement about the mess, and many bets were laid as to the outcome. I dreamed about No. 16 at night, and was up bright and early on the lookout for him every morning. I took a few of the bets myself, naturally enough. I never in my life wanted anything so much as those orange-colored insignia as decorations for my quarters. I planned to build a house some day suitably designed to set off those works of art to the best advantage. The fates were surely laughing at me all this time. My further adventures with No. 16 would have appeared comic to me if they had not been so infuriating. The very next day I went up again in my own machine, with just the one resolve burning in my brain. I saw nothing else in the sky, and searched for nothing else. In fact, I had scarcely gained my very topmost altitude, and set forth in the direction of what I now knew was the favorite path of this daily visitor, before I saw him coming to meet me. It was almost as though we had met by appointment. As I have said, I reached my very highest altitude before going forth to this tryst. Some Nieuport have a higher ceiling than others. It depends upon the quality and natural fitness of the motor. My bus reached 18,000 feet that morning. It had just been fitted with 2 Vickers guns instead of the one it formerly carried. This additional weight of 30 or 40 pounds hampered the climb somewhat, and lowered my ceiling by at least 500 feet. Try as I would, I could get her no higher. As we approached each other, No. 16 and I, the Rumpler was at 20,000 feet and was still climbing. My Boche friends knew perfectly well they could climb higher than any Nieuport. It might make their photographs a little indistinct, but even those were better than our own taken from 12,000 feet. They came steadily on, and I turned as they passed me, and continued a parallel course some 2,000 feet below them. The railroad stations at Nancy and Toul were their objectives this morning. Without deigning to pay any attention to me, they proceeded over their course and deliberately snapped their pictures. Occasionally the observer amused himself with a little target practice at me. At such times I realized that he had nothing else to do, so concluded obviously that he did not desire photographs of those parts of his voyage. I too fired vain, long bursts upwards. I had no idea of hitting them at that long range. It merely served to keep them informed that I was still in their company. They knew that they had me at their mercy as far as giving me a chance at a combat. So we continued all along over the northeast of France. I suppose most of the films they developed that afternoon showed the wings of my Nieuport below them. My one chance was to keep below them and follow them until they came down. As there is no record of any German machine not coming down finally, I determined to follow the Boche back to Berlin if necessary, in order to get a shot at them when they passed my level. Thus we crossed the lines and proceeded steadily northwards. I could outfly the Rumpler and outdive him, but his superior engine power and greater wing spread gave him a much higher ceiling. After seeing mile after mile slip away beneath my wings, and still no evidence of change of heart in my antagonists, I began to speculate upon the quantity of gasoline the Rumpler carried. I knew too well the limits of the Nieuport's fuel supply, and the disadvantage again lay with me. For if we both became exhausted at the same time, the Rumpler would be in his own territory, while I would be many hostile miles from my own. With savage realization that I was again defeated, I turned around and took my way homewards. I could imagine my two Boche adversaries laughing at me as I gave up the chase. They began to glide downwards as soon as I had turned my back. I sheered back at them just to have the satisfaction of showing them I was still their master. Very obediently they altered their tactics and again climbed for their superior ceiling. When I reached camp, I scoured the hangars for information of the highest climbing machine on the aerodrome. My comrades followed me about, supplying me with much gratuitous information and advice. They advised me to leave off both guns next day, which might permit me to reach 20,000 feet. Or, if I took no fuel along, I might go up to 30,000 feet. Uncomplimentary references to the weight of my shoes and the heaviness of my grouch aided me considerably. The result of my researches indicated that Captain Marr's machine had the best reputation for climbing, and I immediately set off to obtain his consent for the loan of his Nieuport on the morrow. He readily consented to let me have it, adding that he knew I could reach 22,000 feet with it if I coaxed it properly. I assured him I would coax it all right, and left to make my preparations. The ideal fighting machine is, of course, one that will outperform every enemy machine in every variety of movement. And there are several kinds of performances that are almost equally valuable in combat fighting. A swift speed is essential, a rapid climb, the ability to dive directly down without overstraining the structure, or ripping off the fabric by too sudden an alteration of direction. A high ceiling, which necessitates high engine power and perfect carburation. Quick maneuverability. All these characteristics, if combined, would make an ideal fighting machine. This naturally is just what the fighting nations were striving to obtain. Each machine had a superiority in some particular, but failed in another. The famous German Fokker held the skies in 1916 and 1917, for it combined more of these essential details than did any one fighting craft of the Allies. Then came the Spad, which the French designed to outspeed and outmaneuver the Fokker, but still the Fokker had a higher ceiling and a swifter dive. The British produced the SE-5 in 1918, which outdove and outmaneuvered the Fokker, but could not overtake it on a flat race, nor outclimb it. The Sopwith Camel likewise came from England, and proved superior to the best German fighting machines, except in the matter of diving and high ceiling. As for the Americans, we had to take what machines the Allied nations could spare us. Naturally, they kept the best for themselves, and our squadrons of American pilots did the best they could with the second best. It was at this time that we heard rumors of a new English fighting machine called the Snipe. Like the Camel, it was a Sopwith production. A new engine that was shrouded in much secrecy and mystery was reputed to have carried this little scout machine to the incredible altitude of 33,000 feet, and the speed with which it made this climb broke all the world's records. Our boys of 94 Squadron were naturally desirous of providing themselves with a quantity of these wonderful machines, and then trying a few combats with the Richthofen Circus Fokkers. For the present, however, we had to take what was given to us. We felt that we were not fulfilling the expectations of the people back home, who had been told that we had 20,000 of the best airplanes in the world, and all made in America. The truth is that not one American-made fighting machine came to the front until the war was ended. Considerably discouraged over the prospects of securing my bedroom trophies from Rising Sun No. 16, I nevertheless climbed into Captain Marr's machine the next morning at exactly 8:15, and amid the cheers of the boys who gathered to see me off, I bade the mechanics to pull away the chocks. I made a direct path to our rendezvous of yesterday, climbing as I flew northward and east. Like every enthusiastic owner, Captain Marr had given his bus all the credit that he consistently could. I had driven automobiles whose owners got a regular performance of 20 miles to the gallon of gasoline, but try as one might, it would make but one half that mileage for anybody else. I put Captain Marr's Nieuport up to a little over 19,000 feet that morning, and there she hung. Every artifice that ever moved an engine was experimented in, but without increasing her capacities an inch. Just as I had satisfied myself that I had exhausted her possibilities, I discovered my old friend, number 16, winging his way calmly towards me. He was certainly prompt and businesslike in the way he kept his appointments. Just as yesterday, the Rumpler was some 2,000 feet above my highest possible elevation. With rare magnanimity, my old friends kindly came down a few hundred feet to keep me company. I joined in the procession as of yore, and the two machines made another grand tour of the northeasterly cities of France, where we photographed all the railroad lines and canals, took a turn over several aerodromes, French, British, and American, surveyed the charming landscape in all directions, and finally decided to call it a day and go home. My presence served to prevent our batteries from firing noisy shells at my friends, and they must have appreciated this act of courtesy on my part, for during the whole morning's promenade they did not fire a single shot at me from the machine gun which I could plainly see protruding out of the belly of the monster overhead. I accompanied them back to their aerodrome, sedulously maintaining the proper distance between us. Seeing they wanted to alight, and mindful of their most delightful courtesy to me throughout the day, I turned about and made for home. That night I came down with the fever and was immediately sent to Paris on leave. Chapter 16. Becoming an Ace. Paris in wartime is well enough known to millions of my fellow countrymen, but the scene that presented itself to my astonished eyes as I alighted at the Gare de l'Est on the morning of June 6, 1918, merits a description. That date, it will be remembered, marked probably the lowest ebb in the spirits of the Parisian populace. The Germans were along the Marne, and but 30 miles from the capital. Chateau Thierry was in their hands. The villagers in that vicinity, who had braved 4 years of adjacent warfare, were now swept away from their homes. Thousands of these poor refugees were arriving in Paris on the morning I entered it. Used as I was to the various horrors of war, there was a terror in the countenances of these homeless people that made a new impression upon me. Old women, young women, all clothed in wretched garments and disheveled headgear, wandered blindly through the streets adjoining the stations, with swarms of crying children clinging to their skirts. Pathetic as this scene was, it had its comic features in the extraordinary articles that these fleeing peasants had chosen to carry with them. Umbrellas seemed to be the most precious thing that they had tried to save. A little bundle, probably containing a loaf of bread and a few articles of clothing, was carried by each woman. The children were loaded down with such strange treasures as axes, parrot cages, wooden buckets, and farm implements. The few old men who accompanied them hobbled along empty-handed, with the utmost patience and abandon. Evidently the whole care of the migration was left to the energetic women of France. They had all been walking for many miles. This was very evident. Their clothing was dusty, worn, and crumpled. Their faces were pinched and wretched, and an indescribable look of misery and suffering filled every face. The pathos of this scene will never leave my memory. And here I desire to express my appreciation of the magnificent work of the American Red Cross and the American YMCA organizations. In that one case of the Chateau Thierry refugees, these American societies repaid their American subscribers for the sacrifices they made to support them. Indeed, without the help of this American agency, I can easily imagine that the French capital, overwhelmed and crushed under the burden and horror of these calamities, would long since have abandoned all hope, and riots and disorders would have prostrated the authorities in control of the nation. Thousands of refugees swarmed throughout a more or less demoralized Paris. They had no money, no food, no idea of where they wanted to go. The spirit was gone from their bodies. Only the call of hunger served to remind them that they still must live. Preparations were immediately made to care for this new demand upon the American charitable organizations. It was a very critical period of the war. Every available soldier was at the front, and these must have the undivided attention of the supply officers, the commissary department, and government authorities. Refugees were of no consequence towards winning the war. They deserved pity, but could not be permitted to divert the attention of the defenders of a nation. How dangerous this subtle menace might have been will never be known, for the American Red Cross threw itself into the situation and cared for this increasing army of unfed in Paris. Had they been neglected a day or two longer, such riots might have been started in Paris as would have demoralized the whole system of the French organization. The secret of their success was undoubtedly due to the elasticity and absence of red tape in their organization. But whatever it may have been, the fact that the American Red Cross did successfully feed and clothe these bedraggled thousands was in itself a marvel, and made me appreciate how valuable an asset our Red Cross Society was and is in wartime. At the aerodromes and at other military camps all along the front, I had abundant opportunities to appreciate this unofficial, or rather unmilitary, aid that was given to the soldiers by these organizations. At our group aerodrome, the Red Cross later established a small club room for the pilots and officers. Here hot chocolate and toast was served in the afternoon, and a cheery fire was always found to tempt us out of the mud and rain for a few minutes of recreation. Card tables and writing tables were there, and a piano and phonograph, together with all the old magazines that were sent over by American readers, whiled away many a dud afternoon, which must have otherwise been spent in more or less solitary confinement within a dripping billet. The YMCA authorities provided in a similar way for the enlisted men. Candy, tobacco, and toilet articles were provided at these places at a lower figure than they would have cost at home. Most of these things were absolutely unattainable at the stores in France. After a good night's sleep, far away from the customary roar of artillery, I woke up to find the sun shining in my Paris window and a fine day well progressed. After breakfast, I took a stroll along the Champs-Élysées under the Arc de Triomphe and through the beautiful walks of the Bois de Boulogne. It was easy to read upon the faces of the people one met the deadly fear that gripped them. Thousands had already fled from Paris. The authorities were even at that morning considering again moving the seat of government to more distant Bordeaux. The capture of Paris before the American aid could arrive was a possibility that worried every Parisian. I tried to fancy the exulting German officers walking down these same beautiful avenues, driving their motor cars through these splendid woods, and occupying such of these magnificent palaces as happened to tempt their cupidity. Then I thought of the Spirit of the Marne, which had so strengthened the French people in those cruel days of 1914. Studying the set faces of the passers-by, I could discover that the same indomitable spirit still held them. Their faces held something of the same expression that was pictured on that famous French Liberty Loan poster, a poilu standing with fixed bayonet defending his native land. Underneath the poster was written that immortal phrase, "Il ne passe pas." After a few days in Paris, I returned to my aerodrome by way of Army Headquarters, then situated in Chaumont, just south of Toul. Good news awaited me at my mess. I learned that General Foulois had been out to see us, and after hearing the repeated stories of the narrow escapes we had had with the fragile Nieuport, he had promised to secure Spad aeroplanes for our whole squadron. They were to be driven with a 220 horsepower Hispano-Suiza motor, and would serve to equip us second to none of the squadrons in France. Furthermore, confirmations had been secured for my 5th victory, and several cablegrams from America were handed me, congratulating me on becoming the 2nd American ace. The news had reached the States before it had found me in Paris. We had had another victory, too. Jimmy Meisner, Alan Winslow, and Thorne Taylor had encountered a Hanover two-seater on June 13th, and after a 10-minute combat had the satisfaction of seeing the enemy go down in flames and crash just north of Thiaucourt. The boys were very much elated over the additional news of our contemplated removal to a busier sector of the front. Hunting had become very poor along our old sector. The enemy machines were infrequently met, and almost no fighting machines of the Germans were now opposing us. An occasional observing machine came our way, and he usually fled long before we had an opportunity for an attack. We had been for 2 months on this sector, and had received all the preliminary practice fighting that we desired. All the boys were restless, and were anxious to get to the thick of the battle down on the Marne, where the big push was now taking place. Fresh from the rumors of Paris, I naturally inflamed their appetite for the contest by picturing to them the state of affairs as I had seen it in the capital. We all felt that we could intercept the Hun invasion and save Paris, if we but had the chance. At this period, we began to notice that the German air tactics seemed to pin all hopes for success upon formation flying. Larger and still larger numbers of enemy airplanes clung together when they ventured into hostile skies. From flights of 3 to 5 machines in one formation, their offensive patrols now included whole squadrons of 20 or more machines in one group. Certain advantages undoubtedly accrue to such formations. Mere numbers serve to scare away the more cautious air fighters, and even the most daring find themselves confronted with such a bewildering and formidable number of antagonists that to attack, one must necessarily include defending oneself against several. The Germans were limited in the territory they covered by thus combining their aeroplane strength, but while directing their attack upon one especial sector, such as the Château Thierry sector, they could operate very successfully with these large formations, and were able to sweep away all opposition from their paths. Squadron 94 therefore began to sedulously practice flying in similar large formations. Day after day we called together all of our available machines and took the sky together, met at a designated altitude, and forming a compact group we circled about, executed the various maneuvers that must attend an offensive or defensive movement, and strove always to keep all our airplanes in such a position that no single one could ever be cut out and subjected to an attack by an enemy formation. This was a valuable lesson to all of us, and later on we accumulated quite a respectable number of victories by reason of our familiarity with this method of squadron formation flying. Especially valuable is this formation flying to the inexperienced pilot. One illustration will serve to demonstrate my meaning. On the evening of June 18, 1918, a few days after I had returned to the command of my first flight in Squadron 94, we were notified by the British bombing squadrons that they were undertaking a raid upon the railroad yards of Thionville that evening at 7:30 o'clock. Thionville, or Dieterhofen, as it is called by the Germans, lies west of Metz, and is the favorite gateway to the front from the German interior in the direction of Koblenz and Cologne. Huge supplies were kept there, and several squadrons of enemy machines were always on the alert to repel these bombing raids upon their city. Calling the boys together, I asked for volunteers to go with me on this protective mission for the British. 6 pilots stepped forward, and we immediately prepared our plans. Lieutenant Hamilton Coolidge had just joined our group and had not yet made his first trip over the lines. He asked permission to accompany us, and thinking this would be a good opportunity to keep an eye upon him, I consented to his going. We were to meet the bombing machines over Thionville at 7:30 sharp and at an altitude of 16,000 feet. We arranged to get above our field and circle at about 2,000 feet until all were ready, then form our positions and fly over in close formation. As we were getting off the field, I noticed that Squadron 95 was likewise sending up a number of machines. Later I learned that they too had heard of the bombing expedition of the British and were going over to see it safely home. Unfortunately, they had picked upon the same altitude and the same place for their rendezvous that I had selected. In 10 minutes more I realized that there would be a hopeless tangle of the two formations if I persisted in collecting my followers at the prearranged rendezvous. All the machines were circling about the same position, and collisions would be inevitable if the newer pilots were permitted to maneuver about in all this confusion. I accordingly flew about in a wide circle, signaling to my pilots to draw away and follow me. Time was pressing, and we must get to Pont-à-Mousson by 7:30, even if we were not in our best formation. 2 or 3 of the pilots understood my signals and followed after me. The others got into the other formation and came with it. Some of the inexperienced pilots, including Ham Coolidge, lost both formations and came on alone. Arriving over the Moselle River at Pont-à-Mousson exactly on the minute, I saw in the direction of Metz a heavy Archie fire. This meant that Allied machines were there and were attracting German fire. I flew in to see what it was all about and found a single Samson machine belonging to the American No. 91 Squadron falling in a sharp vrille. At 4,000 feet he picked himself up, and regaining control of his machine he leveled off for home. I accompanied him back over the lines and saw him safely off for his aerodrome, and then turned my attention again to the British bombing machines. Near Saint-Mihiel I found part of my formation following Lieutenant Loomis. Ham Coolidge had attached himself to this party. We cruised about together until dusk began to gather, and still there was no sign of the British machines. Suddenly Loomis left me and started for home with Coolidge in his wake. I decided one or both of them had experienced motor trouble, and watched them disappear with no misgivings. It was indeed time we got in, as the ground would be considerably darker at this hour than one would expect to find it, with the western sun still shining in one's eyes at 15,000 feet elevation. I dropped down over Pont-à-Mousson, and getting fairly into the twilight, turned my machine towards home. Arriving in the vicinity of my landing field, I was suddenly surprised to see a Nieuport flash past me going in exactly the opposite direction. I didn't know who it could be, but it was now so dark that longer flying would be almost suicidal. Feeling instinctively that it might be one of the new pilots, I banked over and started in pursuit. A mile or so this side of the lines I overtook him. Swerving in closely ahead of the stranger, I wigwagged my wings and circled back. To my great relief, I saw that he understood me and was following. We soon made our way back to the Toul aerodrome and landed without accident. Getting out of my machine, I went over to ascertain the identity of my companion. It was Hamilton Coolidge. After a question or two, Ham admitted that he had become confused in the darkness, had lost sight of Lieutenant Loomis, and for some reason or other became convinced that he was flying in the wrong direction. He had reversed directions and was flying straight into the enemy's lines when I had so fortunately passed nearby and had intercepted him. Formation flying, then, has its uses in other ways than in combat fighting. We had made a confused mess of our formation on this occasion, but for a miracle it would have ended in the loss of a new pilot who later was to become one of the strongest men in 94 Squadron. One of the comic little incidents that are always rising unexpectedly out of the terrors of war came from my meeting that day with the Thompson machine from Squadron 91. I was just going to bed that night when they called me to the telephone. A member of 91 Squadron wanted to know who was in the Nieuport machine that had escorted him across the lines that evening from the vicinity of Metz. I told him I thought I was the man he sought. "Well," he said, "I am Lieutenant Hammond of the 91st, and I want to thank you for your help." I told him there had been very little to thank me for, since there was no enemy airplanes about, but I thanked him for calling me up. Then I asked him what had caused him to fall into a vrille. "Those blooming Archibalds," he informed me. "They've got the finest little battery over that vicinity that I've ever seen. I was coming peacefully home with all my photographs when hell suddenly busted loose below me. Their first shell exploded just under my tail, and I went up 100 feet tail first. Then I began to fall out of control. Evidently my control wires had been severed, for I couldn't get her out of the spin for 4,000 or 5,000 feet. Just as I finally straightened out, along came another shell and did the same thing to me all over again. I fell again, this time feeling certain that I was a goner. You came along while I was going down the second time. I managed to get her straightened out, as you know, when you and I crossed safely over the lines without any more hits. But say, Rickenbacker," he went on, "do you know what I'm going to do? I've got a sharpshooter's badge that I won while I was in the light artillery. I've wrapped it up in a small package and tied a long streamer onto it. I've written a note and put it in, telling those heinies that they are more entitled to that badge than I am, and here it is. Come along, and go with me tomorrow morning, and we will drop it down on their battery." I laughed, and told him I would be ready for him tomorrow morning over my field at 8 o'clock. We would go over and brave the Archie sharpshooters once more, just for the satisfaction of carrying out a foolish joke. But the next morning I was awakened at 3 o'clock by an orderly who told me Major Atkinson wished to talk to me over the telephone. Even as I stood by the telephone, I could hear a tremendous barrage of artillery fire from the German lines. Something big was on. Chapter 17. A perplexing bank of fog. The heavy firing that was now so apparent to me had awakened Major Atkinson in his bed at headquarters, which was then in a building adjoining us. He had immediately called us up to order us to take a patrol over the lines at the first break of day and ascertain what this unusual demonstration could mean. I looked at my watch. It was then just 5 minutes past 3. In another hour it would be light enough to leave the field. Running over to Lieutenant Meisner's billet, I roused him out and then went on to awaken the 3 or 4 pilots in his flight. In 10 minutes all 5 of us were in the kitchen, stirring up the cooks to faster efforts in the heating of coffee and toast. I had already telephoned the hangars and ordered all of our machines out on the field in full readiness. At 3:45 we were in our machines and were leaving the field. 2 other pilots had joined us. It was just beginning to grow light enough to make out the tails of our machines ahead of us. I directed Lieutenant Meisner to have 3 of his pilots fly at an altitude of 5,000 feet, and for him to take the other 2 pilots in his formation and fly below them at 1,500 feet above ground. I myself was to keep as close above the contour of the ground as possible and see what the Germans were doing in their first and second line trenches. With all details of our mission fully understood, we set off and made directly for the north, where the heaviest shooting seemed to be going on. As we neared the lines, I could see the constant flashing of the German guns in the darkness. The greatest activity appeared to be just halfway between Pont-à-Mousson and Saint-Mihiel. Here in the vicinity of Chypre, the country lies comparatively flat between the mountains which border the Moselle on the one hand, and the Meuse on the other. I knew this locality well, and could fly at only 100 feet from the ground without fear of striking against some mountainside in the darkness. The Huns were doing most of the firing. This was plainly evident from the continuous flashes. The noise of the exploding shells was deadened by the roaring of my aeroplane motor. As I neared the center of all this excitement, I sheered off to the north and flew down low enough over the German trenches to permit the tornado of German shells to pass well over my head. Along this course I followed the entire length of the trenches, back and forth, until I was convinced that there was no massed bodies of enemy troops waiting for the barrage to cease before they poured forth over the top. The more I studied the situation, the more puzzled I became. I saw the German shells bursting close behind our lines. From the nature of the bursts, I knew they were high explosive shells. This was the usual preliminary to a sudden rush over the top, yet there were no German troops there waiting for the moment of attack. The whole vicinity of the German front was covered with a dense fog. The intermittent gun flashes showed but dimly through this mist. Off to the east and the west, where the Meuse and the Moselle rivers might be supposed to emit a fog of this sort, the landscape was clear. It was all very puzzling to me. On each of my excursions back and forth over the German trenches, I peeked down from my low level and fired long bursts into their lines with my 2 machine guns. I could see my flaming tracer bullets cutting through the night and burying themselves within the enemy trenches. It was still too dark to distinguish the ground at any distance from the trenches, but I was positive that if any considerable number of men were there, they were well under cover. At last I ran out of ammunition. I decided to fly home, make a report of what I had seen, and replenish with fuel and cartridges. I telephoned my report to Major Atkinson while the mechanics were looking after my bus, and in 10 minutes I was back again for the region of Chypre. By this time, the first streaks of dawn were lighting up the ground. While still a great distance away, I again noticed the strange clinging bank of fog which began at the German line and covered a space about 3 miles east and west and half a mile deep. On the American side of the lines, the ground was entirely free from this mist. As I again approached the German trenches, I saw more activity there. I dived upon them, letting go long bursts from my guns. Instantly they disappeared from view. It was a very enjoyable game I had as long as any heads remained in view, but after 1 or 2 dashes along this front I could find no more targets. The Huns had retired to their underground dugouts. Many a German fled in terror before my approach that morning. I found myself chuckling with delight over the consternation I single-handed was spreading throughout the German camp. Coming down immediately over the trenches, I would observe a group of soldiers standing outside a dugout, all leveling their rifles at me. With a sudden swerve, I would bring them before my sights, and long before they could all cram themselves within the opening, I would have 100 bullets inside their group and would be beyond their reach. I could imagine the terror and helplessness my single presence inspired among the slow-moving troops below. I was having the time of my life. One particular battery of 77s lay a mile back of the lines and seemed to be having a particularly jolly party. Their flashes almost doubled the other batteries in rapidity. I determined to fly over and pay them a visit, since none of the infantrymen seemed to care to stick up their heads in the trenches. Accordingly, I turned a bit to the rear and came in upon the battery from behind and at about 100 feet above ground. As I neared them, I saw 6 or 8 3-inch guns standing side by side in a little clearing, the line of gunners all rushing swiftly to and fro, picking up and passing forward the 15-pound shells. The guns were firing at the rate of almost 1 shot each second. A continuous flash could be seen from this little battery, so rapidly did the gunners work. In a twinkling after my first shot, the whole battery became silent. Pointing my nose directly at the end of the line, I pressed my triggers and raked the whole line before straightening out my aeroplane. Then, with a quick bank, I came about and repeated the performance. Before I had started back, every man had fled for shelter, and not a gun was firing. I circled about again and again, chasing the scattered groups of gunners to their respective dugouts and firing short bursts at their heels as they fled. It was the most amusing little party I had ever attended. I couldn't help wondering what kind of reception I would get if a sudden pan dropped me within their clutches. One more dash at the next battery and my ammunition was again exhausted. I returned to the aerodrome, where I found that Lieutenant Meisner and his pilots had returned without anything new to report. At 7:30 we all reassembled for breakfast. We were still discussing the extraordinary episode of the morning and had none of us arrived at any reasonable explanation for the enemy artillery activity when a visitor was announced for breakfast. He came in and introduced himself as Frank Taylor, representing the United Press Association. We welcomed him heartily and began plying him with questions as to the latest news. He told us he was out of touch with events lately himself, for he had been up all night with the American Gas Organization, who had just been experimenting with their first gas attack on the German trenches north of Chypre. Then we all shouted. The whole circus became clear as daylight to us. The attack had not been announced generally, and Major Atkinson himself was in ignorance as to its hour for demonstration. The Germans, awakened by the fumes at 3 o'clock this morning, had very naturally imagined that it would precede a sudden attack by our troops. Consequently, They ordered out all their available artillery to shell the advanced positions of the Americans, thinking they would destroy our masses of troops in waiting. The fact was that none of our troops were there, but were soundly sleeping in their beds until the terrible uproar of the German guns compelled them to stay awake. The whole gas attack was but an experiment by our forces, and so far as I have learned, was the first time gas was used in war by our American troops. This cleared up the whole mystery for the Toul aerodrome, and we made a particularly merry breakfast over it. Personally, I would have refused a great deal in exchange for the morning's experience, for I had felt the gratification of knowing I was putting to flight some hundreds of the enemy's soldiers while enjoying the choicest hour of hunting I had ever experienced. Mr. Taylor invited me to accompany him to Baccarat, a small metropolis of that region of France, lying between Lunéville and Dijon. As we passed Lunéville and proceeded eastward, I again noticed the unusual tranquility of this sector of the war zone. The British Independent Air Force had its hangars of large Handley Page bombing machines along this road. These huge aeroplanes carried bombs of high explosive, weighing 1,650 pounds each. Nightly, these squadrons flew over to the Rhine cities and laid their eggs in and about these railroad centers and factory localities. To my amazement, I discovered that this British aerodrome was but 12 miles behind the lines. The German Rumplers came overhead every morning and photographed the field, but no attempts were made to destroy the Handley Page machines by either shelling from the lines or by aeroplane raids. The Germans are a funny people. As Mr. Taylor and I were scudding along over these smooth roads through the forest of the Vosges, we noticed a family of wild boars rooting in the edge of a field. We backed up the car, and I asked Mr. Taylor to be good enough to wait for me a minute while I went over and picked up one of these little pigs for a mascot for our squadron. He very kindly complied. I did not notice the expression on his face until I returned a few minutes later. Armed with my walking stick, I made a detour, so as to come upon the enemy and surprise them from their rear. My plans were to make a sudden attack and divert one of the youngsters from the formation, then close in upon him and complete the capture. My tactics were unusually successful, and I bore down upon my prize and was just stooping over to pick him up when I heard a rush from the rear. I hesitated for the fraction of a second. Old Mother Boar was about 10 yards abaft my stern and was peaking upon me at some 60 miles per hour. Further delay upon my part would have been a mistake. I performed a renversement, put on the sauce, and zoomed for the roadway at 61 miles per hour. Amid the enthusiastic cheers of Mr. Taylor, I successfully escaped the charge of the enraged enemy by putting myself through 2 or 3 virages en route to the car. The beast rushed by me, snorting fire from both forward guns, and covering me with a shower of dirt from her hoofs. I finally made a leap for the running board of the car, minus my walking stick and a good deal of breath. "What's the trouble, Rick?" inquired Taylor, enthusiastically. "Did you come back to tell me something?" "Yes," I panted. "I looked them over, and decided they were too young to be torn from their mother. Let's go on." "But you forgot your stick," retorted Taylor. "I'll wait for you while you go back and get it." "Oh, never mind the stick," I answered. "It didn't belong to me anyway." A few weeks later, I had an opportunity to see how the French sportsmen proceed in their wild boar hunts. The mayor of a little French village invited several of us to come over one Sunday morning and take part in the hunt. By 9 o'clock there were fully 100 persons gathered together in the little plaza facing the village church. About 20 carried guns. The balance were duly sworn in by the mayor to act as beaters up. It was a very impressive ceremony, and the whole village stood by to witness the scene. After walking a mile or two through the woods, we were halted. The mayor addressed us, and gave explicit orders for further proceedings. There was one old boar in these woods, he informed us, who had now 3 dum-dum bullets inside his anatomy. He was a very tough and very dangerous customer. The mayor strongly advised us to first pick out a convenient tree and take our positions in its immediate vicinity. If the boar came along, we could take a shot at him, or not, just as we individually happened to view the situation. Personally, he advised us to climb the tree and let some other fellow do the shooting. The beaters up, who were all standing at attention, thereupon saluted and disappeared within the forest. We lighted our pipes and measured the distance to the adjacent overhanging limbs. For an hour nothing happened to relieve the monotony. Someone made the brilliant suggestion that we take our cartridges out of our rifles and make dum-dum bullets out of them. This we all did, thereby regaining something of our former jaunty composure. At last we heard hoots and yells from the forest. The party of beaters up were advancing towards us, beating the saplings with their sticks and uttering strange cries. I took a last glance at my tree overhead, and then crouched down to have a look between the tree trunks at the approaching enemy. It was a strange sight. There, not 50 feet in front of me, I saw a motley gathering of animals of all descriptions: red foxes, black foxes, wildcats, 2 or 3 innocent-eyed deer. Chapter 18. Strafing the Drachen. Observation balloons, or Drachen, as the Boche call them, constitute a most valuable method of espionage upon the movements of an enemy, and at the same time are a most tempting bait to pilots of the opposing fighting squadrons. They are huge in size, forming an elongated sausage some 200 feet in length and perhaps 50 feet in diameter. They hang swinging in the sky at a low elevation, some 2,000 feet or under, and are prevented from making any rapid movements of escape from airplane attack by reason of the long cable which attaches them to their mother truck on the highway below. These trucks, which attend the balloons, are of the ordinary size, a 3-ton motor truck which steers and travels quite like any big lorry one meets on the streets. On the truck bed is fastened a winch which lets out the cable to any desired length. In case of an attack by shell fire, the truck simply runs up the road a short distance without drawing down the balloon. When it is observed that the enemy gunners have again calculated its range, another move is made, perhaps back to a point near its former position. Large as is its bulk, and as favorable and steady a target as it must present to the enemy gunners 3 miles away, it is seldom indeed that a hit from bursting shrapnel is recorded. These balloons are placed along the lines some 2 miles back of the front line trenches. From his elevated perch 2,000 feet above ground, the observer can study the ground and pick up every detail over a radius of 10 miles on every side. Clamped over his ears are telephone receivers. With his telescope to his eye, he observes and talks to the officers on the truck below him. They in turn inform him of any especial object about which information is desired. If our battery is firing upon a certain enemy position, the observer watches for the dropping of the shells and corrects the faults in aim. If a certain roadway is being dug up by our artillery, the observer notifies the battery when sufficient damage has been done to render that road impassable. Observation balloons are thus a constant menace to contemplated movements of forces, and, considered as a factor of warfare, they are of immense importance. Every 15 or 20 miles along the front, both sides station their balloons, and when one chances to be shot down by an enemy airplane, another immediately runs up to take its place. Shelling by artillery fire being so ineffective, it naturally occurs to every airplane pilot that such a huge and unwieldy target must be easy to destroy from the air. Their cost is many times greater than the value of an airplane. They cannot fight back with any hope of success. All that seems to be required is a sudden dash by a swift fighting airplane, a few shots with flaming bullets, and the big gas bag burst into flames. What could be more simple? I had been victorious over 5 or 6 enemy airplanes at this time, and had never received a wound in return. This balloon business puzzled me, and I was determined to solve the mystery attending their continued service, in the face of so many hostile airplanes flying constantly in their vicinity. Accordingly, I lay awake many nights, pondering the stories I had heard about attacking these Drachen, planning just how I should dive in and let them have a quick burst, sheer off and climb away from their machine gun fire, hang about for another dive, and continue these tactics until a sure hit could be obtained. I would talk this plan over with several of my pilots, and after working out all the details, we would try it on. Perhaps we could make 94 Squadron famous for its destruction of enemy balloons. There must be some way to do it, provided I picked out the right men for the job and gave them a thorough training. After discussing the matter with Major Atkinson, our commanding officer, who readily gave me his approval, I sought out Reed Chambers, Jimmy Meisner, Thorne Taylor, and Lieutenant Loomis. These 4 with myself would make an ideal team to investigate this proposition. First, we obtained photographs of 5 German balloons in their layers from the French observation squadron. Then we studied the map and ascertained the precise position each occupied, the nature of the land, the relative position of the mountains and rivers, the trees and villages in the vicinity of each, and all the details of their environment. One by one we visited these balloons, studying from above the nature of the roadway upon which their mother trucks must operate, the height of the trees above this roadway, and where the anti-aircraft defenses had been posted around each Draken. These latter were the only perils we had to fear. We knew the reputation of these defenses, and they were not to be ignored. Since they alone were responsible for the defense of the balloons, we very well knew that they were unusually numerous and accurate. They would undoubtedly put up such a thick barrage of bullets around the suspended Draken that an airplane must actually pass through a steady hailstorm of bullets both in coming in and in going out. Willie Coppens, the Belgian ace, had made the greatest success of this balloon strafing. He had shot down over a score of German Drakens and had never received a wound. I knew he armed his aeroplane with flaming rockets, which penetrated the envelope of the gas bag and burned there until it was ignited. This method had its advantages and its disadvantages, but another trick that was devised by Coppens met with my full approval. This was to make the attack early in the morning or late in the evening, when visibility was poor and the approach of the buzzing motor could not be definitely located. Furthermore, he made his attack from a low level, flying so close to the ground that he could not be readily picked up from above. As he approached the vicinity of his balloon, he zoomed quickly up and began his attack. If the balloon was being hauled down, he met it halfway. All depended upon the quickness of his attack and the sureness of his aim. On June 25, 1918, my alarm clock buzzed me awake at 2:30 o'clock sharp. As I was the instigator of this little expedition, I leaped out of bed with no reluctant regrets, and leaned out of my window to get a glimpse of the sky. It promised to be a fine day. Rousing out the other four of my party, I telephoned to the hangars and ordered out the machines. The guns had been thoroughly overhauled during the night, and straight incendiary bullets had been placed in the magazines. Everything was ready for our first attack, and we sat down to a hurried breakfast, full of excitement and fervor. The whole squadron got up and accompanied us to the hangars. We were soon in our flying suits and strapped in our seats. The motors began humming, and then I felt my elation suddenly begin to leak out of me. My motor was stubborn and would not keep up its steady revolutions. Upon investigation, I found one magneto absolutely refused to function, leaving me with but one upon which I could rely. I debated within myself for a few seconds as to whether I should risk dropping into Germany with a dud motor, or risk the condolences of the present crowd which had gathered to see us off. The former won in spite of my best judgment. Rather than endure the sarcasm of the onlookers and the disappointment of my team, I prayed for one more visitation of my goddess of luck and gave the signal to start. At 4:30 o'clock we left the ground and headed straight into Germany. I had decided to fly 8 or 10 miles behind the lines and then turn and come back at the balloon line from an unexpected quarter, trusting to the systematic discipline of the German army to have its balloons just beginning to ascend as we reached them. Each pilot in my party had his own balloon marked out. Each was to follow the same tactics. We separated as soon as we left the field, each man following the direction of his own course. Passing high over Nancy, I proceeded northward and soon saw the irregular lines of the trenches below me. It was a mild morning and very little activity was discernible on either side. Not a gun was flashing in the twilight which covered the ground, and as far as my eye could reach, nothing was stirring. It was the precise time of day when weary fighters would prefer to catch their last wink of sleep. I hoped they would be equally deaf to the sounds of my early humming Nieuport. Cutting off my motor at 15,000 feet over the lines, I prayed once more that when the time came to switch on again, my one magneto would prove faithful. It alone stood between me and certain capture. I could not go roaring over the sleeping heads of the whole German army and expect to preserve my secret. By gliding quietly along with silent engine, as I passed deeper and deeper within their territory, I could gradually lose my altitude and then turn and gain the balloon line with comparatively little noise. "Keep your spunk up, Magneto boy!" I sang to my engine as I began the fateful glide. I had a mental vision of the precise spot behind the enemy balloon where I should turn on my switch and there discover liberty or death. I would gladly have given my kingdom that moment for just one more little magneto. At that moment I was passing swiftly over the little village of Gouin. It was exactly 5 o'clock. The black outlines of the Bois de Fasse lay to my left, nestled along the two arms of the Moselle River. I might possibly reach those woods with a long glide if my motor failed me at the ultimate moment. I could crash in the treetops, hide in the forest until dark, and possibly make my way back through the lines with a little luck. Cheery thoughts I had as I watched the menacing German territory slipping away beneath my wings. And then I saw my balloon. The faithful fellows had not disappointed me at any rate. Conscientious and reliable men these Germans were, up and ready for the day's work at the exact hour I had planned for them. I flattened out my glide a trifle more, so as to pass their post with the minimum noise of singing wires. A mile or two beyond them, I began a wide circle with my nose well down. It was a question of seconds now, and all would be over. I wondered how Chambers and Meisner and the others were getting on. Probably at this very instant they were jubilating with joy over the scene of a flaming bag of gas. Finding the earth rapidly nearing me, I viraged sharply to the left and looked ahead. There was my target, floating blandly and unsuspiciously in the first rays of the sun. The men below were undoubtedly drinking their coffee and drawing up orders for the day's work that would never be executed. I headed directly for the swinging target and set my sights dead on its center. There, facing me with rare arrogance in the middle of the balloon, was a huge Maltese cross, the emblem of the Boche balloons. I shifted my rudder a bit and pointed my sights exactly at the center of the cross. Then I deliberately pressed both triggers with my right hand, while with my left I snapped on the switch. There must be some compartment in one's brain for equalizing the conflicting emotions that crowd simultaneously upon one at such moments as this. I realized instantly that I was saved myself, for the motor picked up with a whole-souled roar the very first instant after I made the contact. With this life-saving realization came the simultaneous impression that my whole morning's work and anguish were wasted. I saw 3 or 4 streaks of flame flash ahead of me and enter the huge bulk of the balloon ahead. Then the flames abruptly ceased. Flashing bullets were cutting a living circle all around me too, I noticed. Notwithstanding the subtlety of my stalking approach, the balloon's defenders had discovered my identity and were all waiting for me. My guns had both jammed. This too I realized at the same instant. I had had my chance, had shot my bolt, was in the very midst of a fiery furnace that beggars description, and thanks to a benignant providence, was behind a lusty motor that would carry me home. Amid all these conflicting impressions, which surged upon me during that brief instant, I distinctly remembered that only one poignant feeling remained in my brain. I had failed in my mission. With the fairest target in the world before my guns, with all the risk already run and conquered, I had failed in my mission merely because of a stupid jamming of my guns. Automatically I swerved to the right of the suspended gas bag and grazed helplessly by the distended sides of the enemy Drachen. I might almost have extended my hand and cut a hole in its sleek envelope, it occurred to me as I swept by. The wind had been from the east, so I knew that the balloon would stretch away from its supporting cable and leave it to the right. More than one balloon strafer has rushed below his balloon and crashed headlong into the inconspicuous wire cable which anchors it to the ground. I had planned out every detail with the utmost success. The only thing I had failed in was the expected result. Either the Boche had some material covering their Drachens that extinguished my flaming bullets, or else the gas which was contained within them was not as highly inflammable as I had been led to believe. Some 3 or 4 bullets had entered the sides of the balloon. Of this I was certain. Why had they failed to set fire to it? Later on, I was to discover that flaming bullets very frequently puncture observation balloons without producing the expected blaze. The very rapidity of their flight leaves no time for the ignition of the gas. Often, in the early dawn, the accumulated dews and moisture in the air serve so to dampen the balloon's envelope that hundreds of incendiary bullets penetrate the envelope without doing more damage than can be repaired with a few strips of adhesive plaster. As I doggedly flew through the fiery curtain of German bullets and set my nose for home, I was conscious of a distinct feeling of admiration for the Belgian Willie Coppens. And since he had demonstrated that balloon strafing had in fact a possibility of success, I was determined to investigate this business until I too had solved its mysteries. Then I began to laugh to myself at an occurrence that until then I had had no time to consider. As I began firing at the sausage, the German observer, who had been standing in his basket under the balloon, with his eyes glued to his telescope, had evidently been taken entirely by surprise. The first intimation he had of my approach was the bullets which preceded me. At the instant he dropped his telescope, he dived headlong over the side of his basket with his parachute. He did not even pause to look around to see what danger threatened him. Evidently, the mother truck began winding up the cable at the same time, for as the observer jumped for his life, the balloon began to descend upon him. I caught the merest glimpse of his face as I swept past him, and there was a mingled look of terror and surprise upon his features that almost compensated me for my disappointment. On my way homeward, I flew directly towards a French observation balloon that swung on the end of its cable in my path. Without considering the consequences of my act, I sheered in and passed quite close to the Frenchman, who was staring at me from his suspended basket. Suddenly the froggy leaped headlong from his perch, and clutching his parachute rope with his two hands, began a rapid descent to earth. And not until then did I realize that coming directly at him, head on from Germany as I did, he had no way of reading my cocards which were painted underneath my wings. He had decided that I was a Boche, and did not care to take any chances at a jump with a blazing gas bag about his ears. Fortunately for me, the French gunners below could read my bright insignias from the ground, and they suffered me to pass, without taking any revenge for the trick I had played upon their comrade. Arriving at the aerodrome at 5:45, I found that I was the last of my little party of balloon strafers to land. The other four were standing together, looking rather sheepishly in my direction as I walked towards them. "Well, what luck?" I inquired as I came up to them. Nobody spoke. "I thought I saw a big blaze over in your direction, Jimmy," I went on, addressing myself to Lieutenant Meisner. "Did you get him?" "No," replied Jimmy disgustedly. "The balloon was not up in the air at all. I didn't get a sight of it. I didn't even see where they had hidden it." "Did you get yours, Reed?" I asked, turning to Chambers. "Hell no," retorted Lieutenant Chambers emphatically. "I shot the thing full of holes, but she wouldn't drop." The other two pilots had much the same stories. One had failed to find his balloon, and the other had made an attack, but it had brought no results. All had been subjected to a defensive fire that had quite reversed their opinions of the Archibald family. "I suppose you burned yours all right, Rick," said Reed Chambers rather enviously as we walked up to the mess together. "What do you think of us fellows anyway?" "I think, Reed," replied I, "that we are the rottenest lot of balloonatical fakers that ever got up at 2:30 in the morning. But I am happy to discover," I added, thinking of my one puny magneto, "that none of us had to land in Germany.